Chapter 1799. Cultivation skyrocketing on the third day after the impassable godstone appeared. The expressions of Grandma Long and the others became even more serious. Aside from Ning Chi, all the cultivators were sitting cross-legged, looking up at the impassable godstone with excitement. Ning Chi moved his mind, and a figure appeared beside him. It's time for the impassable divine stone? As soon as Little Six appeared, his gaze landed on the impassable divine stone. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Back then, when he was at his peak, he had reached the point of death and was heavily injured by the impassable divine stone in one move. The existence behind the impassable divine stone was definitely an immortal many times stronger than him. But now, Little Six's aura was very weak. He wasn't even in the Battle Dan realm, so there was no need to be afraid of the impassable divine stone. When Grandmother Long and the rest saw Little Six, their eyes flashed with curiosity. The aura of this guy who suddenly appeared was as weak as an ant on the ground, but they felt that there was something unusual about him. Since he appeared next to Ning Beixian, it proved that his identity was definitely not simple. Little Six, your origin is damaged, so your cultivation has been unable to recover. Now that the impassable divine stone has absorbed the essence of the cultivators from both places, the amount of cultivation this time will be extraordinary. You can take this opportunity to recover your origin. Ning Chi smiled. Thank you, boss. It's rare that you still remember me at a time like this. Little Six said with a smile. After a pause, Little Six suddenly said, Boss, don't you want to go to the netherworld? The little octopus that you subdued last time can also come out and share some of its power. Maybe it will be of help when you go to the netherworld. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly and he nodded. In the next moment, a mini octopus appeared on Ning Chi's shoulder. It seemed to be sleeping and didn't realize that it had left the demonic pet space. Little Six said that it is the god of the river Styx and can even kill an immortal emperor. Is this guy really that strong? Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Buzz, a loud noise suddenly came from the impassable godstone. Everyone immediately felt a mysterious aura coming from above their heads. This aura carried a faint pressure. Some of the weaker transcendents, realm, cultivators almost couldn't breathe under this aura. When Ning Chi saw this, a faint celestial spiritual energy swept out, protecting the transcendents, realm cultivators of Cloud Rise Village. The little octopus opened its eyes. Where am I? Where am I? It looked around in horror, its tentacles tightly wrapped around Ning Chi's neck, as if this was the only way to give it a sense of security. What a fragrant smell. It suddenly raised its head and looked at the impassable divine stone, its eyes revealing a trace of intoxication. It had begun. The impasse god's stone began to pass on its power. Everyone was extremely excited. Even someone like Sakya Thoughtless, who had cultivated his state of mind to the pinnacle, couldn't help but be excited. After all, it had been a long, long time since the impasse of death had taken first place. And this time it was a complete victory. Almost all the cultivators from the two impasse realms had died. One could imagine how terrifying the gift from the impasse realm godstone would be. Buzz, 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 the impasse godstone let out 9 loud bangs in a row. The impasse of death cultivators all looked toward this direction with envy. They knew that another group of cultivators would obtain a great opportunity. Pillars of light descended from the sky and landed on everyone on the bronze platform. Some were thick and some were thin. Some were as thin as a thread. For example, the ordinary transcendents, realm, cultivators of Cloud Rise Village, Liciencian, and the others only had a thin thread. The pillars of the first, second, and third tribulations were as thick as a pinky or thumb. Ning Zi and the others were as thick as a fist. Wang Lin and his wife were a bit weaker than Ning Zi, and Grandma Long and the others were about a foot thick. What was surprising was that the blue pillars above Little Yu, and Zhuoling, were also about a foot thick. However, the most shocking thing was that they saw the blue pillar of light on Ning Chi's body. that was what they called a pillar. It was 3 to 4 meters thick. This diameter alone was countless times thicker than all of them combined. Shortly after, Li Xianxian and the others felt a cold aura flow through their meridians. Soon, this aura fused with their power and continued to increase. In just a few breaths of time, someone broke through a small realm. The same thing happened to everyone. Boom! A divine retribution cloud appeared, but it was immediately shattered by the impasse godstone. Waves of new creator auras came from the cultivators that were originally at the Transcendence realm. In the blink of an eye, half of the Transcendence realm cultivators in Cloud Rise Village had broken through to the first tribulation. The others didn't break through as fast, but the auras of the first and second tribulation creators were also increasing rapidly. They would definitely break through this time. It was only a matter of time. Little Six's eyes were tightly shut, but Ningqi could feel that his aura had become intimidating. In his dantian, there seemed to be something that contained extremely terrifying power. That should be Little Six's origin. Once this origin was fully restored, it wouldn't take long for Little Six to regain the cultivation base of a creator. Boom! 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 Divine retribution. Clouds appeared above Little Yu. And Zwelling. Their cultivation levels increased rapidly as if they were sitting on a rocket. A black and white Tai Chi diagram, formed by the power of creation, appeared above the two girls. First Tribulation Creator, Second Tribulation Creator, Third Tribulation Creator. Grandmother Long and the others felt the situation. Their eyes widened in disbelief, but they were looking forward to it even more. Breaking through to the next realm was something that had never happened before. If the two girls could do it, they might be able to break through to the 9th tribulation realm. Yin-yang fishes? Grandmother Long's eyes were filled with disbelief. She exchanged glances with the other old woman from the Yin-yang sect. They both saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Ningqi looked at the two girls with gratification in his eyes. At this time, the divine power that had entered his body also started to take effect. Plus 10,000 creation points. Plus 10,000 creation points. The divine power of the Impasse Godstone continued to increase Ningqi's cultivation level. On the status panel, Ningqi's creation points increased at a rate of 10,000 per second. In a short while, his creation points broke through the 1 million mark. At this time, a divine retribution cloud appeared above his head. The aura coming from this divine retribution cloud was more than 100 times stronger than the others. Perhaps because of this, the Impasse Godstone didn't help to disperse it, allowing the lightning tribulation to fall on Ningqi's head. Boom! The terrifying power of the lightning tribulation appeared above Ningqi's head and instantly filled his limbs and bones, condensing every cell in his body. Chapter 1800. Sixth Tribulation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully ascending to 6th Tribulation Creator. The system notification sounded. Ningqi's immortal qi had increased by more than 10 times, filling his meridians to the brim. His meridians, which had reached their limits, gradually widened after the breakthrough. It was as if he had crossed an important bottleneck. This advancement was different from the past. Ningqi felt that his condition had improved a lot. If his cultivation and battle strength were said to be infinitely close to a 9th tribulation creator before, then he was probably not much different from the happy demon lord now. The divine power of the impassable divine stone did not stop after helping Ningqi break through. The pillar of light on his body became brighter and brighter. Ningqi fell into a strange state. His perception of the outside world gradually disappeared, and he lost all sense of time. It was as if his soul was wandering in the vast galaxy. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Some cultivators with low cultivation had already completed the transfer in a month. They all had gained something and were pleasantly surprised. Like Little Yu, Zwelling, And the others, they were completely awake in 3 months, just like Grandmother Long and the others. The effect of the impassable divine stone on them gradually disappeared. Only Ning Chi was still bathed in the blue pillar of light, and the aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Sigh. After Grandmother Long and the rest woke up, they sighed in disappointment. The benefits they had obtained this time did not allow them to successfully break through to the 9 tribulations master creation realm. However, the effects were still acceptable. Their cultivation was already infinitely close to the 9 tribulations master creation realm. The other old lady from the Yin Yang sect was at least comparable to Feng Qingxue. As for Grandmother Long and Sakya Thoughtless, they were probably not much different from Sun Yin. Haha, I'm a 3rd tribulation creator. Hu Qingzi looked at herself proudly and could not help but laugh. If she cultivated normally, she would need at least 1,000 years to break through to 3rd tribulation creator. But now, with just a gift from the impassable divine stone, she had broken through 2 tribulations, saving her countless years of hard cultivation. How could they? When Hu Qingzi's gaze fell on little Yu, and Zhuoling, her eyes widened in disbelief. 7 tribulation creator. A single infusion of the impasse godstone directly turned the 2 of them into 7 tribulation creator. The divine power they obtained is probably far above ours. The other old woman of Yin Yang sect looked at little Yu, and Zhuoling with envy. On Ning Chi's side, the 2 women's breakthroughs were the most obvious. Apart from them, Ning Zi and the others had all advanced a level and became 7 tribulation masters of creation. Shortly after was Wang Lin and his wife. The 2 of them had broken through from 1 calamity to 4 calamity. Although the increase wasn't as exaggerated as little Yu's, compared to other cultivators who had only increased by 1 rank, the benefits were great. After Ning Zi and the other 3 woke up, they adapted to their current strength and walked to Little Six's side and sat down. At this moment, Little Six's eyes were closed and his aura was still as weak as before, like an ant. However, the source of his body was being repaired by the divine power of the divine stone and was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The little octopus was originally climbing on Ning Chi's body, but now it was on Little Six's shoulder. There was also a blue pillar of light on its body that was as thick as an arm. It revealed an intoxicated expression as if it was enjoying the benefits of the divine power. Not long after, the little octopus woke up first. It excitedly waved its tentacles and proudly looked at Ning Zi and company. Interesting. You've absorbed so much divine power, but it hasn't increased your cultivation at all. Are you eating them like their food? Little Six's eyes slowly opened, and his gaze fell upon the little octopus. A sharp light flashed through his eyes. At that moment, Grandmother Long and the others happened to look in Little Six's direction. Little Six seemed to have sensed their gazes, and he raised his head to look at them with a faint smile on his face. Hiss! Grandmother Long and the rest felt a slight pain in their eyes, as though they were being pricked by needles. They hurriedly shifted their gazes away, but they were secretly shocked in their hearts. An ant whose aura was not even comparable to a Dan realm cultivator had actually given them an indifferent look, as though they were on the verge of death. This was enough to prove that the fellow in front of them was definitely not as simple as he looked. Thinking about how Ning Chi's cultivation level was very low, yet he was able to suppress the Thunder Emperor and company, Grandma Long and company couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Sure enough, those who associate with a freak are also freaks. Boss still hasn't woken up? Little Six's gaze fell on Ning Chi, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. The other cultivators looked at Ning Chi enviously. The longer the cultivation passed on, the greater the benefits. Although Ning Chi seemed to have only advanced by 1 level, they all believed that Ning Chi must have obtained a lot of other benefits. Little Six didn't think so. When he was at his peak, he had come to the impasse of death. He didn't have any clue about the existence behind the impasse godstone. The unknown power was always terrifying. This kind of cultivation that was like a blessing had its advantages and disadvantages. If it was too long, it was easy for some changes to occur. Without understanding the purpose of the impasse Godstone's owner, Little Six still had a trace of vigilance. So leaving the body? After floating in the galaxy for a very long time, Ning Chi finally woke up from his daze. His expression became somewhat serious. He suspected that his soul had been sucked out of his body and brought here. However, after carefully thinking about it, Ning Chi was sure that his soul was still in his body. As for the seemingly endless and boundless galaxy, it should be a place in his body that had passively or actively produced this kind of change. Interesting to be able to meet this kind of physical body in this world. The heavens have indeed not forsaken me. Although it is still very weak, its potential is not low. After I obtain it and cultivate for a few hundred years, I will have the qualifications to kill my way back to the immortal continent, right? However, perhaps in the future, there will be an even better physical body. Should I take this? At this moment, a mysterious existence was paying attention to Ning Chi's soul. Not only his soul, but Ning Chi's entire body was being seen by this existence. After using up so many years of divine power, my cultivation actually only increased by 1 tribulation? Hee, let me see where your limits are. If you really meet my requirements, then you are qualified to be my vessel. Ha ha ha. If those old things see me appear in front of them, they will definitely be very surprised. In the outside world. Chapter 1801. Chapter 1801. Soul seizing. What's going on? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at the scene in disbelief. The impassable divine stone was originally blue in color, and the blue was actually the divine power flowing within it. Everyone was well aware of this, but now that all the blue had gathered at one point, it meant that the power of the impassable divine stone had all been condensed together. At the same time, this power was frantically pouring into Ning Chi's body. If this continued, wouldn't the impassable divine stone become useless in the future? Could it be that even the impassable divine stone is so optimistic about him? Sakya Huijing's eyes flashed with jealousy. Sakya Samsara, who was standing among the crowd, had a faint look of ridicule in his eyes when he saw this scene. As if sensing Sakya Samsara's gaze, Sakya Huijing's expression changed slightly again and returned to normal. There was no longer any trace of emotion that a monk shouldn't have. If all this divine power is poured into Ning Beishuan's body, wouldn't he become a Yuan venerate? Thinking of this, Grandma Long and the other two were shocked, both envious and jealous. Such a great opportunity had appeared in front of them. But unfortunately, they weren't the ones to receive it. Beishian will be fine, right? Fei Yuding was a little worried. She still understood the principle of going too far is as bad as not going far enough. If Ning Chi's previous beam of light was countless times larger than theirs, it would still be normal. But the purpose of the impassable divine stone right now was terrifying. Such a mysterious, impassable divine stone had condensed its power into one point and seemed to be continuously pouring into Ning Chi's body. Logically speaking, any cultivator below the 9th tribulation realm would explode and die, right? Rest assured, nothing will happen to Beishian. A person's opportunity is predestined. This is Beishuan's opportunity. Wang Lin seemed to notice Fei Yuding's worry and held her hand with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Once Beishian receives this divine power, his cultivation will definitely rise to a terrifying level. At that time, we'll be able to find the whereabouts of our daughter and son-in-law. That's right. Fei Yuding's eyes lit up. Everyone silently looked at Ning Chi. Time passed, second by second. From the first day they set foot on the bronze platform until now, a full 3 years had passed. During this period of time, Ning Chi's body had already expanded uncontrollably, revealing the image of an ancient, immortal emperor. His body was like a giant as he quietly sat cross-legged. His body was surrounded by immortal chi. Tens of thousands of immortal mountains, jade palaces, fairies and cranes were faintly discernible. One by one, the cultivators put some distance between themselves and Ning Qi, not daring to get too close. After 3 whole years, the changes to Ning Qi's body had become increasingly obvious. His muscles gradually swelled. Soon, little Six and the others noticed that something was wrong with Ning Qi's body. The degree of bulging muscles had exceeded the limit. It was like a 100-kilogram person eating 200 kilograms of food. Ning Qi's muscles had become ugly lumps of meat piled up together. His facial features were also squeezed together, making him look very ferocious. And in these 3 years, the blue energy inside the impassable God stone had decreased by a full third. It was hard to imagine how powerful this energy was. It was obvious that Ning Qi's current appearance was caused by this energy. If the impassable God stone had continued to inject divine power into him, Ning Qi's final outcome would have been his body exploding. Sakya Huijing, who was originally very jealous of Ning Qi, was now rejoicing in Ning Qi's misfortune. Around the bronze platform, more and more cultivators came to watch the show. They realized that the impasse godstone had appeared for too long. They couldn't help but risk their lives to get closer. Is that Ning Beixian? How did he end up like this? Xiao Wuya and the others looked at the incomparably huge body in the center of the bronze platform with a trace of shock on their faces. This was because Ning Qi's current appearance didn't look like a human, but more like a monster. His bulging muscles caused his shoulders to bulge out, and Ning Qi's head wasn't as high as his shoulders. From the visual effect, it looked like his head was sinking. Don't bite off more than you can chew. From the looks of it, his body will explode. Many cultivators could tell the reason for Ning Qi's current state from the changes on the impassable godstone. Their faces revealed a trace of mockery. They were the cultivators who had been chased away from the bronze platform by Ning Qi. Although they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction towards Ning Qi on the surface, they hated him to the core. There were only 500 spots in total, and Ning Qi alone had taken 485 spots. In their eyes, this was an extremely selfish act. Furthermore, when they saw that the auras of those cultivators were countless times stronger than before, they couldn't help but feel jealous. These benefits should have been theirs, but because of Ning Qi, they had lost this great opportunity. Little Six, there's something wrong with Boss's current state. Ning Zi frowned and said, N. Fatty Ning looked at Ning Qi nervously and nodded. He wasn't good with words, but from his expression, it could be seen that he was extremely worried about Ning Qi's current state. It seems that the impassable godstone's gift is too much. Why is this impassable godstone so enthusiastic? Is there any way to cut it off? I'm afraid Boss won't be able to digest it. Ning Jin reached out to touch his chin and said, The impassable godstone was set up by a supreme being. It can be said that it's a formation. It can also be said that it's a mechanism. Even if I was at my peak, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the ability to stop the impassable godstone, let alone now. Right now, only Boss can rely on himself to overcome this crisis. At least, we know one thing, Little Six said with a solemn expression. Know what? Ning Zi and the others asked doubtfully. The impassable godstone is a bastard. Little Six said coldly. It must have its own consciousness. Otherwise, why would it coincidentally choose Boss? If it was any one of us, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for our bodies to explode and die. Boss has already endured for 3 years, and at least 1/3 of the energy that the impassable godstone has plundered over the years has been poured into his body. It must have its own purpose, and it's impossible for it to give all this power away for no reason. A trace of pondering flashed in Little Six's eyes. However, he couldn't guess the purpose of the impassable godstone. In the Milky Way, Ning Qi didn't know how many years he had wandered for, but he still couldn't find a way to return to his body. However, he gradually felt that he was getting further and further away from his body. If I'm not wrong, there's an existence in the impassable godstone that's planning to take over my body. From the looks of it, There is indeed an intelligent being controlling it. Ning Qi muttered to himself, you're quite smart. What a pity. If I still had my body, I would definitely take you as my disciple. Chapter 1802. You won't mind, right? Ning Qi looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing not far away. He wore an incomparably large Taoist robe, and his long hair fluttered on both sides of his chest. At this moment, his Taoist robe seemed to be fluttering in the wind, and he looked like a sage. Senior, you set up the impassable Godstone. Ning Qi smiled. I'm ashamed to say this, but the name Impassable Godstone was given by those busybodies. Due to various reasons after I came here, the only formation I can set up is a small formation that normal sects use to select their disciples. It doesn't even have a name, the Taoist-robed middle-aged man said with a smile. A formation used to select disciples? Ning Qi thought about how the Impassable Godstone was similar to the legendary Guriring. Cultivators were thrown in there to kill. The longer they lived, the stronger they would be. You have the blood of immortals flowing in you. You're obviously the descendant of some minor immortal that was left here. You're very compatible with my soul, and your talent is not bad. I've stored up a third of the divine power here, and I've injected it into your body. You seem to be cultivating a technique that specializes in body strengthening. The middle-aged man smiled. Ning Qi smiled, but didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked curiously, Senior, you must be an immortal that fell to this place in the immortal realm, right? I wonder what your cultivation level was when you were in the immortal realm. They called me Shin Gong, immortal master there. The smile on the middle-aged man's face gradually disappeared. A trace of reminiscence flashed across his eyes. Immortal master? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. No wonder Little Six was severely injured by the immortal Lord Stone even when he was at his peak. It turned out that behind the immortal Lord Stone was an existence of the immortal Lord Stone. It seemed that he was heavily injured, so badly that his soul couldn't even be seen in this world. But it was also possible that he was hiding from the cultivators of the underworld. No matter what the reason was, Little Six's luck was good. Or else he wouldn't just be heavily injured, he would have died. If that's the case, then Dao Yen Immortal Emperor didn't dare to step into the 9 desolates and the 3 impassable gods. Perhaps he already has some understanding of the 3 impassable gods. From the looks of it, you seem to know what the words Immortal Lord represent. Shingong Immortal Monarch smiled. I have indeed heard of it. With Senior's cultivation, you are an existence that all immortals look up to in the land of immortals, right? Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Ah, I really can't bear to part with you. If I still had my physical body, I would definitely take you in as my disciple. It's really hard to meet an immortal descendant who can speak to me in this place, Shingong Immortal Monarch sighed. Senior, are you planning to destroy my divine soul and seize my physical body? Ning Qi smiled. I have no other choice. My injuries are too severe, and I can't even reform my physical body. Little friend, you won't mind, right? Shingong Immortal Lord smiled. Even if I do mind, haven't I been tricked into coming here by Senior? What other choice do I have? Ning Qi smiled. Indeed, I don't have a choice, but why are you so calm? Aren't you afraid of death? Speaking of which, since you're able to be possessed by me, your fleshly body is destined to be famous in the immortal world in the future. All immortals will submit to you. Your family will be my family. Your friends will be my friends. Even if I take your fleshly body, I will do my best for you. Don't worry. Shingong Immortal Lord comforted him. After a pause, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The strength of your physical body is far beyond my imagination. Although the power I secretly absorbed from the dead ants in these years is not even comparable to a strand of my hair when I was at my peak, it is still equivalent to the power of 509 Tribulations creators, almost on par with a human immortal. Now that 1/3 of my power has been poured into your body, you can still withstand it. It's really shocking. This is equivalent to 1/3 of a human immortal's power, and your realm is far from being able to withstand it. Little friend, can you tell me where did you get your cultivation method from? Senior, I'm afraid that you purposely appeared not to chat with me, but to know the origin of these cultivation methods, right? In fact, if Senior can successfully take over my body, you will know in the future. Ning Qi smiled. You don't want to say? That's fine. Since I have decided to take your body, I will naturally let it reach its strongest state. I will look for you when I have finished pouring all my power into it. Shinggong Immortal Lord smiled, and his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Ning Qi stood in the Milky Way, and a trace of thought flashed across his eyes. If I'm not wrong, the chances of me being taken over should be 0? In the outside world, the power in Ning Qi's corporeal body had skyrocketed countless times. Originally, after breaking through to the 6th Tribulation Creator realm, he needed 10 million creation points to advance to the 7th Tribulation Creator realm. In 3 years, his creation points had gone from 0 to 10 million. The imprisonment elephant dragon art had also advanced from the 8th heaven to the 9th heaven, and his overall combat power had increased tremendously. Another 7 days passed, and the crowd noticed that the speed of the impassable divine stone pouring power into Ning Qi's body was several times faster than before. The divine power that was poured into Ning Qi's body had also increased from 1/3 to half. At this moment, another tribulation cloud appeared in the sky. You're going to advance again? Why did it take 3 years for Ning Beixian to advance for the second time? The expressions of Grandma Long and the rest changed slightly, and they were a little confused. They subconsciously glanced at Little You. And Little You. They only used a few months to advance to the 7 calamities, master of creation. But Ning Qi used more than 10 times longer than them? Lightning rumbled in the tribulation cloud. The crowd could even see the golden dragon formed by the lightning occasionally poking its head out, looking at Ning Qi with endless killing intent in its eyes. The lightning tribulation has turned into a dragon. This is the lightning tribulation for a 6 tribulations creator to advance to the 7 tribulations creator? Even if it's an 8 tribulations advancing to the 9 tribulations, it shouldn't be this terrifying, right? Grandma Long mumbled to herself. At this moment, a deafening dragon roar sounded, causing the bronze platform and the surrounding cultivators to almost vomit blood. Then hundreds of golden dragons coiled together and rushed towards Ning Qi. Boom! Ning Qi's body was struck by the dragonization thunder tribulation, and his skin turned into charcoal. A small part of the terrifying thunder tribulation was absorbed and refined by his confining dragon-elephant technique, but most of it was wreaking havoc on his body. If nothing went wrong, Ning Qi's body would disintegrate under this terrible power. Heavenly Tao, you want to take my body? Dream on. A cold snort sounded in the endless void. Then the majestic divine power in Ning Qi's body swept towards the lightning tribulation. At the same time, the last half of the divine power in the impassable divine stone also rushed into Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi's body instantly expanded by several times, and he was no longer human. In the eyes of the crowd, his body was in danger of exploding at any time, just as the divine power and the power of the thunder tribulation were clashing. A mysterious power swept out from Ning Qi's body and engulfed the 2 powers. Chapter 1803. A mysterious marked the power of the thunder retribution, and the divine power of the impassable godstone were instantly devoured by the new power in Ning Qi's body. They were assimilated and turned into pure immortal qi without any impurities. It nourished Ning Qi's internal and external injuries. His skin that had been charred by the thunder retribution peeled off layer by layer, revealing new snow-white skin underneath. At the same time, everyone could see with their naked eyes that the tumors on Ning Qi's body were slowly disappearing due to absorbing too much divine power. This meant that Ning Qi was temporarily not in danger of exploding. Instead, he was absorbing the power and turning it into his own. A smile appeared in Little Six's eyes. He didn't know what had happened, but the situation seemed to be changing for the better. How could this be? Sakia Huijing's expression changed slightly. She couldn't help but clench her fists. Her opponent was already on the verge of exploding, and he was struck by the thunder retribution of the dragon transformation. But in the end, he wasn't in danger of exploding. Could it be that the collision of the two powers had caused them to eliminate each other? No one knew that there were three powers fighting inside Ning Qi's body. But whether it was the power of the thunder retribution or the divine power, when faced with a new power, they were like defenseless women and children. They were killed, suppressed, destroyed, assimilated, absorbed, and fused. This is the fruit of fortune. Why does he have a fruit of fortune? In the endless void, the remnant soul of immortal Lord Shangong, who had been secretly manipulating everything, revealed a look of anger. The fruit of fortune was a sacred item even in the land of the immortals. He knew that a few immortal emperors had some, and the fruit of fortune in their hands had been snatched from a group of ascended immortals who were unwilling to submit to them a long time ago. That battle was earth-shattering and destroyed an entire immortal realm. At that time, he wasn't even an immortal lord, but a mere heaven immortal. In the end, the immortals who had ascended were all slaughtered, but no one could say for sure whether or not they had truly died. At that realm, the boundary between life and death had become extremely blurry. Even if they saw the other party being chopped into meat paste and their souls destroyed, perhaps after tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years, they would see the other party appear out of nowhere. Shingong, Immortal Lord, was able to recognize the aura of the fruit of fortune because an immortal emperor had once taken out a fruit of fortune to restore the shattered immortal realm. When Shingong, Immortal Lord, saw this scene, the aura of the fruit of fortune was deeply imprinted in his heart and would never be erased. Good fortune, seizing the good fortune of the heavenly Tao. This is a sacred object that is closest to the heavenly Tao. How could it appear on him? Just what is this kid's identity? Shingong, Immortal Monarch, calmed down after his initial shock and anger. He had already lost control of his opponent's physical body. With the fruit of fortune inside, even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to control it. However, he immediately thought of a key point. As long as he killed and destroyed Ning Qi's spirit, he could replace him. A body with a fruit of fortune. Ha ha ha. Shingong, Immortal Lord, was ecstatic. The remnant soul moved slightly and once again appeared in the boundless galaxy. Ning Qi was not surprised to see Shingong, Immortal Lord. He smiled and said, "Senior, you're here again. You have a fruit of fortune, which is indeed beyond my expectations. I think your bloodline is not simple." Shingong, Immortal Lord, smiled. Fruit of fortune? Ning Qi looked at Shingong, Immortal Lord, calmly and smiled faintly. "Senior, what do you want now? Are you planning to kill my divine soul and then take away my physical body? Since you already know, why ask when you already know? If you are willing to disperse your spirit, I can promise you 3 conditions and complete your unfinished business." Shingong, Immortal Lord, smiled. He already had some speculations about Ning Qi's origin, but he did not intend to say it out loud. With his Immortal Lord cultivation, he could not estimate the divine sense of an immortal emperor. He was not sure if he would be sensed if he said the name, which would cause all his previous efforts to go to waste. Moreover, after discovering the existence of the fruit of fortune, he was not willing to kill Ning Qi's spirit with his own hands. That would leave behind karma. For an immortal emperor, sorting out karma did not seem to be a difficult task. If someone wanted to investigate in the future, they could definitely find out that he killed Ning Qi. "You want me to kill myself?" Ning Qi's expression was slightly strange. "Yes." Shingong, Immortal Lord, nodded. "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I will not kill myself. If you want to kill my spirit, please do so." Ning Qi smiled. "Do you really want me to do it myself?" Shingong, Immortal Lord, frowned slightly. Seeing that Ning Qi was just looking at him with a faint smile, Shingong, Immortal Lord's eyes flashed with anger. He said indifferently, Fine, let me kill your spirit with my own hands." As soon as he finished speaking, the Star River suddenly rippled. Then monstrous Star River water rose into the sky and swept towards Ning-Chi. Shingon, Immortal Lord, looked at this scene indifferently. Although he was only a remnant soul, he was in existence at the Immortal Lord level at his peak. This remnant soul was countless times stronger than the spirit of the opponent. With a single thought, the opponent would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. The Star River water, which was originally harmless to Ning-Chi, was now filled with endless killing intent. With a loud bang, it hit Ning-Chi's spirit. Although it is tainted with karma, if this body is cultivated well, it may be able to return to its peak in the future, Shingon, Immortal Lord murmured to himself. He was about to turn around and leave this place to take away the body. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly turned his head back and looked at Ning-Chi in disbelief. Ning-Chi looked at Shingon, Immortal Lord, with a faint smile. Outside his spirit, there was a faint golden light that blocked the Star River water that had just swept towards him. His guess was right. The system could not only exist in his body, it must exist in his spirit. If his body died, the system might choose another master. However, Shingon, Immortal Lord, wanted to kill Ning-Chi's spirit. This was equivalent to destroying the system as well. Although he did not know the details of the system and what its limits were, Ning-Chi believed that a mere remnant soul of an Immortal Lord should not be able to destroy the system with its vast divine sense. Therefore, the probability of him being possessed was indeed 0. At this moment, a circular mark suddenly appeared on the golden light shield. There was a large, ancient character on it, Jiang. When Shingon, Immortal Lord, saw this character, his expression changed from shock to horror. However, it was not over yet. Another mark appeared on the golden light shield. It was also a large, ancient character. How could this be? Shingon, Immortal Lord, seemed to have seen an unbelievable scene. Chapter 1804. To silence a witness, these marks. It was also Ning-Chi's first time seeing these markings. His eyes flickered. They could very well be related to the system's origin. With that in mind, Ning-Chi decisively asked Shingon, Immortal Lord, Shingon, Immortal Lord, do you recognize these markings? How is this possible? Why are there 9 of you here at the same time? You, who are you? Shingon, Immortal Monarch, muttered to himself with a face full of fear. Then he suddenly looked at Ning-Chi and growled in a low voice. His sage-like demeanor and confident look of victory seemed to have been thrown away. At this moment, he was no better than those cultivators who had been killed by Ning-Chi. Tell me, what do these marks represent? Ning-Chi said coldly. At this moment, Shingon, Immortal Monarch, suddenly begged for mercy. Don't kill me, I was blind. It's not him, it's you guys. Before his voice died away, a golden light shot out from the 9 seals at the same time and penetrated the remnant soul of Shingon Immortal. His expression became blank, and then with a bang his remnant soul shattered into pieces and dissipated on the spot. What a pity! Ning-Chi frowned slightly. It was rare that Shingon, Immortal Lord, seemed to recognize these 9 marks. Perhaps he could ask him about the origin of these 9 marks. Unfortunately, before Shingon, Immortal Lord, could say anything, the system had directly erased Shingon, Immortal Lord, and the trail was broken. Ning-Chi could not help but suspect that the system was silencing him. At this time, Ning-Chi felt a bit dizzy. He guessed that he had to leave this place and return to his body. In that instant, Ning-Chi committed the 9 marks to memory. When he left, he would ask Little Six if he knew anything about the origins of the marks. Boom! Ning-Chi's vision darkened. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was already back on the bronze platform. The impassable godstone above his head was already completely transparent, without the slightest bit of divine power. After Ning-Chi returned, it gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. The bronze platform under everyone's feet also disappeared along with impassable godstone. Boss, how do you feel now? Seeing Ning-Chi open his eyes, Little Six hurriedly stepped forward and asked. It feels like Ning-Chi closed his eyes and felt the aura in his body. An incomparably surging immortal spiritual energy was swimming in his meridians. This time he had broken through 2 realms, from a 5 tribulation creator to a 7 tribulation creator. Not only did his immortal spiritual energy increase by countless times, even his meridians had widened by many times. My current strength is probably not weaker than the Joy Demon Exalt. I might even be much stronger than him. Ning-Chi recalled the scene in the Dead Man Valley and compared his current strength with that of the Joy Demon Exalt and the others. He realized that when he had been a 6th tribulation creator, his combat strength might have been comparable to the Joy Demon Exalt. Now that he had broken through to the 7 tribulation creator, his combat strength was definitely a little stronger than the Joy Demon Exalt. It was just that compared to 10X and the Corpse King, he might be slightly weaker. Perhaps his current combat strength was between the Joy Demon Exalt's level and the Yuan Venerate's level. Although I was almost possessed this time, the benefits I obtained were great. Shingon Immortal Lord had painstakingly managed this place for countless years, but all the divine power was absorbed by me. Now that I have crossed that threshold and my combat strength has increased to the level of a 9 tribulation creator, it is enough for me to protect myself in this central mainland. Besides the Dao Yen Immortal Lord, there is no one else who can threaten me. Ning-Chi pondered this for a moment before his body gradually shrunk to the size of a normal person. Grandmother Long and the others came forward to congratulate him when they saw this. They were not the only ones. Almost all the cultivators nearby felt the same way because they had seen the power of the impasse divine stone pour into Ning-Chi's body. However, Ning-Chi did not self-destruct. This meant that Ning-Chi had either absorbed this power or suppressed it. No matter which one it was, everyone knew that Ning-Chi's current combat strength had definitely soared to an unfathomable level. Everyone, I still have some matters to attend to. I will take my leave first. Ning-Chi smiled at Grandmother Long and the others before leaving with the people of Cloud Rising Village. After they left, Sakya Wunyan slowly said, "The divine power of the impasse divine stone has been completely poured into Ning Beishuan's body. I reckon that the next great gamble will not start. There's no point in us staying in the impasse of death anymore." That's right. When the impasse divine stone recovers to its original state, I'm afraid it will take tens of thousands of years. However, this place is still suitable for those low-level cultivators. As for us, we should pack up and return to the sect to enjoy our lives. With our current strength, I'm afraid that our status in the sect will be very different from before, right? Grandmother Long smiled faintly. When Sakya Wunyan and the other old woman from the Yin-Yang sect heard this, a smile immediately appeared on their faces. That's right, although they were not as terrifying as Ning-Chi this time and had obtained all the divine power of the impasse divine stone, their cultivation had also greatly increased. At the very least, they had become existences at the level of Feng Qingxue. When they returned to the sect, they would definitely be above everyone else. As soon as they returned to the village, Ning-Chi immediately called Little Six into a secret room and set up a formation. With Ning-Chi's current strength, this ordinary defensive formation would not be broken without the help of a few 7 tribulation creators. "Boss, did you meet some kind of existence?" Before Ning-Chi could speak, Little Six asked. "You've already guessed it." Ning-Chi had a slightly strange look in his eyes. At the very beginning, I only had a slight guess. But after today, I am already 70 to 80% sure. Otherwise, why would the impassable Godstone take such special care of you and pour all of its power into your body? Little Six smiled. That's right. Ning-Chi nodded with a solemn expression. There is an immortal lord behind the impasse divine stone. Hiss! Little Six sucked in a breath of cold air. The smile on his face instantly disappeared as he looked around vigilantly. Seeing this, Ning-Chi smiled. Don't be afraid. How can it really be an immortal lord? If that's the case, I'm afraid we would have been turned into ashes long ago. Would we still have a chance to return here? Phew, boss, don't say it halfway. You're going to scare me to death. Little Six heaved a sigh of relief and rolled his eyes. Even if he met an immortal lord at his peak, he would also tremble in fear. It's just a remnant soul of an immortal lord. Have you heard of this name when you were in the immortal clan's mainland? Ning Chi asked. Immortal Lord Shengong. Chapter 1805. An imprint that could not be copied. Even Little Six had never heard of Shengong Immortal Lord's name. This proved that he had existed much earlier than Little Six, and had probably been separated by several eras. Ning Chi's expression was somewhat solemn as he suddenly reached out and drew a line in the air. The immortal spirit Chi immediately formed the 9 imprints that he had seen in the galaxy. The strange thing was that Ning Chi clearly remembered what the imprint looked like, but his immortal spirit Chi was always scattered and he was completely unable to condense the imprint. Boss, what are you doing? Little Six looked at Ning Chi strangely. Ning Chi's expression was grave. He finally understood why Shengong Immortal Lord had been so afraid when he had seen the 9 imprints. His current combat strength was comparable to that of a Yuan Venerate, yet he could not even imitate the imprint. There seemed to be some kind of mysterious power in the world that was interfering. This proved that the origin of the 9 imprints was probably extremely terrifying. With a thought, a table, brush, ink, and rice paper appeared in front of Ning Chi. These were all materialized by the power of creation. Ning Chi picked up the brush, closed his eyes, and pondered for a while before starting to copy the imprint with the word Jiang in his memory. Little Six watched from the side. He did not know what Ning Chi wanted to do, but he could sense an unusual aura. Ning Chi had copied about 1/10 of the imprint on the rice paper. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the arm that was holding the brush trembled uncontrollably. Little Six was shocked when he saw this. He looked at the imprint on the rice paper in disbelief and then at Ning Chi. What was Ning Chi trying to draw? Why was it so difficult? With a whoosh, a ball of flame ignited, and the rice paper, brush, and table were all burned to ashes. Ning Chi looked at the ashes on the ground in silence for a long time. Regardless of whether it's immortal Chi or the most ordinary ink, it's impossible to copy them. Could it be that those seemingly ordinary imprints are similar to arrays? Boss, what are you planning to draw? Little Six asked solemnly. 1 imprint, or rather 9 imprints. Unfortunately, I can't even draw one of them. Ning Chi sighed. Imprint? What imprint? Little Six was puzzled. Other than 1 imprint, that seems to be the word Jiang, I can't describe the other imprints. Ning Chi smiled bitterly. Jiang character? Hearing this, Little Six thought for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. I can't think of anything about the Jiang imprint. If you can draw it, maybe I'll know a little. Perhaps you don't know this either, but Shengong Immortal Lord recognized those 9 marks and was terrified. For an immortal lord to be so terrified, the power or existence behind those marks must be extremely terrifying. Furthermore, it must be from a very long time ago. Ning Chi said, I have to say that there are many things in the immortal continent that the ancient Sky Dragon clan has no way of knowing. Little Six nodded calmly. After that, Ning Chi tried to copy it several times. Each time, he could only draw 1/10 of it. Perhaps only when he truly reached the level of a human immortal would he be able to draw the Jiang symbol. Ning Chi believed that Shengong Immortal Master was not the only one in the immortal realm who recognized the symbol. One day, he would find out the meaning of this symbol. When that time came, perhaps he would know the origins of the system. Little Six, it seems like your source energy is almost fully recovered. Ning Chi's gaze landed on Little Six elixir field. Given his current cultivation base, he could easily see Little Six' current state. Not bad. Thanks to Shengong Immortal Master, my source energy has been fully recovered. Give me some time, and I will be able to return to my peak. When that time comes, I will definitely capture Dao Yan and beat him up a few hundred times. Little Six was a little excited at the mention of this topic. How long will it take for you to return to your peak state? Ning Chi's eyes lit up. 1,000 years. Give me 1,000 years, and that will be enough. Little Six stuck out a finger proudly. Forget it. With 1,000 years. Do you think Dao Yan Immortal Emperor has a chance to be beaten up by you? Ning Chi rolled his eyes. Without waiting for him to refute, Ning Chi continued. There is no reason to stay in the impasse of death. I am preparing to leave this place. I killed Sun Yan some time ago, and he seems to be a disciple of Dao Yan Immortal Emperor. Perhaps Dao Yan Immortal Emperor has already received the news and is preparing to ambush me outside. How much stronger do you think he is compared to a Yuan Venerate existence? Little Six's expression turned serious when he heard this. Yuan Venerate existences are still within the scope of the 9 Calamities Creation Masters. However, they have stayed in this realm for a long time and have a much deeper understanding of the heavenly laws than ordinary 9 Calamities Creation Masters. Their skills are also much stronger. Dao Yan has already taken this step, but because he cannot find a way to go to the immortal tribe's mainland, he is still not considered a true human immortal. However, he is much stronger than a Yuan Venerate existence. However, you can rest assured that Dao Yan is as timid as a mouse and only dares to plot against others. Even I did not dare to come to the impasse of death when I was at my peak, let alone him. He will definitely not come close to this place. He will not even come to the 9 Desolates. He cannot become a human immortal if he cannot go to the immortal tribe's mainland. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, because this is the limit of the heavenly laws here. If you want to break through the limit and become a human immortal, you must set foot on the immortal tribe's mainland and obtain the recognition of the immortal tribe's heavenly laws. Little Six said, I see. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. According to Little Six, Dao Yan Celestial Emperor had already broken through the shackles of the 9 Calamities Creation Masters. However, because of the restrictions of the heavenly laws, he could not truly possess the power of a human immortal. 3 days later, because Zhang Qinghua and the others had decided to stay in the despair land of death, Ning Chi passed the position of village chief to Zhang Qinghua. As for him, he took the cold sky saintess, Wang Lin, and the others into the fortune domain and prepared to leave the despair land of death. With Sakya Luan Hui in charge of the cloud rising village, Zhang Qinghua and Ji Kuei did not need to worry about anyone disobeying them or rebelling. After all, aside from Grandma Long and the others, the only other 8 Calamities Creation Master in the despair land of death was Sakya Luan Hui. Although his golden body had been broken after several years of cultivation, his strength was slowly recovering. At least a 7 Calamities Creation Master, like Sakya Huijing, was no threat to him. This is it. Hu Qingzi excitedly pointed at the giant door made of blue energy. Why are you so excited? There might be a large group of heavenly foxes lying in ambush outside. Chapter 1806. The clone of Yuan Venerate Heavenly Venerate. So what? With Big Brother around, those foxes definitely can't kill me. Hu Qingzi chuckled. I think you've already guessed it. That's why you're so happy. But it's a piece of cake for me to help you solve the problem of the Celestial Fox clan. But you have to tell me what they want from you. Ning Chi chuckled. Didn't you say you wouldn't ask? Hu Qingzi pouted. Are you going to tell me or not? I won't. Then I won't know you when I go out. You can solve the problem yourself. You can either stay in Cloud Rising Village and don't leave the perilous realm of death. I don't think the Sky Fox tribe will dare to send experts here to die. You can cultivate here in peace. When you break through to the 9 Tribulation Creator level, you can go to the Sky Fox tribe and take revenge yourself. How long will that take? The divine power of the impassable realm divine stone has been sucked dry by you. All right, Help me solve the problem of the Sky Fox tribe, and I'll tell you what that thing is. Hu Qingzi finally chose to compromise. Ning Qi didn't really want to know, as he was sure that he would help if Hu Qingzi asked for his help. However, it was fun to tease this fox. It's a deal then. Let's go. Ning Qi smiled. The two of them stepped into the enormous blue door, and in the next moment they left the impasse of death. There seemed to be a large group of cultivators outside, preparing to enter the impasse of death. When they saw Ning Qi and Hu Cheng, their faces filled with respect, and they made way for them. This scene was very similar to when Ning Qi and Hu Cheng had entered the impasse of death. After Ning Qi and Hu Qingzi passed through the crowd, the group of cultivators rushed through the giant blue door excitedly. At that moment, several gazes fell on Hu Qingzi from afar. "Big brother, shall we go to the Sky Fox Valley now?" Hu Qingzi asked excitedly. Various images of Ning Qi suppressing the Sky Fox Valley had already appeared in his mind. Just thinking about it made him excited. Why are we going to the Sky Fox Valley? Isn't it better to wait for them here? Let's go. They'll be here in a few days. We don't need to make a trip. Ning Qi chuckled. When Hu Cheng heard this, he let out a sigh of disappointment and followed behind Ning Qi. When they entered the human camp's market, a young cultivator with a faint smile on his face walked toward the two of them. "Sir!" Just as the young cultivator opened his mouth, Ning Qi smashed his head with a palm. When the nearby cultivators saw this, they immediately revealed a look of fear. This guy killed people without saying a word. Could he be an evil cultivator? It's best not to provoke this kind of cultivator. The nearby cultivators thought so, and averted their gazes, not daring to look at Ning Qi and Hu Cheng. "Big brother, why did you suddenly kill him? Is he your enemy?" Hu Cheng exclaimed. "Look." Ning Qi smiled. When Hu Cheng heard this, his gaze fell on the young cultivator's corpse. A soul-devouring bug the size of a fist slowly appeared on his body. The bug's gaze was deep as it glanced at Ning Qi. It wanted to fly away, but a strand of celestial spiritual energy pierced through its head. The soul-devouring bug was destroyed by Ning Qi. Soul-devouring bug. So it's Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu's subordinate. Big brother, you killed the hidden immortal Venerate, and now you've killed one of his subordinates. I'm afraid Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu won't let you off. Why don't we put aside the matter of the Sky Fox Valley and leave this place to return to the outside world? Hu Qingzi's eyes revealed a trace of fear. From her point of view, although Ning Qi's battle power was strong, and he had absorbed all the power of the impassable Godstone, he was still a 7 tribulation creator. At most, he could be on par with an ordinary 9 tribulation creator, and that was already shocking enough. He probably wouldn't be a match for Yuan Venerate. You're wrong. I didn't kill Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu's subordinate. Ning Qi chuckled as a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. What? Who is he then? Could the soul-devouring bugs have already swept through the 9 desolations? Hu Cheng was a little frightened. If that was the case, wouldn't the world experience another great calamity? I don't know how many bugs Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu released, but this guy is not ordinary. He is Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu. Ning Qi smiled. He is Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu? How is this possible? Hu Cheng looked at the corpse on the ground in disbelief and then at Ning Qi. No matter what, she was unwilling to accept this fact. Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu, was an entity that had suppressed the 9 desolations for countless years. Even the Sky Fox tribe patriarchs had to bow respectfully when they saw him. How could such an entity die so easily at the hands of Ning Qi? To be precise, he is Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu's clone. His strength is similar to that of the hidden immortal Venerate. Ning Qi chuckled and pulled Hu Cheng towards a restaurant in the distance. Hu Cheng looked back 3 times with every step. Even if it was Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu's clone, it was still shocking. Inside a secret chamber, a middle-aged cultivator slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with cold lightning, causing the dark secret chamber to light up for a moment. He killed 2 of my personal disciples and my clone. His actions were swift and decisive. On the surface, he is only a 7 tribulation creator, but his combat strength is already at the level of a 9 tribulation creator. Ning Beixian, huh? Interesting. Could this person be related to Dao Yan? Unfortunately, the demonic corpse has gone to see his senior brother. I can only test him myself. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before he sneered and left the secret chamber. Jade Water City, City Lord Palace, Immortal Yushui was sitting opposite a beautiful middle-aged woman. Young City, Lord Cho Ing stood respectfully behind Immortal Yushui, while Immortal Fox, who had already inherited the position of the Sacred Fox, stood quietly behind the beautiful middle-aged woman. At that moment, a white light flashed and landed in front of the beautiful middle-aged woman. It was a snow-white little fox that bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Fox Venerate, traces of Hu Cheng have been discovered. The human race cultivator that was with her has also appeared. The 2 of them have just come out of the desperate, perilous realm and are currently in the market of the human race." Got it. The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled faintly before turning to Immortal Yushui. "Immortal Venerate, are you willing to go with me and watch a good show?" Immortal Yushui smiled. "How could I refuse an invitation from Fox Venerate Ziwei? Immortal Venerate, you must be joking." Chapter 1807. Chapter 1807. Chapter 1807. We meet again in the human race's camp market Ningqi, and Hu Qingzi had been enjoying all sorts of delicacies over the past few days. One day, as the 2 of them were feasting on a roasted leg of lamb, several figures walked up to them. "Oh, it's you. Do you want to sit down and eat with us?" Ningqi smiled. Shi Wuming was somewhat flattered, and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. He was lucky enough to survive the desperate situation this time, and he already knew that Ning Qi was Ning Beixian, who was ranked first on the combat power list and battle points list. He even saw the scene of Ning Qi killing Feng Qingxue with his own eyes. However, at that time, Shi Wuming didn't dare to show his face, fearing that he would be killed by Ning Qi for offending Ning Qi. Hu Qingzi glanced at Shi Wuming from the corner of his eyes and ignored them. He continued to eat the roasted leg of lamb in his hands. The ingredients used to make the lamb leg were extremely top-notch, and the taste was just too delicious. Senior Ning, this is an elder of my family. He wants to meet you after hearing about your deeds," Shi Wuming said respectfully. Shi Wuming spoke respectfully. There were 3 other cultivators who came with Shi Wuming. 2 of them were clearly of the same generation as him, but the one in the lead exuded a faint aura of an 8 tribulation creator. He cupped his hands at Ning Qi and smiled. "Brother Ning, I'm Shi Yanqin. I've heard that Brother Ning was able to defeat Kuanglan in the realm of death this time, and I'm very impressed. I've also learned from Wuming about the plans and objectives of the Thunder Sovereign and the other 2. If it weren't for Brother Ning, I'm sure that the genius of my blood puppet clan, a rare genius that only appears once in a million years, would have died in the conspiracy of those 3. Shi Wuming looked slightly embarrassed. He had originally been preparing to fight Ning Qi again in the future. However, when he had seen Feng Qingxue die at Ning Qi's hands, he had realized that Ning Qi had already been merciful and spared his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have had the chance to enter the desperate situation of death. It's just a passing matter. Brother Shi, since you know what happened in the desperate situation of death, aren't you afraid that Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse will implicate you? Their personal disciple died in my hands, Ning Qi said with a smile. There was some curiosity in his eyes. He did not know what Shi Yanqin's purpose was. Logically speaking, if they knew the truth, they should hide as far as possible. Why did they not retreat, but advance instead? The other customers in the restaurant didn't seem to hear these words. They just looked at Shi Yanqin and the others with curious gazes. After all, it wasn't easy to see the cultivators of the Blood Puppet Clan, not to mention that this was the market of the human clan. Ning Qi wasn't surprised. From the moment Shi Yanqin entered the shop, she had set up a soundproof array. Other cultivators definitely wouldn't be able to hear their conversation. I won't hide it from you. Shi Yanqin's face turned solemn. Following Ning Qi's signal, she sat opposite Ning Qi. Shi Wuming and the other two remained standing, not daring to sit down. I heard from Wu Ming that soul-devouring insects appeared in the impasse battlefield. Even the hidden immortal Taoist was transformed from the soul-devouring insects. I wonder if this is true? Snake Blazing Heart looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression. That's right, Reverend Hidden Immortal and the rest were all transformed from soul-devouring insects. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Shi Yanqin then asked, could Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo also be a soul-devouring insect? Ning Qi looked at her strangely. Do you still need to ask? If he isn't a soul-devouring insect, what is he? A few days ago, one of his clones died in my hands in this very market. Hiss! Shi Yanqin and the others gasped, not because of the news that Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo was a soul-devouring insect, but because Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo's clone had actually died in Ning Qi's hands. This news shocked them greatly. However, after the initial shock, Shi Yanqin looked delighted. Brother Snake, just say what you want to say. Ning Qi suddenly raised his head and glanced outside the door with a smile on his face. Hu Qingzi, who was eating a lamb leg with relish, seemed to sense something and looked outside excitedly. Here's what happened. 4,000 years ago, the Blood Puppet Race's patriarch went to see Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo once. However, ever since then, the patriarch's temperament seemed to have changed. First, it was the patriarch and then the people around the patriarch. Each and every one of them slowly changed. One time, a guard of the patriarch even tried to sneak an attack on me when I was out with him. In the end, I killed him. I saw a bug fly out of his corpse and disappear in an instant. I couldn't suppress it in time. I always felt that this was strange. But after listening to Wu Ming, perhaps this is enough to explain why the patriarch's temperament changed so much. Shi Yanqin said, your guess is correct. Your patriarch has probably been parasitized by the soul-devouring insect. Ning Qi nodded. The expressions of Shi Wuming and the other two changed drastically. Shi Yanqin asked, Brother Ning, if the patriarch has really been parasitized by the soul-devouring insect, is there any way to remedy it? So many years have passed since 4,000 years ago. Your patriarch's spiritual consciousness should have been completely devoured by the soul-devouring insect. I'm afraid that even an immortal wouldn't be able to remedy it. Ning Qi shook his head. Shi Yanqin's face turned pale. Suddenly, Ning Qi chuckled. Brother Snake, I have guests. If you are not in a hurry, we can discuss this in detail later. Oh, all right. Shi and Xian was startled for a moment, then nodded and looked outside the door. There was a group of cultivators walking in from outside the door. When he saw the faces of the two cultivators leading the group, his expression suddenly changed. Immortal Venerate Jade Water and Fox Venerate Ziwei? Why did the two of them come together? Could they be? Shi Yanqin subconsciously looked at Ning Qi, only to see Ning Qi smiling at Immortal Venerate Jade Water. Immortal Venerate Jade Water, we meet again. Immortal Venerate Jade Water. Shi Yanqin had already removed the soundproof array. When the cultivators in the shop heard this, they looked at the newcomer in disbelief. Their faces were filled with shock and uncertainty. I said that you won't be so lucky the next time we meet. Immortal Venerate Jade Water smiled and nodded. Cho Ying stared at Ning Qi. It was this person who had caused him to lose face in front of Fairy Fox and his master. In his mind, he was already thinking of ways to torture this person after suppressing him. Who knows? Ning Qi smiled. Fairy Fox's gaze landed on Hu Qingzi. Her lips curled into a cold smile. However, she did not speak. She was not the one in charge today. Fox supremacy. Zi Wei glanced at Ning Qi and looked at Hu Qingzi. Hu Qingzi, do you want to follow me back to Sky Fox Valley, or do you want me to catch you? Old Fox, come and catch me if you can. I'll sit here. Hu Qingzi slammed the table and looked at Fox supremacy, Zi Wei proudly. Fox supremacy, Zi Wei's expression changed. Fairy Fox, Cho Ing and Immortal Venerate, Jade Water frowned. Chapter 1808. Fight. Fox Sovereign Zi Wei suddenly saw Shi Yanqin, and a hint of mockery appeared in her eyes. So it's Shi Yanqin. Your Blood Abyssal clan wants to interfere with the internal affairs of my Sky Fox clan? Shi Yanqin was slightly startled. It seemed that she had been misunderstood by Fox Sovereign Zi Wei. She glanced at Hu Qingzi, then at Ning Qi, and finally decided not to speak. Old Fox, the matter between us has nothing to do with the Blood Abyssal clan. Come and catch me. Come. Hu Qingzi called out mockingly. The crowd did not know why she was so excited when facing Fox Sovereign Zi Wei and Immortal Sovereign Yu Shui. Even Fairy Fox, who had always thought that she understood Hu Qingzi, was puzzled. If the Blood Abyssal clan was not her backer, could it be him? Fairy Fox's gaze fell on Ning Qi, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. This person's battle strength was indeed strong, but no matter how strong he was, he could not be stronger than a 9 tribulation creator. Back when they had entered the realm of death, he had almost been killed by Immortal Sovereign Yu Shui. She knew about this. What did your mother, Fox Sovereign Wang Qing, teach you? You don't know any etiquette. Fox Sovereign Zi Wei said lightly. Hu Qingzi acted as if someone had stepped on her tail, and she exploded in anger. She cursed at Fox, Noble Zi Wei. Her curses were extremely unpleasant, but when she saw the faint mocking smile on Fox Noble Zi Wei's face, she immediately came to her senses and shut her mouth. Fox Noble Zi Wei was clearly trying to provoke her, and she had fallen for it. All right, don't talk anymore. Ning Qi patted Hu Qingzi's head. Hu Qingzi made a sound of acknowledgement and kept quiet, lowering her head to eat the roasted lamb leg again. Ning Qi's gaze fell on Fox Sovereign Zi Wei, and he smiled. Hu Qingzi will be under my protection from now on. If you want to cause trouble, come find me. However, there is something I must remind you of. I am not a very patient person. Perhaps one day when I am unhappy, I will personally make a trip to Sky Fox Valley. What a joke! Seeing Ning Qi's expression, Cho Ying's heart was filled with anger, and he could not help but mock. Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten to go to Sky Fox Valley? Let's talk if you can get out of here today. Oh, Ning Qi looked at him with a smile and said, Who do you think you are? Let's not talk about whether I can walk out of here today, but you definitely can't. Back then, your master wanted me to take a palm strike from him. Today, you will take a palm strike from me. If you are lucky enough to survive, I will let you go. What do you think? Cho Ing was so angry that he laughed. Although he was not as strong as Ning Qi, it was impossible for Ning Qi to kill him with one blow. If I'm not wrong, you're just a 7 tribulation creator, right? With your level of cultivation, I'm afraid you're still not mature enough to meddle in the internal affairs of my Sky Fox clan. Fox Sovereign Myrtle smiled. You can try. Ning Qi smiled. His calm demeanor made the cultivators at the scene suspicious. Fox Venerable Zi Wei glanced at Venerable Yu Shui, and Venerable Yu Shui smiled and said, When this kid entered the realm of death, his cultivation level wasn't even at the 7 tribulation creator realm. Maybe he hit his cultivation level, or maybe he had some fortuitous encounter, which is why he's so arrogant. If Fox Venerable Zi Wei doesn't want to fight, I can do it for you. Then I'll have to trouble Venerable Yu Shui. Fox Venerable Zi Wei smiled. No problem. Venerable Yu Shui smiled faintly, and her eyes landed on Ning Qi. Back then, you took a blow from me and didn't die, which is indeed enough to make people arrogant. But today I won't bet with you, and I won't just hit you with one blow. But I appreciate talent. If you're willing to kneel and kowtow to me, then return this little fox to Fox Venerable Ziwei. I can spare your life today. Master? Chou Ying's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never thought that Venerable Yu Shui would want to take him as a disciple. With Ning Qi's cultivation level and talent, if Ning Qi became his junior brother, his position as the young city lord would be snatched away at any moment. Fairy Fox was also a little surprised. Her beautiful eyes flickered. Venerable Yu Shui personally said that she wanted to take Ning Qi as a disciple, which was enough to show that Ning Qi's potential was extraordinary. Fox Venerable Zi Wei glanced at Venerable Yu Shui and frowned. How about this? You take a blow for me today. If you don't die, I'll let you leave. Ning Qi said faintly. Venerable Yu Shui's face turned cold. He did not expect Ning Qi to be so arrogant. He was so angry that he laughed. Fine, I'll take a blow from you today. Let's see what you've obtained in the despair of death. Shi Yanxin thought of Ning Qi's description of Shi Wuming. Ning Qi easily suppressed the Thunder Emperor and Venerable Hidden Immortal. Then he obtained all the divine power of the Impasse Divine Stone and broke through 2 realms. His current battle strength was probably unfathomable, but at most he could touch the edge of the 9 Tribulations creator. Before the 9 Tribulations, there were geniuses who could challenge those of a higher realm. Shi Yanxin had seen such geniuses before. In every era, there would be 1 or 2 of them. It was normal. But the gap between the 8 Tribulations and the 9 Tribulations far exceeded the gap between the 1 Tribulation creator and the 8 Tribulation creator. Shi Yanxin had lived for so many years, but she had never heard of or seen a genius who could challenge a 9 Tribulations creator. Thinking of this, he looked at Ning Qi with a hint of suspicion and curiosity in his eyes. Phew! Chou Ying heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Ning Qi mockingly. The other party had rejected his master's invitation. Today's ending was destined to be death. Ning Qi stood up and walked straight to Immortal Yu Shui. After sizing her up, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Are you ready? Let's fight. Immortal Yu Shui stood with her hands behind her back and said faintly, If you can hurt a single hair of mine, I'll consider it your win. Puff! Ning Qi's palm strike struck Immortal Jadewater's chest. Next, a booming sound rang out, and Immortal Jadewater's figure was sent flying. His figure smashed into the doorpost before falling into the shop across the street. When the cultivators on the street saw that, they stopped moving and turned to look at Ning Qi. Seems like I was too heavy-handed. Ning Qi looked at his palm and smiled. Even Ning Qi himself was surprised by the power of that palm. It was too strong and too terrifying. When he was still a 5 Tribulation creator, with the addition of the ancient Immortal Divine Ring, Ning Qi's pure physical strength at that time could not be compared to a 9 Tribulation creator. If the unit of strength at that time was converted to 1, Ning Qi's current strength was probably above 30. It had increased by 30 times. Chapter 1809. Do you understand? Everyone stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. Was the guy who was sent flying just now really Immortal Yu Shui? Could he be a fake? Otherwise, how could a 9 Tribulation creator be sent flying so easily? Chou Ying stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. Then he immediately reacted and glanced at Ning Qi in horror before turning around and dashing in the direction where Immortal Yu Shui had landed. Fairy Fox stared at Ning Qi with her mouth agape. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could his strength soar to such a level after entering a desperate situation of death? You're a 9 Tribulation creator. Fox Supremacy Zi Wei was stunned for a moment. Her eyes were filled with fear as a trace of suspicion arose in her heart. Could this human cultivator have been hired by Fox Supremacy Wang Qing to take care of her daughter? Shi Yanqing gasped and subconsciously glanced at Shi Wuming. Seeing that he was also shocked, she was sure that Shi Wuming definitely did not know that Ning Qi's battle strength had reached such a level. After the shock, Shi Yanqing's eyes revealed a trace of joy. She had something to ask Ning Qi for help. The stronger Ning Qi's battle strength was, the better it would be for her. Ning Qi smiled and did not answer Fox Supremacy, Zi Wei's question. Instead, he smiled and said, "Do you remember what I said just now? If you come looking for trouble with Little Fox again, I'll personally make a trip to Sky Fox Valley." Fox Supremacy, Zi Wei, fell into silence. "Looks like we still have to fight." Ning Qi smiled faintly and walked directly towards Fox Venerable Zi Wei. Fox Venerable Zi Wei's pupils instantly shrank. Then, a mighty power of creation swept out from her body. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators in the shop or Shi Yanqing and the others, when they felt this terrifying aura, a layer of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They felt like they couldn't breathe. Creation Domain. Fox Supremacy Zi Wei immediately displayed the Creation Domain, intending to suck Ning Qi into it. After seeing Immortal Yu Shui being sent flying with a palm, she would not be foolish enough to fight Ning Qi in close combat. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand to punch out. The creation domain of Fox Supremacy Zi Wei was shattered. Then, Ning Qi appeared in front of her and gently grabbed her neck, slowly lifting her up. "You." Fox Supremacy Purple Myrtle's face was deathly pale. The shattering of the good fortune domain had already severely injured her in an instant. Now, her neck was tightly gripped by Ning Qi's hand. The terrifying power that was transmitted from Ning Qi's hand made her feel a deep sense of fear. "I said, don't cause any more trouble for the little fox. Do you understand?" Ning Qi said lightly. From the moment Ning Qi shattered the creation domain to the moment he suppressed Fox Supremacy Purple Myrtle, it took less than a breath of time. His actions were so fast that by the time everyone saw it clearly, Ning Qi had already grabbed Fox Supremacy Purple Myrtle by the neck. When Fairy Fox saw this scene, she subconsciously attacked Ning Qi, but when her attack landed on Ning Qi, it was like a pebble being thrown into the sea. It didn't even cause a splash. Fairy Fox looked at this scene in a daze. Ning Qi glanced at her and suddenly slapped her face. Fairy Fox screamed and flew back. At this time, Cho Ing happened to be supporting Immortal Venerate Jade Water out of a shop that had been smashed into ruins on the opposite street. When he saw Fairy Fox land heavily in front of him, he immediately looked into the shop in shock. When the two of them saw Ning Qi lift Fox Supremacy Purple Myrtle high up, Cho Ying's body couldn't help but tremble. Blood flowed from the corner of Immortal Venerate Jade Water's mouth. She looked at Ning Qi in shock and disbelief. "Sly Fox, do you think that you can capture me after becoming a holy fox and bringing Fox Supremacy Purple Myrtle with you?" Hu Qingzi's body turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Fairy Fox. At this moment, her beautiful face had already been destroyed by Ning Qi's slap. Her left cheek was swollen, and Hu Qingzi looked down at her mockingly. Fairy Fox was dizzy from the slap. When she heard Hu Qingzi's voice, she opened her eyes with difficulty, a trace of fear in them. "Ju Zi, I'll leave her to you. If you want to kill her, do as you see fit." Ning Qi smiled. "No, don't kill me. I'll return the position of Holy Fox to you. I'll never step into Sky Fox Valley again. Spare my life." Fairy Fox felt that she was on the brink of death and immediately begged for mercy without any hesitation. "All right, I won't kill you." Hu Qingzi was silent for a while. Then she turned and walked towards Ning Qi. The moment she turned, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. When Fairy Fox saw this, her eyes flashed. She bounced up from the ground and attacked Hu Qingzi from behind. Because it was a sudden attack, Hu Qingzi couldn't react in time and was instantly restrained by Fairy Fox. Let go of Fox Supremacy, Purple Myrtle, or I'll kill her. Fairy Fox held onto Hu Qingzi's neck tightly as she glared at Ning Qi and said sternly, Sly Fox, I gave you a way out, but you chose the path to death. Don't blame me, Hu Qingzi sighed. When Fairy Fox heard this, fear rose in her heart. Her life was in her hands, so why was she so calm? Without waiting for her to understand this point, Fairy Fox's head suddenly tilted back. Then, the nearby cultivators saw a bloody hole appear in the middle of her eyebrows. Then, Fairy Fox's pupils gradually dilated, and her lifeless body fell to the ground with a loud bang, turning into a white fox. When Cho Ying saw Fairy Fox die in front of him, a hint of heartache flashed in his eyes. But this trace of heartache was immediately replaced by fear. I promise you that from now on, Sky Fox Valley won't cause trouble for the little fox. Please let me down. Fox Supremacy, Purple Myrtle, suddenly said. Ning Qi smiled and released his hand. After Fox Supremacy, Purple Myrtle fell to the ground. There was a very obvious mark on her neck. She looked at Ning Qi deeply, then turned and left without looking at Hu Qingzi. When she passed by Fairy Jadewater, Fox Supremacy, Purple Myrtle paused for a moment, looked at Fairy Jadewater, then left the place. Fairy Jadewater, I'll keep my promise. Since you didn't die under my palm, you can leave now. Ning Qi smiled at Fairy Jadewater. What on earth did he get in the despair of death? Fairy Jadewater was deeply puzzled, but she did not stay there any longer. She prepared to leave with Cho Ying. Hey, wait a moment. You two might have misunderstood. I said Fairy Jadewater can leave. This young city, Lord hasn't even taken my palm. Where do you think you're going? Ning Qi's voice came from behind. The two of them froze. Cho Ying's face was filled with extreme fear as he looked at his master for help. Chapter 1810. Master won't let you die. You! Immortal Yu Shui frowned and wanted to plead for mercy, but he suddenly noticed a trace of anticipation in Ning Qi's eyes. He was slightly stunned and immediately kept his mouth shut. Master, save me. Cho Ying quickly asked for help when he realized that Immortal Yu Shui was about to give up on him. Don't be afraid. Your master made a pact with me with a single palm strike. Today, I will also make a pact with you with a single palm strike. If you can survive my palm strike, I will let you leave this place safely. I will not go back on my word. Ning Qi smiled, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Huh! Immortal Yu Shui looked at Ning Qi with an ugly expression. The surrounding cultivators whispered among themselves. Some of the newcomers didn't know Immortal Yu Shui's identity, but when they found out about her true identity from others, they were shocked. The city lord of Jade Water City, a 9 tribulation creator, was at a disadvantage in front of this young cultivator? Go. Immortal Yu Shui said calmly. Master, how? How can I take a palm from him? Cho Ying was terrified and regretful. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have come even if he had died. Master won't let you die. Don't worry. Immortal Yu Shui transmitted his voice. Cho Ying's eyes were filled with hope. He thought that Immortal Yu Shui still had some trump card that could save his life. Thinking of this, Cho Ying gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward, staring at Ning Qi. Come on, I'll take a palm from you. Good, you've got guts. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He casually threw out a palm, but the space around him shattered. When the palm landed on Cho Ying's body, his skin and flesh shattered along with the space around him, turning into a white skeleton. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. Even though Cho Ying's cultivation wasn't considered top tier in the 9 desolation realms, he was still a 7 tribulation creator, which was a lot stronger than most of the cultivators present. Yet such an existence was easily smashed into a pile of bones by his opponent. It was utterly terrifying. Honored Immortal Yu Shui looked at this scene indifferently. After Cho Ing died, he nodded at Ning Chi and turned to leave without any reluctance. This old man is really patient. Ning Chi looked at his back with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Far away in the void, a figure stood quietly. He had seen everything from Fox supremacy, Myrtle being suppressed by Ning Chi, to Cho Ing being killed by Ning Chi. After Immortal supremacy, Jade Water left. The owner of the figure took a deep look at Ning Chi before turning to leave. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing a 7 Tribulation creator. 100 creation points are rewarded. The system notification sounded. Ning Chi curled his lips. He was already a 7 Tribulation creator, and if he wanted to break through to the 8 Tribulation creator realm, he would need 100 million fortune points. Hence, 100 fortune points was like a drop in the bucket to Ning Chi. Simply killing people for fortune points was no longer an easy path to walk. He needed something similar to the impassable Godstone to break through to the 8 Tribulation creator realm in a short period of time. However, such an opportunity was hard to come by in 10,000 years, and it was hard to say if he would have such luck the next time. Senior Ning, Shi Yanqin took a step forward and looked at Ning Chi carefully. She had also changed the way she addressed Ning Chi, from Brother Ning to Senior Ning. After witnessing how Ning Chi easily suppressed Fox supremacy Myrtle, Shi Yanqin had already regarded Ning Chi as a 9 Tribulation creator. As for the aura of a 7 Tribulation creator, it was definitely a disguise. Brother Snake, you don't have to be so polite. Ning Chi smiled. Senior Ning, my cultivation base is too low. How could I dare to call you brother? Shi Yanqin said respectfully. Up to you. Do you have anything else? If not, I'm going to leave. Ning Chi smiled. Senior Ning, if the leader of the blood puppet race is infected by the soul-devouring worms, I'm afraid it won't take long for the entire blood puppet race to turn into soul-devouring worms. I wonder if Senior Ning can help me get rid of all the soul-devouring worms in the blood puppet race. If Senior Ning has any instructions for me in the future, I won't dare disobey. Shi Yanqin looked at Ning Chi expectantly. Even if I help you get rid of the soul-devouring worms, can you guarantee that Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo won't cause trouble for you? He was watching over there just now. Ning Chi smiled and pointed to the void in the distance. When Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo had arrived, Ning Chi had sensed an aura that was very similar to the aura of the hidden immortal perfected being. However, this aura was much stronger, so he didn't need to look to know who it was. What? Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo just arrived? But why? Why didn't he attack Ning Chi? Shi Yanqin didn't finish her sentence, but she already knew the answer in her heart. She looked at Ning Chi with even more respect. Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo probably didn't make a move because he wasn't confident. Senior Ning's combat strength might have already reached the level of a Yuan Venerate. Shi Yanqin recalled how he had easily suppressed Fox, Venerate Ziwei, and sent Immortal Venerate Jade Water flying with a single palm strike. Shi Yanqin felt that her conjecture was absolutely correct. Senior, I really don't know any other way to protect the blood puppet race, Shi Yanqin smiled bitterly. Move. Ning Chi chuckled. Move all of you away from the 9 great desolations. Only then will the blood puppet race be safe. Move away from the 9 great desolations. The faces of Shi Yanqin and the others changed slightly. The blood puppet race had been in the 9 great desolations for tens of thousands of years. Their roots were all here. Where could they go if they moved away from the 9 great desolations? There was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. At that moment, Shi Wuming said softly, Uncle Yanqin, Senior Ning is right. The safest place for the blood puppet race is to leave the 9 great desolations. Otherwise, if Yuan Venerate Heavenly Goo is around, the blood puppet race might be in danger of becoming soul-devouring worms. But where can we go? Shi Yanqin was perplexed. Shi Wuming was a rare supreme talent of the blood puppet race. His words naturally carried some weight. Shi Yanqing was already tempted, but he was still a little uncertain about the future of the blood puppet race. Brother Shi, how many people are there in your race? Ning Qi asked with a smile. There are about 300 pure bloodlines and a few thousand mixed bloodlines, Shi Yanqing said. Then let me introduce you to a place. If Brother Shi doesn't mind, you can live like at home there. Ning Qi smiled. Shi Yanqing's eyes lit up. If he wasn't wrong, Ning Qi was trying to recruit them? Senior Ning, shall we discuss this in detail? Shi Yanqing asked cautiously. Time is precious. Let's talk as we walk. Chapter 1811. A counter-charge blood python desolate domain in this primeval forest. One could see huge pythons that were as thick as buckets and over 100 feet long. These pythons basically did not have any intelligence. However, they possessed the power of Do Dan realm, eternal life realm, and even law phase realm. Some of them were hanging high up on the branches of the huge trees. Their ice-cold eyes were motionlessly staring in a certain direction, as if they were waiting for the arrival of their prey. Some of them were roaming in the forest, like guards guarding their territory. In the place where I was, the demonic beasts had the ability to take human form and gain intelligence before reaching Do Dan realm. These pythons may be strong, but they are muddle-headed. I am afraid that they will only gain intelligence after breaking through to the Creator realm. Senior Ning is right. Our snake clan is the most difficult to gain intelligence among the thousands of clans. Perhaps we are born this way. According to the legends, the ancestor of the blood python clan was a small snake that cultivated to the 9 calamity creator realm. He finally broke through the bottleneck and ascended to the heavens. That was how the bloodline of the blood python clan improved. After that, each of our clansmen was born with intelligence, just like the human clan. Shi Yanqing said respectfully. Tens of thousands of pythons retreated wherever Ning Qi and his group passed. Although they did not have intelligence, they could feel the royal aura from Shi Yanqing and the others. Soon, after passing through the primeval forest, they saw a huge city that looked like an ancient giant beast in the mountain range. Senior Ning, that is the blood python city. When I came out last time, I have confirmed that there were 50 clansmen who had changed their temperament. I wonder if there were any changes this time. Shi Yanqing's eyes flashed with worry. Your blood python clan should have another 9 calamity creator besides the clan leader. However, I can only feel the aura of 1 9 calamity creator. Where is the other one? Ning Qi said faintly. A trace of hesitation flashed in Snake Flame Heart's eyes, as if she was making a very important decision. Seeing this, Hu Qingzi could not help but mock. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. Senior Ning, our blood mantis tribe does indeed have 2 venerable pythons. The other one is currently in the ectasis stage and is personally suppressed by the patriarch in the blood pool. During this period of time, venerable python seems to be dead. Even if an enemy arrives here, she will not be able to wake up. This information is only known by the upper echelons of our blood mantis tribe. We are afraid that if news of this spreads, the enemies of our blood mantis tribe will take the opportunity to seek revenge. However, I do not know if venerable python has already been parasitized by the soul-devouring insects. Shi Yanqing said in a low voice, A venerable python has entered the ectasis stage? Your bloodmane clan has offended a lot of enemies. Normally, with 2 venerable pythons around, no one would dare to come and seek revenge. If this news were to spread, I can guarantee that in less than a month, the entire bloodmane desolate domain would be flattened. Hu Cheng exclaimed, Blood pool. Oh, I see it. Ning Qi nodded. His divine consciousness entered the huge city, and he did find an extremely cold place. There was a huge pool there, and the water inside was red. However, there was no smell of blood. Obviously, it was not real blood. In the depths of the water, there was a huge shadow looming. It should be Lord Python who had entered the ectasis period. Senior Ning, shall we enter the city? Shi Yanqing asked. Yes. Ning Chi nodded. With Shi Yanqin leading the way, entering the blood python city was very smooth. When the cultivators of the python clan who were guarding the city saw Shi Yanqin and the others, their arrogant and domineering faces immediately turned into respectful expressions. The duties of guarding the city were basically done by the snake cultivators of various clans. The blood mantis tribe was only responsible for cultivation. A few of the younger generation would volunteer to become the guards of the elders of the tribe, just to receive guidance from the elders at any time. After all, there were only 300 people in the blood mantis tribe. However, there were more than 100,000 snake cultivators in this huge city. There were even quite a number of human cultivators. After entering the city, as long as the cultivators saw Shi Yanqin and the others, their eyes would be filled with respect. Along the way, everyone automatically made way for them. No one dared to come within 3 zhang of Ning Chi and the others. Senior Ning, do you want to go to my residence first? Shi Yanqin asked. Go directly to the place where your patriarch lives. Also, gather your clansmen. I want to see how many of them have been parasitized by the soul-devouring worms. Ning Chi said, Yes. Shi Yanqin nodded. Under Shi Yanqin's lead, the group soon arrived at the inner city where the blood mantis tribe lived. Ordinary cultivators were not qualified to enter this place. After verifying Shi Yanqin's identity, the guards of the inner city let them in. When they looked at Ning Chi and the others coldly, a strange look flashed through their eyes. Those 2 guards have also been parasitized by the soul-devouring worms. Ning Chi said lightly, Even they! Shi Yanqin's face turned ugly. It seemed that the soul-devouring worms did not only parasitize the blood mantis tribe. The other snake cultivators had also become their targets. Hey, Cousin Wu Ming, Uncle Yan XN, why did you suddenly return to the inner city? A group of cultivators came from the opposite side. The leader had long and narrow eyes. Although he was in human form, his face looked like a snake's face. This person's aura was deep and profound, much stronger than Shi Wuming's. It was comparable to Shi Yanqin's, and even slightly stronger. Senior Ning, this person is the patriarch's son. Shi Wuxue, has he also been parasitized by the soul-devouring worms? Shi Yanqin ignored the other and looked at Ning Chi and transmitted her voice. Yes. Ning Chi nodded lightly. Seeing this, Shi Yanqin suddenly had an idea. He smiled at Shi Wuxue and said, Wuxue, this time something big happened in the despair land of death. I have an important news to announce. Can Wuxue help gather all the clansmen in the blood python city and bring them to the holy land of the clan? Important news? Shi Wuxue's eyes flashed with suspicion. He glanced at Ning Chi and Hu Cheng, smiled and said to Shi Yanqin, It's nothing. Then I'll trouble Wuxue. Shi Yanqin nodded with a smile. Shi Wuxue gave Ning Chi a deep look, then turned around and left with the other cultivators. Under Shi Yanqin's guidance, Ning Chi and the others arrived at the holy land of the blood python clan. From time to time, there would be cultivators of the clan breaking through the air. Clearly, Shi Wuxue's reputation in the clan was very high. In just half an hour, all the cultivators of the clan had reached the holy land. At this time, a middle-aged cultivator appeared above everyone. When Shi Yanqin saw him, he subconsciously looked at Ning Chi. Patriarch, the cultivators of the blood python clan saluted the middle-aged man. Lord Father, Uncle Yanqin said he has an important announcement. Shi Wuxue appeared beside the middle-aged cultivator. I also have an important announcement. Shi Yanqin betrayed the blood python clan and colluded with outsiders to harm the clan. Today, I will personally suppress him. I hope everyone will take this as a warning. The middle-aged cultivator said lightly. Chapter 1812. Escape. I betrayed the blood abyssal clan. When Shi Yanqin heard the middle-aged cultivator's words, A hint of anger appeared in her eyes. Shi Wuming and the others looked at the middle-aged cultivator in shock and anger. They were a little nervous. Although Ning Qi was right beside them, they were facing the strongest expert of the Blood Abyssal clan, as well as the supreme ruler, the Snake Monarch. Shi Yanxin, how dare you betray the Blood Abyssal clan? The nearby cultivators of the Blood Abyssal clan looked at Shi Yanxin angrily. Their cold eyes swept over Ning Qi. I can smell the scent of a human cultivator. It's that guy. I didn't expect Shi Yanxin to betray us. Damn it. Clan leader, please suppress Shi Yanxin as a warning to others. Don't be fooled by this person. He's not our clan leader. He's a soul-devouring bug. Shi Yanxin said angrily. The cultivators of the Blood Abyssal clan were stunned. They looked at Shi Yanxin as if he was a lunatic. At the same time, their eyes were filled with ridicule. In their view, Shi Yanxin had started to bite others recklessly after being exposed as a traitor by their clan leader. What a joke! How could their clan leader be a soul-devouring bug? The Snake Monarch sovereign and Shi Wuxue stared at Shi Yanxin and the others with contempt in their eyes. At this moment, for silhouettes broke through the air. Without saying a word, they directly rushed toward Shi Yanxin and the others. Shi Yanxin's eyes revealed a trace of anger. Before he could act, an aura soared into the sky and a white light circled in the air. Puff! 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 The four figures fell heavily to the ground. Their heads separated from their bodies. Hiss! Seeing the scene, the cultivators of the Blood Abyssal clan gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. The four people just now were the only 8th Tribulation Blood Abyssal of the Blood Abyssal clan. Their cultivation was second only to the Snake Monarch and Venerable Python. They were also the personal guards of the Snake Monarch. Such a powerful existence was killed by a human cultivator? Damn it! Shi Yanxin really betrayed the clan. At this moment, they completely believed that Shi Yanxin had betrayed the Blood Abyssal clan. Otherwise, why would the human cultivators he brought attack the Blood Abyssal clan? Shi Wuxue coldly looked at Ning Qi, a trace of dread flashing in his eyes. Then he looked at the Snake Monarch, waiting for him to give the order. Look, are they soul-devouring insects? Shi Yanxin suddenly pointed at the 4 corpses on the ground and roared. Everyone instinctively looked over, only to see 4 huge bugs emerging from the 4 corpses, flying towards where the Snake Monarch was. However, halfway through their flight, they were sliced into 2 by a saber gleam. With a bang, they disappeared from the world. Camouflage. This was a smokescreen. Shi Yanxin, as a member of the Blood Puppet clan, not only did you betray your clan, but you also want to frame the clan leader. How should you be punished? Some of the Blood Abyssal clan cultivators still couldn't believe what they were seeing. They roared angrily at Shi Yanxin. Their gazes were like swords as they stared at Shi Yanxin, wishing they could chop her into minced meat on the spot. However, some of the older Blood Abyssal cultivators looked at this scene with slight surprise. At the same time, the Snake Monarch's strange behavior over the past several thousand years surfaced in their minds. In the next moment, these cultivators abruptly raised their heads and looked at the Snake Monarch in disbelief. Fool! Haven't you all noticed the clan leader's strange behavior over the past few years? Shi Yanxin said angrily. Brother Snake, most of the Blood Puppet clan cultivators who are possessed by the soul-devouring insects are here. After I kill these soul-devouring insects, you can explain to your clansmen. Ning Qi said indifferently. Thank you, Senior Ning. Shi Yanxin glanced at the clansmen who still misunderstood him, then respectfully bowed to Ning Qi. Arrogant. Let's see how the clan leader will suppress a mere human cultivator. Shi Yanxin, you won't die so easily. How dare you betray our Blood Puppet clan? We will make you beg for death. The cultivators cursed. Ning Qi smiled. His figure flickered on the spot. In just a breath's time, more than 70 blood abyssal clan cultivators suddenly fell to the ground. Their heads had already disappeared. These cultivators were either newly ascended geniuses or those who had been cultivating for many years. Their cultivation levels ranged from 1 to 7 tribulations creator. The clansmen around them could not help but be horrified when they saw this scene. They couldn't even see how the other party had attacked, yet their own clansmen had died just like that. Immediately after, soul-devouring insects emerged from these corpses. They had seen their own clansmen being killed by Ning Qi, so they had shrieked and fled in all directions. Where can they run to? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. With a thought, the immortal Qi attached to the soul-devouring insects instantly exploded, turning them into ashes. Your status among the soul-devouring insects shouldn't be considered low, right? Only Yuan Venerate Heavenly Gu can suppress you. Since you knew that this would happen, why didn't you ask him to come and help? Ning Qi's gaze landed on the snake monarch. I didn't expect you to be stronger than the rumors say. The snake monarch said nonchalantly. The blood abyssal race cultivators who were still alive stared at the snake monarch in disbelief. They thought they had heard wrong. Did their patriarch just admit that he was a soul-devouring insect? Everyone, the patriarch died a long time ago. Now, a soul-devouring insect is hiding in his body. How long are you all going to be so stubborn? If I hadn't asked Senior Ning to come and kill these soul-devouring insects, the blood abyssal race would have been wiped out in no time. Shi Yanqing growled. Is the patriarch really a soul-devouring insect? Isn't this too inconceivable? Given the patriarch's cultivation base, how could his consciousness have been devoured by the soul-devouring insect? Wait, could it be that Yuan Venerate Heavenly Gu is also a soul-devouring insect? Did he sneak attack the patriarch? After figuring this out, the blood abyssal race cultivators ran behind Ning Qi and the others and stared at the two figures in the sky angrily. We've been discovered by them, Shi Wuxue said indifferently. You go first. I'll stay and deal with this kid. The snake monarch smiled. All right. Shi Wuxue nodded with a smile. The conversation between the two didn't sound like that of father and son at all. Instead, Shi Wuxue's status seemed to be higher. At this moment, the cultivators of the blood abyssal race finally believed that the scene in front of them was real. You should stay. Ning Qi smiled at Shi Wuxue. Ning Beixian, you can't keep me here. I only have one question for you. Do you really want to go against the soul-devouring insect race? Shi Wuxue looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Ning Qi didn't answer him. Instead, he gave him a slash. The saber light swept across Shi Wuxue's body. Shi Wuxue smiled faintly. I've said it before. You can't keep me here. Since you've decided to go against the soul-devouring race, then prepare to join us. Shi Wuxue revealed a strange smile. His body instantly disappeared. This isn't his main body. Ning Qi squinted his eyes. His opponent's means had even fooled him. It seemed that he had used an immortal race's divine ability. Chapter 1813. Venerable Snake. The snake monarch's attack engulfed Shi Yanqing and the others. The aura of the Nine Tribulation creator made them unable to move their bodies. However, in Ning Qi's opinion, the snake monarch's combat strength was weaker than the joyous Joy Demon Venerate and was about the same as Venerable Jade Water. In that case, there should be 3 levels of the Nine Tribulation creator. The first level was an ordinary Nine Tribulation, like the snake monarch. The second level was the level of the joyous Joy Demon Venerate, and the third level was the level of the Yuan Venerate. However, there were also strong and weak Yuan Venerates. For example, back in the Dead Man Valley, Tenacious Donkey was weaker than the Corpse Monarch. In the blink of an eye, the Serpent Monarch appeared in front of Ning Qi. It chose to engage in melee combat with Ning Qi. The blood energy of the blood-maned race was strong to begin with. Among the races that specialized in melee combat, it wasn't any weaker than the giant spirit race. The serpent monarch's fist landed directly on Ningqi's chest, causing a thunderous boom. That human race cultivator won't die just like that, right? The blood abyssal race cultivators standing behind Ningqi and the others watched this scene in horror. In their opinion, the physical strength of the human race was at the bottom of all the major races. Even human race cultivators who specialized in body tempering techniques couldn't compare to the blood abyssal race cultivators who hadn't specially tempered their bodies. Ningqi lowered his head and glanced at the fist that had landed on his chest before smiling at the snake monarch. "Is that all your strength?" Hiss! Xianqin and the others, who were standing closest to him, gasped and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. How strong is Senior Ning's physical body? He can even withstand the full force of the patriarch's punch so easily? The snake monarch's eyes flashed with fear. Before it could move, its arm was already grabbed by Ningqi. "It's my turn." Ningqi smiled and punched the snake monarch's stomach. The snake monarch's body immediately flew backwards. Because its arm was grabbed by Ningqi, it didn't fly out. It looked like a flag fluttering in the wind. Uft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Ningqi landed another punch on his stomach. This punch directly punched through the serpent monarch. The blood abyssal clan cultivators present were all in disbelief when they saw this. Although they knew that the serpent monarch might be a soul-devouring worm and was no longer their clan leader, they still felt a little uncomfortable watching the serpent monarch being heavily injured by Ningqi with just 2 punches. "Why must you go against my soul-devouring insect clan?" The snake monarch spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Ningqi. "I don't know. Maybe I just don't like him." Ningqi smiled. Suddenly his eyes moved, and he threw the snake monarch emperor in his hand to the ground and punched at the void nearby. A soul-devouring bug screamed and appeared from the void, falling heavily to the ground. Half of its head was smashed by Ningqi, and it was severely injured. Xianqin and the others noticed that although the snake monarch emperor was not dead, it seemed to have lost its mind, lying there without any movement. This insect is the soul-devouring insect that is controlling your clan leader. Right now, it has already left your clan leader's body. Therefore, your clan leader is like a walking corpse. Other than breathing, he can't do anything else. Ningqi explained calmly, then walked in front of the soul-devouring bug and lowered his head. "What is your goal? Are you planning to cause another calamity of cultivators, reproduce countless descendants, and control all the races in the central mainland?" Hiss, hiss, hiss! The soul-devouring bug let out a shrill cry and looked at Ningqi with hatred. "You don't want to speak human language? Then go on your way." Ningqi smiled and threw a palm at it. The soul-devouring insect didn't seem to think that Ningqi would kill it so decisively. A sliver of fear appeared in its eyes. With a miserable howl, it was turned into ashes by Ningqi and dissipated into the air. The cultivators of the blood abyssal clan subconsciously gulped when they saw this. Then a few cultivators could not help but walk to the snake monarch emperor to check its current state. After a while, they nodded the others, obviously agreeing with Ningqi's explanation. The clan leader's soul has been destroyed, but his body is still there. Perhaps there is a chance for him to develop a new consciousness in the future, Xianqin thought. "Leave him to me." A cold voice sounded from afar. Xianqin and the others looked in the direction of the voice, and their bodies shook. They quickly cupped their hands and bowed. "We greet Shi Lu, Venerable Python." They were pleasantly surprised. They did not expect Venerable Python, who had been in ectasis, to appear right after the snake monarch emperor died. He could take charge of the kindred situation. However, Xianqin was a little worried. She was afraid that this venerable python would be controlled by the soul-devouring bug like the snake monarch emperor. After seeing Ningqi shake his head, Xianqin heaved a sigh of relief. The person who came was a woman in red. From head to toe, there was not the slightest aura of a different species. She looked exactly like a human. Her appearance was excellent, but her expression was cold. She looked like an iceberg beauty. She slowly walked to the snake monarch emperor and lowered her head to look at him. Finally, her gaze fell on Ningqi, and she asked for his opinion. The snake monarch emperor is your clan leader. You don't have to ask me how you want to deal with him. Ningqi nodded lightly. Thank you, Shilu said expressionlessly. Ningqi smiled and did not say anything. From the aura of the woman, he could tell that her strength was a level higher than the snake monarch emperor. She was about the same level as the joyful demon exalted, maybe even stronger than him. With a thought, a trace of Shi Li's soul left her body and entered the snake monarch emperor's body. The heavily injured snake monarch emperor slowly stood up from the ground and stood behind Shi Lu like a puppet. How should I address you? Shi Lu looked at Ningqi, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Is she smiling? It seems like. Ningqi had a strange look on his face. It seemed like she had never smiled in her entire life. I am Ning Beixian. Ningqi smiled. At that moment, Shi Yanxin's lips moved slightly. Shi Lu nodded and said to Ningqi, Young Master Ning, the kindred will not be able to stay here as long as Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu, is alive. Therefore, I hope young Master Ning can bring us to a place where we can recuperate. Big brother, you are in luck. This is Venerable Python, an expert from my mother's era. Her seniority is even higher than the snake monarch emperors. Hu Qingzi said, Chapter 1814. I'm threatening you. All the cultivators of the blood abyssal race, including Shi Lu, entered Ningqi's good fortune domain. This was a display of great sincerity. After all, this was equivalent to placing their weaknesses in front of Ningqi. If Ningqi wanted to, with just a thought, other than Shi Lu, the other cultivators of the blood abyssal race would be instantly suppressed to death. Several months after Ningqi and Hu Qingzi left, the snake cultivators realized that there was no movement in the inner city. Even the cultivators guarding the city had disappeared. They mustered up their courage and went in to take a look, but they didn't find a single blood abyssal race cultivator. The entire blood python city was in chaos when this news spread. Some people fled the city out of fear because they didn't know what was going on. Some dared to plunder the cultivation resources that the blood python race didn't take with them and actually obtain some benefits. After another 3 to 5 months, this news spread throughout the 9 desolates. The royal families of the blood python desolates had all disappeared. Furthermore, the cultivators in various places didn't see any traces of the blood abyssal race cultivators. Many races started to suspect that the blood abyssal race had been exterminated overnight. You're letting them leave just like that? Shi Wuxiwe, who was standing beside Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu, asked. Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu, was expressionless. I can't see through Ning Beixuan's background. I won't do anything that I'm not fully confident about. If I was at my peak. Ha ha! Shi Wuxiwe's eyes flashed coldly. Yuan Venerate, Heavenly Gu, didn't say anything. Dao Expansion, Immortal City. Big brother, this is the legendary Dao Expansion, Immortal City. Are you planning to arrange for the blood abyssal race to cultivate here? Hu Qingzi looked around curiously. The degree of prosperity of Dao Expansion, Immortal City was countless times greater than the places she'd stayed in before. The streets were bustling with people, and the cries of vendors caused one to stop in their tracks out of curiosity. I'm here to do something. Ningqi smiled. Not long after that, he led Hu Cheng to a luxurious building. There was a huge horizontal inscribed board with a few big words written on it. Immortal King, Purgatory Palace. You stay here and order whatever you want. Ningqi arranged for Hu Qingzi to stay in a restaurant opposite Immortal King Pudu's palace. Then he walked toward the palace. When the guards at the door saw Ning Chi walking straight toward them, they wanted to scold him. But they suddenly realized that Ning Chi's aura of creation was somewhat terrifying. It was even much stronger than that of their master, Immortal King Pudu. "Senior, you are?" A guard cautiously stepped forward and asked, "Is Immortal King Pudu inside?" Ning Chi laughed. The guard nodded. "The Immortal King is receiving guests inside. If Senior wishes to see the Immortal King, you can report your name. I will go and inform him. Just say it's an old friend." Ning Chi said lightly. The guard revealed a troubled expression. But when he thought about how the other party's cultivation was much stronger than his celestial king, he didn't dare to say anything else and could only nod his head. Then he turned around and discussed with his colleagues and arranged for a guard to go and inform them of the situation. Ning Chi didn't have to wait long. Soon, the butler who had served Ning Chi before appeared again. When he saw Ning Chi, he was slightly startled, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. "So, it's the North Mystic Immortal King." The butler smiled. Ning Chi had killed the Immortal King Hun, he and the others, all those years ago. So the cultivators in Dao Development Immortal City were used to addressing Ning Chi as the North Mysterious Immortal King. Even though Ning Chi's cultivation hadn't attained the Immortal King realm at that time, so long as they watched the battle, no cultivator would doubt Ning Chi's combat strength. "Take me to see Immortal King Pudu." Ning Chi smiled. "North Mystic Immortal King, please." A strange look flashed in the butler's eyes, and he nodded with a smile. On the way, the butler tried to sound Ning Chi out. He deliberately asked Ning Chi about the delightful demon sex, wanted order out of curiosity. Ning Chi smiled and said nothing. "North Mystic Immortal King, our Immortal King is inside, but he is talking to a guest at the moment. Please wait for a moment, North Mystic Immortal King." The butler said. Ning Chi smiled and ignored him, walking straight into the reception hall. Inside the reception hall, two figures noticed that someone was walking straight in, and they both turned to look at him. Ning Beixian, Immortal King Pudu, narrowed his eyes slightly. When the other person saw Ning Chi, he looked slightly shocked, but an imperceptible killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ning Chi glanced at his attributes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Immortal King, I have already told the North Mystic Immortal King that he is meeting a guest, but the North Mystic Immortal King—" The butler followed closely into the hall and smiled bitterly at Immortal King Pudu. "It's fine. You can leave now." Immortal King Pudu smiled and waved his hand. "Yes." The butler turned and left. Before he left, he looked at Ning Chi with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Brother Ning, I thought you were busy running for your life. Why do you have time to come to my mansion today? As far as I know, a great elder of the delightful demon sect is visiting a friend in Dao Development Immortal City." Immortal King Pudu looked at Ning Chi with a faint smile. "I have something to confirm, so I came to visit Immortal King Pudu while passing by. You must be Pill Saint Emerald Sea, right? You've been famous for a long time." Ning Chi's gaze fell on the guest of the North Mystic Immortal King. He was none other than Alchemy Venerable Blackwater's master, Pill Saint Emerald Sea. In the Alchemist Alliance, he was considered one of the Pill Saints with a high status, just below the Alchemy Emperor. "Yes, I am Pill Saint Emerald Sea. I've heard about Commander North Mystic for a long time. I finally get to meet you today." Pill Saint Emerald Sea looked at Ning Chi indifferently. From the way he addressed Ning Chi, it was obvious that he did not like Ning Chi. He must be holding a grudge against Alchemy Venerable Blackwater for being turned into a dog-headed man by Ning Chi, Commander and Pill Saint. In the Alchemist Alliance, the latter was obviously much higher. Immortal King Pudu glanced at the two of them with a faint smile on his lips. "Both of you are geniuses of the Alchemist Alliance. It's fate that we finally meet today. However, I'm very curious. What brings you here today, Brother Ning?" "Nothing much. I just want to know, where great sage, profound truth, and Jian Shilai went after coming out of the Void Realm. Ning Qi smiled. Haven't I already told you about this? The two of them left Dao Development Immortal City on their own. As for where they went, I don't know either, Immortal King Pudu said indifferently. Immortal King Pudu, you only have one chance. Immortal King Pudu, you only have one chance. Ning Qi looked at him indifferently. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the hall became a little tense. Pale Saint Emerald C narrowed his eyes slightly. Was Ning Beixian threatening Immortal King Pudu? Brother Ning, are you threatening me? Immortal King Pudu frowned slightly. Yes, I am threatening you. I already know where Great Sage Profound Truth and the others went. I just want to confirm it. Immortal King Pudu, why don't you tell me? Chapter 1815. Ma Xinglong. Emerald Sea, Alchemy. Saint remained silent. When he saw that Ning Qi was directly threatening Immortal King Pudu, he finally witnessed how arrogant Ning Beixian was. What I told you is the truth. Brother Ning asked me to be honest, but I really don't know what to say. If Brother Ning doesn't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Please go ahead, Immortal King Pudu said lightly. Perhaps you will change your mind. Ning Qi smiled and walked straight toward Immortal King Pudu. Are you planning to attack me in Dao Development Immortal City? I'm not someone like Immortal King Hung He. Immortal King Pudu snorted coldly. The next moment, a terrifying aura rose from his body. He was a 7 Tribulation Master of Creation. Emerald Sea Alchemy. Saint was slightly taken aback. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Everyone thought that Immortal King Pudu was a 6th Tribulation Master of Creation. They didn't expect that he had secretly advanced to the 7 Tribulation Master of Creation. During this period, no one had heard of him. What do you think? Immortal King Pudu looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Brother Ning, the moment you came in, I'm afraid someone has already sent a message to the delightful demon sect. I advise you to leave Dao Development Immortal City as soon as possible. You still have a chance of survival. A 7 Tribulation Master of Creation. He is indeed much stronger than Immortal King Hung, he and his group. Ning Qi nodded. After a pause, the corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly, and a mocking look appeared in his eyes. His figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Immortal King Pudu. A hint of shock and anger flashed in Immortal King Pudu's eyes. This guy really dared to attack him here? Was he tired of living? A hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. A mighty power of creation swept out of his body, ready to suppress Ning Qi. Ning Beixian, you are too arrogant. A 7 Tribulation Master of Creation and a 6 Tribulation Master of Creation cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Before he could finish his words, Immortal King Pudu was stunned. Then, an aura that was dozens of times more terrifying than him swept toward him like a wave. How was this possible? Puff! Boom! Alchemy Saint Emerald C crushed the armrest of his chair nervously. He stared at the scene in front of him with his mouth agape. The 7 Tribulation Creator, Immortal King Pudu, was lying on the ground in a sorry state. The chair he was sitting on was also broken into pieces. Ning Qi stood next to Immortal King Pudu and looked down at him. Well, so what if you are a 7 Tribulation Creator? Your cultivation! Immortal King Pudu raised his head with difficulty and tried to get up, but Ning Qi stepped on his back again. The terrible force made Immortal King Pudu spit out another mouthful of blood. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Outside, the butler heard the commotion inside and couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Ning Beixian, you definitely don't know that our Immortal King has already broken through to become a 7 Tribulation Creator, right? Inside the hall. Where did Great Sage Profound Truth and the others go? Are you going to tell us? Ning Qi said lightly. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea. Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea, did I allow you to leave? Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea had already stood up from his chair and was about to leave the place quietly when he saw Ning Chi looking at him. A trace of fear appeared on his face. North Mystic Immortal King, the matter between you and Immortal King Pudu has nothing to do with me. Haha, call me Commander. It sounds more intimate. Why are you calling me Immortal King? Ning Chi said, sarcastically. A trace of embarrassment flashed in Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea's eyes. He didn't know how to answer Ning Chi. The main reason was that Ning Chi's method of suppressing Immortal King Pudu in an instant made him feel extremely terrified. Being stepped on by Ning Chi, Immortal King Pudu felt as if he was being crushed by 10,000 mountains. Even his bones were creaking. If Ning Chi continued to step on him for a while longer, he felt that all his bones and internal organs would be turned into minced meat. His heart was filled with shock and fear, and there was also a hint of confusion. How did Ning Chi's strength increase to such a level in just a few years? This must be the power of an 8 tribulation creator. As long as I can buy some time, the Grand Elder of the Joyful Demon Sect will come here. With this thought in mind, Immortal King Pudu raised his head with difficulty. Ning Beixian, let's talk this out. Let me go first. I'll tell you what you want to know. That's right. I'm talking to you nicely. Why are you forcing me to attack you? Ning Chi smiled and withdrew his foot from Immortal King Pudu's back. Immortal King Pudu immediately let out a long sigh, and a crackling sound came from his body. He stood up from the ground in bewilderment. After a few moments of silence, he said in a low voice, I do know the whereabouts of great sage Xuanjin and Jian Shilai, but this matter is of great importance. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to save them. Tell me, Ning Chi said indifferently. They are in the immortal prison. Immortal King Pudu said. After saying that, he noticed that Ning Chi didn't seem to be shocked at all. He immediately became bewildered. Could it be that what Ning Chi said earlier was true? He already knew the whereabouts of the two, and he came here just to confirm it? I already know that they are in the immortal prison. I just want to know why they were imprisoned there. I wonder if Immortal King Pudu can explain this to me? Ning Chi said indifferently. This matter. Immortal King Pudu looked hesitant. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared at the gate. When Immortal King Pudu saw this, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He looked at Ning Chi and said with a sneer, If I was in a good mood, I might tell you. But now I'm not in a good mood. Elder Ma, you're finally here. This is Ning Beixian, the wanted criminal of the Joyful Demon Sect. He cupped his hands in the direction of the gate of the Pudu Celestial Dynasty. When Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea saw this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. There was also a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. The Joyful Demon Sect only had one great elder with the surname Ma Xinglong. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and before he broke through to the creation realm, he was already an 8 tribulation creator. What's going on? When the steward who followed Ma Xinglong into the hall saw that Immortal King Pudu was in a sorry state, while Ning Chi didn't have a single wound on him, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Ma Xinglong nodded at Immortal King Pudu, then glanced at Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea, and finally at Ning Chi. You are Ning Beixian? Ning Chi looked at him, then at Immortal King Pudu. He immediately laughed and said, Yes, I am Ning Beixian. Hand over the Joyful Demon Gourd and follow me back to the Joyful Demon Sect to receive your punishment. Ma Xinglong said indifferently. It seems that you haven't received the news from the despair of death. Ning Chi sighed. Oh, what news? Why don't you tell me now? Ma Xinglong said indifferently. All the cultivators of your Joyful Demon Sect in the despair of death are dead. Don't you know about this? Ning Chi said with a smile. Chapter 1816. It's true. If Elder Ma doesn't believe me, you can ask a few cultivators from the 9 desolations. Ning Chi said with a smile. Ma Xinglong was very close to him, so close that Ning Qi could kill him at any time. Impossible! Who dares to touch my joyful demon sect? You're lying. Ma Xinglong stared at Ning Qi as if trying to find a flaw in him. However, Ning Qi maintained a faint smile on his face and looked at him. Immortal King Pudu and Pale Saint Emerald Sea were also a little shocked. Immortal King Pudu had been to the realm of death before, so he knew how powerful the joyful demon sect was. They had 2 8 tribulation creators, and one of them, the great elder named Han Jian, was much stronger than Ma Xinglong. How could such a force be wiped out? Could it be that the other 6 sects had done it? Thinking of this, the 2 of them subconsciously looked at each other. The impact of this matter was too great. Today was the first time they had heard of this news, and it would not do them any good. Tell me, who dares to touch my joyful demon sect? Is it possible that even Han Jian is dead? Ma Xinglong said coldly. Yes, they're all dead. Not a single one is left. Ning Qi said with a smile. Who is it? Ma Xinglong's expression gradually turned solemn. If this matter was true, it meant that at least one of the forces had targeted the joyful demon sect. However, Ma Xinglong couldn't figure it out. Would the other 6 sects just watch as the joyful demon sect was annihilated? Unlike Immortal King Pudu and Pale Saint Emerald Sea, he had never suspected the other 6 sects from the beginning. Unless they wanted to start a war, they would never do anything to the joyful demon sect. That person is me. Ning Qi gave him a bright smile. Ma Xinglong was stunned. Then anger surged in his eyes. Are you kidding me? Before his voice had died away, he threw a punch at Ning Qi's head. He used all his strength in this punch. Obviously, he planned to kill Ning Qi on the spot. The mighty power of creation spread all over his fist. When Immortal King Pudu saw this, he let out a sigh in his heart. If he was hit by this punch, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Ning Qi smiled and threw a punch at Ma Xinglong's fist. With a loud bang, the 2 fists collided. Ma Xinglong was stunned for a moment and looked at his fist in disbelief. Hiss, how could this be? The other 3 people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Ma Xinglong's arm in disbelief. They saw the flesh and blood on his fist falling to the ground, revealing the white bones within. Even his sleeves had turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm had turned into white bones. Then, the white bones turned into powder and floated to the ground. Ma Xinglong was shocked and angry. He wanted to retreat, but Ning Qi stepped forward and said with a smile, "Want to leave?" Under Ma Xinglong's horrified gaze, Ning Qi punched him 3 times in a row on the forehead, head, and stomach. The punches that were powerful enough to kill a 9 tribulations creator landed on Ma Xinglong's body. The outcome was already decided. In front of everyone in the hall, his entire body turned into bones, just like his arm. Even his divine soul was shattered. It's your turn. Ning Qi smiled and walked toward Immortal King Pudu, who was dumbfounded and had yet to come to his senses. I'll tell you everything. Immortal King Pudu came to his senses and looked at Ning Qi in horror. He was sure that he was not dreaming. But how could Ning Beixian be so powerful that even an 8 tribulations creator could not withstand a few punches from him? How was this possible? Pale Saint Emerald Sea and the steward stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. They looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. Tell me. Ning Qi walked up to Immortal King Pudu and stopped in front of him. The great sage Xuanjin and Jian Shilai were thrown into the immortal prison on the orders of the Tao Yen Celestial Lord. However, according to what I know, this matter is related to Yuan Venerate Sangji. That's all I know. Oh yes, Yuan Venerate Sangji knows divination techniques. Brother Ning, this is all I know. I was just following orders from the beginning. Immortal King Pudu looked at Ning Qi sincerely and said, Yuan venerate Sangji? Does this have anything to do with him? A cold glint flashed in Ningqi's eyes. Suddenly, he slapped Immortal King Pudu on the head. Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea and the steward watched in horror as Immortal King Pudu was turned into ashes by Ningqi's slap. Not even a trace of him was left behind. This scene was even more horrifying than the death of Ma Xinglong. You, the Immortal King, already told you everything. So why did you still kill him? Going back on your word? After recovering from the shock, the steward of Immortal King Purgatory's face was filled with grief and indignation. From the beginning to the end, did you hear me say that I wanted to spare his life? The corners of Ningqi's mouth curved up slightly, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Commander Beixian, my disciple was reckless and offended you. I hope you can be magnanimous and put an end to this misunderstanding between us, okay? Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea took a deep breath and looked at Ningqi sincerely, hoping that Ningqi would believe his sincerity in resolving the feud. You wish. Ningqi sneered. Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea's eyes were filled with terror. He quickly said, Commander Beixian, you and I belong to the Alchemist Alliance. The Alliance has a rule that forbids us from attacking our colleagues. When your disciple violated this rule, didn't you discipline him properly? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Ningqi snorted coldly. With a thought, Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea's head exploded in an instant, and his headless body fell heavily to the ground. When the steward saw this, he let out a terrified howl. His body turned into a stream of light and flew out of the hall. However, before he could even touch the threshold, he fell heavily to the ground, and his head rolled far away. In the restaurant opposite the Kittigarba Immortal King Palace, Ningqi walked to Hu Qingzi, who was eating and drinking, and said with a faint smile, the matter here is settled. Let's go. So fast? Hu Qingzi felt that he was not full yet, so he reluctantly left the restaurant with Ningqi. Not long after they left Dao Development Immortal City, someone in the Kittigarba Immortal King Palace finally noticed something strange in the reception hall. Not long after, a group of guards appeared in the reception hall. The leader of the guards looked at the two corpses on the ground with a livid expression. The steward and Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea are dead. There's a pile of white powder here, and the Immortal King is nowhere to be seen. Quickly go and find the Immortal King. I'll go to the Dao Development Immortal Palace to send a message. The leader of the guards ordered his subordinates, then left the Kittigarba Immortal King Palace in a hurry and sped in the direction of the Dao Development Immortal Palace. As the matter was of great importance, he was slightly distracted and almost bumped into Immortal King Ox at the entrance of the Dao Development Immortal Palace. Why are you in such a hurry? What happened in the Kittigarba Immortal Palace? Chapter 1817. Emperor's son, Immortal Emperor Ox Sovereign? The guard leader's face lit up with joy, and he quickly told him what had happened in Immortal King Pudu Palace in a low voice. Immortal King Niu frowned slightly. 2 people from Immortal King Pudu Palace were killed, and Immortal King Pudu had disappeared. No matter how he looked at it, this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Take me there, Immortal King Ox said solemnly. In the reception hall of the Kittigarba Immortal King Palace, Immortal Emperor Niu examined the 2 corpses and the pile of white bone dust. After that, he rose to his feet and walked around the reception hall. The guards of Immortal King Pudu Palace fixed their eyes on Immortal Emperor Niu, hoping that he could find some clues. 3 people died. As for where Immortal King Pudu went, I don't know for the time being. Do you know who the 3rd person is? Immortal King Ox said faintly. Whether it was the housekeeper or the Emerald Sea Pill Saint, they were both dispensable figures in the eyes of Immortal King Bull. If they had died somewhere else, Immortal King Bull might not even have questioned them. However, Immortal King Pudu had always liked to keep a low profile. It was said that he had recently broken through to the 7 Tribulation Creator Realm. If someone could kill his guests and his housekeeper in the reception hall without making any noise, it meant that the person who did it was most likely an 8 tribulation creator. Now that immortal King Pudu had disappeared, immortal King Bull guessed that he had been captured. No matter who the other party was, they didn't say anything in Tao Expansion Immortal City before making a move against an immortal king that was conferred a title by the Tao Evolution Immortal Emperor. And this was something that immortal King Ox couldn't tolerate. "There's one more person," the guard leader was slightly startled. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Not long ago, a cultivator came to visit the immortal king. The guard leader paused momentarily before furrowing his brows. However, this cultivator is most likely not the owner of this pile of bone dust, as he managed to leave the immortal king palace unscathed. Who is that cultivator? Immortal King Ox's eyes gradually turned cold. Ning Beixian. He's the wanted criminal of the Joyful Demon Sect. The guard leader said. Ning Beixian, the Paragon Ox Immortal King, was stunned for a moment. Then, his gaze became much more serious. "Are you sure it's him?" "I'm sure. The butler has seen Ning Beixian with his own eyes, so he recognized him as soon as he arrived." The guard leader nodded. "He came to Immortal King Kittigarba Palace without disguise. He didn't even hide his tracks when he left." This guy, Immortal King Ox, thought for a moment and continued to ask, "Given your Immortal King Pudu's personality, since he knew it was Ning Beixian, there's no reason for him not to inform the Joyful Demon Sect, right?" A trace of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the guard leader, and then he nodded. "We did indeed receive the manager's orders to notify Grand Elder Ma Xinglong, who's visiting a friend in Tao Expansion Immortal City. Go, see if Ma Xinglong is still in Tao Expansion Immortal City." Immortal Emperor Niu Zun said calmly. His gaze landed on the pile of bone dust. His heart was filled with doubt. If his guess was right, was Ning Beixian's strength really so terrifying that he could even kill an 8 tribulation creator? Before long, Pudu Immortal King Palace had sent out all their guards to search for Ma Xinglong. They even searched for his good friend, but no one knew where Ma Xinglong had gone. "Can't find it." Immortal Emperor Niu Zun's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he sent out a message. Not long after, a young cultivator walked into the reception hall casually. When the guards of Pudu Immortal King Palace saw this young man, they knelt on the ground respectfully and did not even dare to raise their heads. "Why are you looking for me?" The young cultivator glanced at the corpse on the ground, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Divine Lord." Immortal Emperor Niu Zun bowed respectfully, and then he described everything that had happened here and his guess. "Let me see." The young cultivator grabbed a handful of bone dust from the ground, rubbed it, and then put it under his nose to sniff it. In the end, he nodded and said, "There's indeed the smell of Ma Xinglong. You're right, Ma Xinglong died here as well. Come, tell me about the background of that fellow who's wanted by the Joyful Demon Sect. He's really interesting. He dared to kill the Grand Elder of the Joyful Demon Sect in Tao Expansion Immortal City, the Immortal King personally conferred by Master, and the Pill Saint of the Alchemist Alliance. Ha! I haven't encountered such an interesting thing in a long time. I intend to investigate this matter personally." Netherworld, Tao, Celestial Dynasty. Perfected Immortal Underworld, Tao Abode. This time, Ning Qi did not enter from the main entrance. He directly brought Hu Cheng to the courtyard where Meng Tianshu's aura was. Creak. The door slowly opened, and Meng Tianshu walked out of the room. He glanced at Hu Cheng, and then looked at Ning Qi with a smile. "I've brought you the head you wanted. Have you prepared the thing I want?" Ning Qi went straight to the point with a smile. "So fast? I thought it would take at least a few 100 years. Devil Yi, did he really die in your hands?" Meng Tianshu was slightly surprised. Ning Qi smiled. With a thought, the head of Devil Yi appeared in his hand. Devil Yi was not completely dead. As soon as he appeared, he immediately looked around. When he saw Meng Tianshu, he was instantly stunned, and his face was filled with extreme fear. Emperor! Meng Tianshu's expression turned cold. A cold aura swept out from his body and sealed Devil Ye's mouth. Then he took out a jade slip and took Devil Ye's head from Ning Chi's hand. Devil Ye's expression was twisted. When Ning Chi saw this, a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. He first checked the jade slip's authenticity, and after confirming that it contained information about the underworld, he looked at Meng Tianshu with a faint smile and said, "Sect leader Meng, it seems that your position in the underworld is not simple." "What position?" "Right now, I am just Meng Tianshu." Meng Tianshu smiled faintly. With a flip of his hand, he put away Devil Ye's head. Hu Chang looked at Meng Tianshu suspiciously and then looked at Ning Chi. He did not dare to believe it. Could it be that this person in front of him, who was not even a true immortal, was actually a cultivator of the underworld? How is this possible? Mother once said that cultivators of the underworld come and go without a trace. Even she is not sure if the underworld exists in this world. Although the transaction is over, I have something to ask Sect leader Meng. Ning Chi smiled. Go ahead. Meng Tianshu nodded with a smile. Whether a person can go to the underworld depends not on their soul, but on their physical body. Ning Chi smiled. If you have enough cultivation, where can't you go? Meng Tianshu did not answer directly. Ning Chi got the answer he wanted. He smiled and took Hu Chengzi with him as he flew through the air. Meng Tianshu stood where he was for a moment, then took out Devil Ye's head. Emperor, I was wrong. I beg you, for the sake of our past relationship, spare me this once. Devil, you looked at Meng Tianshu in fear and begged for mercy. Back then I saw that you were loyal, so I brought you to this world with me. I never thought that you would sneak attack me. You must not have known that I was still alive, right? Chapter 1818. Chapter 1818. Chapter 1818. White Bone, Villa Azure Dragon Continent. Mystic True Immortal Realm. Sishui Prefecture. Sai, back when the Wang family offended the 9 Nether Demon sect, the entire Mystic True celestial realm was in a state of panic. All the cultivators didn't dare to show their faces, as they were afraid that the cultivators of the 9 Nether Demon sect would kill the innocent in order to vent their anger. I didn't expect such a thing to happen again. I heard it's different this time. Didn't you notice that there are cultivators from the Joyous Demon sect everywhere in the Mystic True Immortal Realm? Apart from them, the Delightful Demon sect also brought dozens of subsidiary sections. They can be seen almost everywhere. Last time, a disciple of the Wang family accidentally killed an outer disciple of the 9 Serenities demon sect. But this time, what happened this time? I just came out of seclusion. How did the profound true immortal realm become like this in the blink of an eye? Since the Wang family offended the joyful demon sect, they should have been exterminated long ago. You don't understand. This time, the joyful demon sect issued a wanted order, and the wanted cultivator is a genius of the Wang family. No, he's not actually a disciple of the Wang family, because his surname is Ning. Ning Beixian, the son of Wang Muting and Feng Jiu, grandson of ancestor Wang Lin, great-grandson of great sage Xianzhen. Hiss! Some cultivators gasped in disbelief. If Ning Beixian really became a fugitive of the joyful demon sect, the Wang family would have been annihilated by now. I escaped the day the Wang family's ancestral city was sealed. In fact, the Wang family isn't weak at all. When the Delightful Demon sect made their move, I heard that a group of cultivators from the Wang family came as well. I think it's some alchemist alliance. Pill Emperor Subhoodie? I might not have heard their names clearly, but it's because of them that the Wang family wasn't directly killed. Are you sure it's Pill Emperor Subhoodie? A young cultivator, holding the hand of a little girl, walked up to the group of chatting cultivators and asked with a smile. The other party looked at the young cultivator warily. Seeing that he didn't look like a cultivator from the Joyous Demon sect or its affiliated sects, he nodded and said yes. Suddenly, a group of cultivators walked over from afar. They all wore red and black robes with a white bone embroidered on the cuffs. The leading cultivator looked very young, about 18 or 19 years old, but he emitted a terrifying aura. The cultivators nearby made way when they saw them because they were from the White Bone Villa, a subsidiary sect of the Joyful Demon sect. The entire Sishui prefecture was basically under the control of the White Bone Villa, and many innocent cultivators had died in their hands. One had to know that in the entire Azure Dragon continent, other than the Wong family, which seemed to have amassed of creation, the strongest powerhouse in the other places was only at the Transcendence Realm Perfected, which was already a great sage. However, any one of these cultivators from the central mainland was a master of creation. Mystic True Immortal Realm cultivators naturally didn't dare to offend them. What were you guys talking about just now? The group of cultivators that were chatting just now had already retreated to the side, waiting for the White Bone Villa cultivators to walk past. They didn't expect them to stop directly in front of them. The leading young cultivator with a cold expression asked directly. His eyes swept across the group like a poisonous snake, and finally stopped on the young cultivator holding the hand of the little girl for about 3 breaths of time. As senior, we were just chatting casually just now. We didn't say anything. The group trembled in fear. Didn't say anything? I think I heard you guys talking about the Joyous Demon sect and Ning Beixian. Do you guys know where Ning Beixian is? He's a wanted criminal of the Joyous Demon sect. Who knows where he is? Maybe he can be accepted by the Joyous Demon sect as an outer sect disciple. This is a great opportunity for you guys, the leading cultivator said with a faint smile. The group was shocked and quickly waved their hands. Anyone who dared to have anything to do with Ning Beixian would definitely end up with a broken body. You really don't know. All right then. The leading cultivator smiled and turned around to leave with the group. Before the group of cultivators could heave a sigh of relief, they suddenly stopped and slowly turned around. The nearby cultivators immediately showed a trace of pity in their eyes. The group of cultivators had obviously been targeted by the White Bone Villa. Even if they didn't die today, they would at least be skinned alive. You guys look unfamiliar. Have you just arrived? The leading cultivator looked at the 2 figures indifferently. When the group saw this, their eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of realization. So the White Bone Villa's targets were these 2 strangers. Yes, we've just arrived. Ning Qi smiled faintly and nodded. Look at you guys, you look like spies. Could it be that Ning Beixian sent you guys? Come with us. The leading cultivator smiled and then signaled his subordinates. His subordinates understood, and 3 of them walked towards Hu Qingzi, while only 1 walked towards Ning Qi. Wait, what makes you say that we're spies? Hu Qingzi frowned. If I say you're a spy, then you're a spy. Hee hee, you smell so good. It's like the smell of a fox. The leading cultivator looked at Hu Qingzi with a smile. Zhu Zi, so you're his target. Ning Qi smiled. How dare you? Your White Bone Villa is just a small sect in the central mainland. You don't even have a 3 tribulation creator in your sect. Why would the Joyous Demon sect bring trash like you to the mystic true celestial realm? I think you're a subsidiary sect of the Joyous Demon sect. In other words, you're just a small fry, right? Hu Qingzi sneered. The 2 cultivators who were walking toward him were startled and stopped in their tracks in bewilderment. When the surrounding cultivators heard Hu Qingzi's words, their faces immediately revealed a trace of shock. They stared at Hu Qingzi, dumbfounded. This little girl was too bold. She knew that the other party was a cultivator from the White Bone Villa, but she still dared to insult him? Wasn't she courting death? Who exactly are you? The leading cultivator stared at Hu Qingzi. Hu Qingzi of the Heavenly Fox Valley. Hu Qingzi said calmly. Heavenly Fox Valley? Could it be the Heavenly Fox Valley of the 9 Desolations regions? The other party was shocked and looked at Hu Qingzi with a trace of disbelief. The Heavenly Fox Valley was a force comparable to the 7 great sections. Why would they appear in such a remote and desolate place where no creator would want to stay for long? At least you have some knowledge. Hu Qingzi sneered. Humph. So what if it's the Heavenly Fox Valley? The prodigy of the joyous demon sect is in the mystic true celestial realm. I think you're indeed a spy. Suppress these 2 and bring them back for questioning. Chapter 1819. Chapter 1819. Chapter 1819. Neil and Kowtow. Looks like the 2 of them have an extraordinary background. The White Bones Mountain Manor cultivators were shocked for a few breaths of time. However, White Bones Mountain Manor has the advantage in numbers. No matter how powerful they are, they will be suppressed today. Everyone looked at Ning Qi and Hu Qingzi, curious about their background. However, they were not optimistic about their situation today. They thought that they would definitely be suppressed. When the White Bones Mountain Manor cultivators heard their leader's order, they looked at each other. In the next second, they attacked Ning Qi and Hu Qingzi together. Other than the leader, who was a master of creation, these people were only at the transcendence realm. Not to mention Ning Qi. Even Hu Qingzi could easily suppress them. Big brother, let me do it this time. Hu Qingzi attacked first. Her figure flashed past the group of cultivators like lightning. Then, she slowly landed on the ground and smiled without looking back. Fall. Pu. More than 10 White Bones Mountain Manor cultivators suddenly fell to the ground. Their heads rolled to the side. The nearby cultivators quickly retreated when they saw this. Then they looked at Hu Qingzi in disbelief. They did not expect a little girl who looked like she was only 10 years old to kill more than 10 White Bones Mountain Manor cultivators in the blink of an eye. You're also a master of creation? The only one who was still alive, the leader of the group, had a look of shock in his cold eyes. Then he looked at Hu Qingzi with fear. That's right. You just found out? Hu Qingzi looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Since you're a master of creation, I don't think you're a spy sent by Ning Beixian. Today was a misunderstanding. Why don't we just forget about it? The other party seemed to want to compromise. He forced a smile. Forget about it? You're dreaming. Hu Qingzi pretended to snort coldly. At this moment, her expression was somewhat similar to Ning Qi's. Zhu Zi, if you learn from me again, your boat will blossom. Ning Qi said calmly. All right, I won't learn from you. Hu Qingzi muttered, then pointed at the other party. You kneel. How dare you have evil thoughts about me? Do you think I can't tell because I'm young? Kneel and kowtow until I'm satisfied. Maybe I'll spare your life today. Kneel and kowtow. Even if you're the creator of the celestial Fox Valley, I won't kowtow to you. Don't forget that my White Bones villa came with the delightful demon sect. I've just sent out a message. It won't be long before the elders of my White Bones villa will rush here and suppress you. I already said that your White Bones Manor doesn't even have a single 3 tribulation creator. How can you suppress me? Hu Qing rolled his eyes. Why was his opponent's reaction so slow? Actually, she had misunderstood him. For a cultivator at this level, it was already very impressive to come into contact with a 3rd tribulation master of creation once or twice. After all, reaching the 3rd tribulation was considered to have crossed the 1st threshold. At this level, as long as a master of creation had a certain level of aptitude, they could be called a true immortal. The central mainland was so big, so how many true immortal level existences could they meet on a normal day? Hence, the other party only saw Hu Cheng as a 2nd tribulation master of creation at most. They did not even consider him to be in the 3rd tribulation realm. Little fox, how arrogant of you. An old man arrived with a group of cultivators. Seeing this, the other party was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly cupped his fists. Your subordinate greets the villa master. This old man was the villa master of White Bones Villa, a second tribulation master of creation. Among the people he brought, there were 3 first tribulation masters of creation. In total, there were 4 first tribulation masters of creation and 1 second tribulation master of creation. With such a lineup, the other party did not believe that they could not suppress the 2 fellows in front of him. The villa master of White Bones Villa actually came personally. Those 2 are in danger. I heard that the villa master of White Bones Villa is not a simple existence among the masters of creation. If we can get a few words from him, we might be able to break through our current bottleneck. Little Fox? A cold glint flashed in Hu Cheng's eyes. He reached out and grabbed. The old man, who was about to land on the ground, suddenly staggered. His body involuntarily flew in front of Hu Cheng. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Hu Cheng grabbed his neck tightly. Hu Cheng looked at him coldly. "Who are you calling Little Fox? How is this possible?" The old man stared at Hu Cheng, dumbfounded. He had not yet recovered from the terrifying turn of events. The leading cultivator, who was about to let the old man suppress Hu Cheng, was also in shock. The group of cultivators that the old man brought were even more dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had just seen. Their villa master was suppressed by the other party in just 1 move? Then wouldn't the other party's cultivation be at this thought? The cultivator who thought that he could suppress Hu Cheng and Ning Qi with the arrival of his backer suddenly felt his legs turn to jelly. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. The nearby cultivators looked at Hu Cheng, then at the old man kneeling in front of her. Finally, they rubbed their eyes to make sure that they were not hallucinating. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. "Not speaking? Then die." Hu Cheng snorted coldly. A mighty power of creation surged into the old man's body. Like a soldier attacking a city, it instantly cut off the old man's life. The old man widened his eyes in disbelief and glared at Hu Cheng. He could not believe that he who had cultivated for so many years and finally became the villa master, a second tribulation master of creation, would die at the hands of a 10-year-old girl. Moreover, he had died in such a cowardly manner that he did not even have the time to say a word. With a light swing, the old man's body fell heavily to the ground. Hu Cheng's cold gaze swept across the rest of the White Bones Villa cultivators. "All of you kneel and kowtow." With that, her gaze landed on the cultivator who had said that he would not kowtow to Hu Cheng. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed decisively. Boom! 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 The ground shook. Those who did not know what was going on would think that there was a fierce battle going on. However, in reality, it was the White Bones Villa cultivators kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to a 10-year-old girl. When the nearby cultivators saw this, a trace of relief flashed in their eyes. During this period of time, which Sishui Prefecture cultivator had not been bullied by the White Bones Villa. "All right, it's about time. Let's go," Ning Qi said indifferently. With that, he turned and left. When the White Bones Villa cultivators heard this, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that their lives had been saved. In their hearts, they were already thinking about how to report this matter to the joyous demon sect and have them avenge their villa master. Unfortunately, when they thought of this, their thoughts were cut off. Chapter 1820. Zhu Getao. When the nearby cultivators saw this, they gasped in their hearts. A cultivator from the White Bones Villa was beheaded just like that? To them, creators were already legendary existences. If it wasn't for Ning Beixian being wanted and the joyful demon sect bringing a large number of people to seal off the entire mystic true celestial realm, they might not have seen a single creator in their lives. Now, there were a few creators being slaughtered like pigs and dogs in front of them. It was truly unbelievable, but it also indirectly made them understand that the creator realm was just like them. There were also clear differences in strength. At that moment, the mysterious aura of the creator realm dissipated a lot. So, even the creator can die, a cultivator sighed. Where did those 2 come from? It seems like they don't even care about the joyous demon sect. They must have a powerful background. Haha, I just said something to them. Everyone looked enviously at the triumphant cultivator. Wang family ancestral city. Several years ago, the streets of the ancestral city were very lively with people coming and going. Every day, countless cultivators would come and go. But ever since the joyous demon sect appeared on the streets of the Wang ancestral city, the number of cultivators in the city decreased day by day. In the beginning, they could still leave the city, but in the end, the gates were taken over by the joyous demon sect. Those who wanted to leave had to pay a large sum of cultivation resources. But normal cultivators wouldn't want to enter the Wang family's ancestral city at this time. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Therefore, there hadn't been any cultivators entering the Wang family's ancestral city for a long time. Those who were still in the ancestral city were basically hiding in their cave residences and rarely went out on the streets. As for the disciples of the Wang family, ever since 7 or 8 of their geniuses were killed by the joyful demon sect using various reasons, they had holed up in the Wang family and didn't dare to take a step out. On this day, the disciples of the Wang family secretly looked at a group of cultivators heading to the Wang family's guest hall with anger, fear, and coldness. The group of cultivators wore red robes with the same insignia on their sleeves. There were a total of 13 of them. The aura from each of them made the Wang clan's disciples palpitate, especially the leader. They had personally seen this person fight with Pil Emperor Puti, and both of them seemed to have a winner and a loser. If it wasn't for Pil Emperor Puti and the others who happened to arrive that day, the Wang clan would have been wiped out by this person. Soon, the group of cultivators flew to the Wang family's reception hall. Many peak elders of the Wang family were standing at the entrance, including Wang Hai. Because of Ning Qi and Wang Shui, the joyous demon sect's cultivators immediately went to find Wang Hai when they arrived at the Wang family's ancestral city. They almost killed all the disciples of Wang Hai's branch. Because of Pil Emperor Bodhi, they escaped from the calamity. Therefore, Wang Hai hated the joyous demon sect's cultivators to the bone. Everyone knew that the grudge between the Wang family and the joyous demon sect wouldn't be resolved so easily. The Wang family wanted to annihilate the Wang family, so the Wang family didn't pretend to be polite to the joyous demon sect. He, the leader of the joyous demon sect, was called Zhu Getao, one of the 4 great elders of the joyous demon sect. In terms of battle strength, he could only be ranked last. Above him was Ma Xinglong, followed by Han Jiang, who went to the realm of death, and another 8 tribulation creator. Zhu Getao sneered. He didn't even look at the elders of the Wang family and directly led a group of arrogant subordinates into the guest hall. Inside the guest hall, a few peak elders with the highest status in the Wang family sat on both sides, including Wang Yan, Wang Zhong, and the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Wang Tong. On the main seat sat an old man with white hair and beard. Behind the old man stood Yi Wanqing, Li Taiyan, Shen Bai, Gong Sunziyun, and Wu Dong. The 5 of them stared at Zhu Getao with a trace of coldness. Zhu Getao, why have you come here today? Pil Monarch Puti said calmly. Pil Monarch Puti, the exalted demon has given you too much time, and Ning Beixian still hasn't shown himself. How can that be? Zhu Getao said with a faint smile. So, Pil Monarch Puti said calmly. So, the exalted demon has given you face and asked the Wang family to hand over 100 direct disciples, and we will kill them on the spot. He hopes that this news will make Ning Beixian stop hiding in his shell. What do you think, Pil Monarch Puti? Zhu Getao said with a smile. The Wang family members in the hall heard this, and their expressions changed. They looked at Zhu Getao angrily. Pil Monarch Puti frowned. What if they don't? Then, let's start an all-out war. You alchemists are not good at fighting, and now you're the only Dan Emperor here, adding on the few disciples behind you and the trash from the Wang family. Half a day's time is enough to kill all of you 3 times, leaving no one alive. Zhu Getao smiled. Yo, there are cultivators who want to enter the Wang family's ancestral city? They can't be so ill-informed, can they? Haha. At the city gate, 2 outer disciples of the joyful demon sect looked at the 2 figures walking towards them mockingly. They had been extremely bored during this period of time, and now that they finally had some fun, they naturally wouldn't let it go. You 2 want to enter the Wang family's ancestral city? The 2 looked at Ning Qi and Hu Qingzi with a smile. Yes, Ning Qi smiled and nodded. It's not easy to enter the Wang family's ancestral city now. If you have any elixirs, take them out and let us have a look. Since we're in a good mood today, we might let you in. The 2 smiled. This is the only valuable thing I have. Ning Qi took out the Dragon Slayer saber. The 2 scanned it with their spiritual will, and their eyes were filled with mockery. Ordinary weapon? Are you messing with us? This saber isn't an ordinary saber. Those who died in its hands are all extremely famous. Perhaps you've heard of them before, Ning Qi said with a faint smile. The 2 looked at each other suspiciously. They took a step forward and snatched the Dragon Slayer saber from Ning Qi's hands. Then they looked at it carefully, but they still couldn't find anything special about it. One of them asked casually, "What famous existences have died under this broken saber? For example, the joyful demon sect's Han Jian. You should know about him, right?" Ning Qi smiled. Great Elder Han Jian? Hearing this, the 2 of them were slightly startled and looked at Ning Qi with shock and anger. Who are you? How dare you make fun of the joyful demon sect? Me? Ning Beixian, haven't you been looking for me? Ning Qi chuckled. Chapter 1821. War. Big brother, are you going to arrange for the Blood Abyssal clan to stay here? Hu Qingzi followed Ning Qi into the city and looked around. There were very few cultivators on the road. Most of the shops were closed. Only some cultivators in the Dao Dan realm and the Eternal Life realm were still active. Cultivators in this realm were not afraid of the Happy Demon sect bullying the weak. That would be too embarrassing. It was just like how they would not bully cultivators in the Qi refining realm. What do you think? This city is incomparably huge. Not to mention 200 blood abyssal race clansmen. Even 20,000 or 200,000 can fit in here, right? Ning Qi smiled. The blood abyssal clan cultivators rarely interact with humans. If that's the case, we need to set up a rule to restrain them. Hu Qingzi suggested, as long as I'm alive, it will be a rule. Ning Qi chuckled. That's true. Hu Qingzi mumbled. The 2 in front, stop right there. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind them. When the nearby cultivators saw this, they all stopped in their tracks and revealed a trace of bewilderment on their faces. In a blink of an eye, dozens of joyous demon sect cultivators surrounded Ning Qi, their eyes filled with intense killing intent. One of them shouted coldly at Ning Qi and the other, "Did you just come from the city gate?" "Yes." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. "It's them. How dare you kill the cultivators of the joyous demon sect? Since you appeared in the Wang family's ancestral city, you must be the disciples of the Wang family. Kill them." Without saying a word, the other party directly suppressed Ning Qi and Hu Cheng. A cold light flashed in Ning Qi's eyes, and with a thought, the group of joyful demon sect cultivators, the strongest of whom was only a 3 tribulation creator, exploded on the spot. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, a trace of disbelief appeared in their eyes. Only then did they shift their attention to Ning Qi. Ning Beixian? Killing god Ning Beixian is back. Some of the cultivators recognized Ning Qi's identity at first glance. Their faces were filled with surprise and joy. They were surprised that Ning Qi had killed dozens of joyful demon sect's cultivators as soon as he appeared. This enmity was obviously irreconcilable. They were happy that after Ning Qi appeared, there would definitely be an end between the 2 parties. whether the Wang family would be annihilated or the joyful demon sect would give in. The group of ordinary cultivators would no longer be stuck between the two parties. Our people are all dead? Another dozen figures flew through the air. When they saw the blood and flesh on the ground, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Their gazes fell on Ning Qi and Hu Chengzi's backs. Ning Beixian, a joyful demon sect cultivator, saw Ning Qi's side profile and immediately recognized the face that kept appearing on the wanted posters. He looked at his own people in bewilderment. Are you sure he's Ning Beixian? I'm sure. If you don't believe me, you can go up and see for yourself. I heard that Ning Beixian's combat power is extraordinary. We might not be able to defeat him. How about this? Hurry up and inform all the cultivators here, including the Grand Elder Zhu Getao. Let's follow him first. One after another, the joyful demon sect cultivators rushed over. Soon, Ning Qi and Hu Qingzi were followed by many people. They didn't dare to get too close to Ning Qi and maintained a distance of about a mile. By the time Ning Qi and Hu Chengzi arrived at the Wang family's gate, there were already more than 300 joyful demon sect cultivators following them. Behind the joyful demon sect cultivators were many rogue cultivators who heard the news. Many Dharma-characteristic realm cultivators who originally planned to go into seclusion also came out and looked at Ning Qi's side in bewilderment. Big brother, these people are so annoying. Why don't we get rid of them? Hu Qingzi turned around to look and said, There's no hurry. Ning Qi's eyes suddenly moved. At this time, the Wang family disciples felt the movement outside and secretly opened the door to take a look. When they saw Ning Qi's face, they immediately opened the door and looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian. There are guests in the guest hall. Ning Qi nodded lightly. The group of Wang family disciples looked at the joyful demon sect cultivators behind Ning Qi and Hu Chengzi, then nodded at Ning Qi. It's the great elder of the joyful demon sect, Zhu Getao. Let's go and take a look. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Soon, the cultivators of the Wang family received the news one after another and rushed to Ning Qi's side. The cultivators of the joyous demon sect ignored Ning Qi and followed him, forming a slightly strange scene. On one side were the cultivators of the joyous demon sect, and on the other side were the cultivators of the Wang family with hopeful expressions. Just as the two arrived at the door of the guest hall, they heard Zhu Getao's voice coming from inside. Then, let's start an all-out war. You alchemists are not good at fighting. Now that you're the only alchemy emperor here, coupled with the few disciples behind you and the Wang family's trash, half a day is enough to kill you 3 times. Zhu Getao, you've underestimated the Alchemist Alliance. My junior brother's business is his own business. No matter what, it will not implicate the Wang family. If you plan to vent your anger on the Wang family, then it will be an all-out war with the Alchemist Alliance. I can stop the elixirs of the joyful demon sect anytime, anywhere. Alchemy Emperor Bodhi's voice sounded lightly. Stop the elixirs? Sure, but there's something you might not know. Elixir Emperor Raging Flame has already cooperated with the joyful demon sect and signed a new contract. In the next 10,000 years, all the elixirs of the joyful demon sect will be supplied by him. Zhu Getao smiled faintly. Hearing this, Ning Qi's expression turned cold, and he walked straight into the reception hall. Everyone sensed that someone had entered and immediately looked towards the door. When they saw that it was Ning Qi, Wang Zhong, and the others were pleasantly surprised. They subconsciously stood up from their chairs and respectfully saluted Ning Qi. Greetings, Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian. Junior brother, you're finally back. Alchemy Emperor Bodhi looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile and heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Bai and the others behind him were also overjoyed. Ning Qi's return meant that there was a chance to turn the situation around. At most, They would return the joyful demon gourd to the joyful demon sovereign and apologize. They believed that with the alchemist alliance's face, the joyful demon sovereign would not be so stubborn about it. Ancestral patriarch Beixian? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cultivators of the joyful demon sect all looked at Ning Qi. Zhu Getao sized Ning Qi up and sneered. Ning Beixian, you're finally willing to come out. It must have been hard hiding all this time, right? I seem to have heard that you want an all-out war with me. Ning Qi looked at Zhu Getao indifferently. Since you're back, there's no need for an all-out war. Suppressing you alone is enough. Zhu Getao smiled. There's no need for that. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'll leave one person to pass the message. The others, don't even think about leaving this place today. Chapter 1822. More than people, whether it was the people in the reception hall or the cultivators standing outside, they were all slightly shocked after hearing Ning Qi's words. Not only did Ning Beixian declare war on the joyous demon sect, but he also forbade the others from leaving? Junior brother, look! Pill Emperor Bodhi wanted to persuade Ning Qi, but his ears twitched slightly. He looked at Ning Qi in shock, and a trace of suspicion flashed across his eyes. Your Wang clan wants to declare war on the joyous demon sect? Other than the person who sent the message, no one else can leave? Zhu Getao, looked at Ning Qi mockingly. The 12 subordinates he brought with him sneered and looked at Ning Qi's vital spots. Wang Yan hesitated for a moment and moved his lips as if he wanted to say something. However, when he saw the faint coldness on Ning Qi's face, he swallowed his words back into his stomach. As for Wang Zhong and Wang Tong, they were stunned for a moment before they reacted. They looked at each other and saw a trace of joy in each other's eyes. Those who didn't know Ning Qi would think that he was arrogant, but they knew Ning Qi very well. When those creators came to the Wang clan for revenge, they also thought that Ning Qi wasn't their match. But what happened in the end? All of them were hung on the pillar of shame for everyone to see. They felt that Ning Qi wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in. Since he said he wanted to declare war on the joyous demon sect, he would do it. A trace of battle intent appeared in Wang Zhong's eyes. He couldn't hold it in any more. I heard that the joyous demon sect has 4 8-tribulation creators called the Grand Elder. You should be ranked last among the 4, right? Ning Qi looked at Zhu Getao mockingly. What are you trying to say? Zhu Getao's expression changed. He hated it when people joked about it. Even his friends in the same generation knew about it. When the 12 cultivators standing behind him heard Ning Qi's words, they were ready to attack. Their killing intent gradually filled the hall. I want to tell you a piece of good news. Right now, you might be the first ranked Great Elder. Ning Qi smiled. What? Zhu Getao was startled and frowned. What do you mean? Because the other 3 were all killed by me. Ning Qi smiled. Hiss! When the cultivators outside the hall heard this, they gasped in disbelief. Ning Qi was so strong that he killed the other 3 Grand Elders of the joyous demon sect? If Junior Brother isn't lying to Zhu Getao, then his combat power has already reached such a level? That old fellow Han Jian is not someone who is easy to deal with. Pill Emperor Subhoodie stared blankly at Ning Qi. Behind him, Shun Bai and the others were also dumbfounded, a trace of disbelief in their eyes. They were masters of creation, so they naturally knew how terrifying an 8-tribulation master of creation's methods were. In just a few short years, Ning Qi's cultivation had increased to such a level? Unbelievable. What a joke. Do you think you can kill the Great Elder of my joyful demon sect? Zhu Getao looked at Ning Qi mockingly, not believing his words at all. At this time, one of his subordinates behind him volunteered. Great Elder, let's not waste any more words with this kid. Let's suppress him and get the delightful magic gourd first. Yes. Zhu Getao nodded and his gaze landed on Ning Qi. Are you going to take it out yourself? Or do you want me to do it? The delightful magic gourd? It's right here, come and take it. Ning Chi smiled, and the delightful magic gourd appeared in his palm. Seeing this, Zhu Getao and the others' expressions changed, and they looked at the delightful magic gourd with excitement. This was the sacred artifact of the joyful demon sect, a supreme grade spiritual artifact used by their lord demon deity. What? You don't dare to take it? Then I'll keep it. Ning Chi smiled, and with a flip of his palm, the delightful magic gourd disappeared again. Seeing this, Zhu Getao's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he snorted, "Go! Suppress him for me, dead or alive." A terrifying aura came from the 12 cultivators behind Zhu Getao. Every one of them was a 6th tribulation creator, an existence of the immortal king level, and the backbone of the joyful demon sect. They had investigated Ning Chi's background, and they believed that he could only deal with 5 6th tribulation creators at the same time. With 12 of them working together, he would definitely not be a match. You want to compete in numbers? Then let's compete. Ning Chi smiled, and with a thought, a figure appeared beside him. Senior Ning, Shi Wuming, who was originally staying in the creation domain, was suddenly pulled out by Ning Chi, and he looked a little confused. Wait. Zhu Getao stopped his subordinates and looked at Shi Wuming in shock. You're a cultivator of the blood Abyssal clan? A 6th tribulation creator? This is the new home I've found for your blood Abyssal clan. From now on, you will live here. Compared to the 9 great desolate regions, this place is more suitable for you to cultivate. Ning Chi smiled. Many thanks, Senior Ning. Shi Wuming quickly thanked. So you've joined forces with the cultivators of the Blood Abyssal clan. But do you think a mere 6th tribulation Blood Abyssal can scare me? Even if their patriarch comes personally, my joyful demon sect is not afraid. Zhu Getao looked at Ning Chi with slight mockery, and his gaze landed on Shi Wuming. Sir, do you know who this person is? He's a wanted criminal of my joyful demon sect. You standing with him is equivalent to going against my joyful demon sect. I advise you to leave quickly. Joyful demon sect? Shi Wuming glanced at Zhu Getao with a slightly strange expression. He knew that Ning Chi had a grudge with the joyful demon sect. After all, the joyful demon sect was annihilated by Ning Chi alone. If it was before, he would definitely not offend the joyful demon sect for Ning Chi. But he had personally witnessed how Ning Chi easily suppressed the serpent monarch. With such terrifying strength, even the joyful demon, Venerable, might not be a match for him. A mere 6th tribulation blood abyssal? Hee, Zhu Getao, I've already said I'll compete with you today if you want to compete with more people. What's the rush? Ning Chi chuckled. Then, silhouettes appeared out of thin air behind him. Everyone was shocked at first. Then they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Dan Emperor Pu Ti's expression changed. Zhu Getao could no longer remain calm because he could feel several auras similar to his own from those silhouettes. An 8th tribulation blood puppet? How is this possible? Young Master Ning, this is the new home of our Blood Abyssal clan. Chapter 1823. Explode! 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 That's right. This is the mystic true immortal territories, Wang family's ancestral city. Ning Chi nodded with a smile. Venerable, Shi Lu was stunned for a moment. Then a smile flashed across his eyes as he nodded at Ning Chi. These are the Blood Abyssal clan's cultivators. Pill Emperor Bodhi glanced at Venerable Shi Lu and the others with a strange look. He was shocked. He never thought that his junior brother would bring the entire Blood Abyssal clan here. There were more than 200 Blood Abyssal clans cultivators here. Even if not all of them were here, at least most of them were here. Moreover, Shi Li's aura made him feel pressured, even more than when he faced joyful demon supremacy. Wang Yan and the others felt that the aura of these Blood Abyssal clan's cultivators was even stronger than Zhu Getao's. They immediately smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that this was Ning Chi's trump card. The group of joyful demon sex cultivators who were carefully observing the situation inside the palace exchanged glances and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Zhu Getao, do you think your subordinates are stronger, or my Blood Abyssal Clan's friends are stronger? Ning Qi's gaze fell on Zhu Getao and said with a faint smile. Zhu Getao's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He adjusted his mentality and forced a smile. I didn't expect Brother Ning to have such a deep relationship with the Blood Abyssal Clan. This should be Venerable Shi Lu of the Blood Abyssal Clan, right? I've heard of your name for a long time. Today, I finally have the honor to meet Venerable Shi Lu. Brother Ning? Don't call me so intimately. Ning Qi smiled faintly. I'll give you a chance. Tell me, who are you going to send the message? Choose one person in 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, all of you will die together. No one is to send the message. By the way, you can't choose yourself. You. Zhu Getao was shocked. He thought that Ning Qi was just bluffing. Now that Venerable Python of the Bloodmane Demon Clan was here, all the cultivators of the delightful demon sect, including him, would die here if the other party really made a move. None of them would be able to escape. 5 breaths left. Ning Qi smiled. Joyful Snake, Venerable Python. I'm the great elder of the joyful demon sect, Zhu Getao. This kid stole the joyful demon gourd of joyful demon venerable and is a wanted criminal of my sect. I hope that joyful snake, Venerable Python, will not interfere in this matter. Zhu Getao looked at Shi Lu and said sincerely, Young Master Ning, since my blood puppet clan wants to live here, please don't hesitate to tell us if you need our help. Supreme Python ignored Zhu Getao and looked at Ning Qi instead. Her face twitched. Ning Qi knew that she wanted to smile, but she didn't know how to properly reveal a smile. If someone wasn't familiar with her expression, not only would they not know that she was smiling, they would even feel terrified. Venerable Serpent, I won't be polite then. Kill all the cultivators of the joyous demon sect outside. Also, send someone to see if there are any survivors of the joyous demon sect in the Wang family's ancestral city. Since we're going to war, there's no reason to spare their lives, right? Ning Qi laughed. N. Venerable Serpent nodded faintly and glanced at Shi Yanqin. Shi Yanqin and the others immediately understood and led a large number of cultivators of the Blood Puppet Clan out of the guest hall. Not long after, a series of miserable howls came from outside. A trace of blood smell drifted into the guest hall under the gentle breeze. Zhu Getao and his 12 subordinates' faces instantly turned pale. The miserable howls lasted for less than 10 minutes before they quietened down. Your blood puppet clan really wants to start a war with my joyous demon sect. Zhu Getao said angrily, What do I have to say for you to understand? I'm the one who wants to start a war with your joyous demon sect. If you think that I'm not powerful enough, then bring my sect, the War God Temple. Ning Qi smiled faintly. A jade badge appeared in his hand. It was his sect master's badge. Although the mountain gate of the War God Temple had been destroyed, the badge was still there. Every disciple of the War God Temple had a badge that represented their identity. At this moment, Ning Qi's immortal qi surged into the badge. A ray of white light immediately shot out from the badge into the sky, into the clouds, and merged with the sky. At the same time, the disciples of the War God Temple that were scattered all over the place trembled and took out a jade badge from their bodies. The jade badge was faintly emitting a white light. At the same time, they looked in the direction of the mystic true immortal realm. At this moment, they could only feel that someone was calling out to them. The sect master is back. The glory of our War God Temple is about to be revived. We've waited for a long time. This day has finally arrived. Figures soared into the sky and flew towards the same destination. 10 breaths have passed. I'll help you choose one. Ning Qi kept the sect leader's badge and smiled. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Zhu Getao. Zhu Gutao's face was filled with shock, but before he could react, Ning Qi's fist landed on his head. Bang! Zhu Gutao's body suddenly split into pieces. The immense force caused his blood to evaporate before it could even land on the ground. Ning Qi didn't use any immortal flames, but Zhu Gutao seemed to have been burned hundreds of times by flames stronger than immortal flames. In front of everyone, he turned into ashes. Great Elder! The 12 subordinates that he brought with him exclaimed in shock. Then their vision turned black. Explode! 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 Ning Qi killed one person with a single punch. In the blink of an eye, 11 of the 12 cultivators exploded on the spot. Not even their corpses were left behind. Only one cultivator was left standing on the spot, trembling all over. He looked at Ning Qi with incomparable terror. A chill rose from the soles of his feet and rushed straight to the top of his head, causing him to shiver. Go and tell the joyous demon Exalt that I said it. From today onwards, we will be at war with the joyous demon sect. In the future, we will not show mercy to the cultivators of the joyous demon sect until both sides are wiped out. Ning Qi patted the cultivator's face and said calmly. Ning Qi frowned when he saw no reaction. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. The cultivator shuddered and quickly nodded. Then scram. Ning Qi smiled. Yes, Wang Yan and the rest only regained their senses when they saw the cultivator of the joyous demon sect running away. They looked at the traces on the ground in disbelief. The ashes were from a powerful creator just a moment ago, but in an instant they were reduced to such a state. Not even a complete corpse was left. Brother Ning, so strong. Chapter 1824. Are you guys dogs or humans? Junior brother, did you swallow some rare heavenly treasure that only appears once in a million years? Otherwise, how could your cultivation reach such a level? Today, can senior brother withstand a punch from you? Alchemy monarch Bodhi sighed. Senior brother, would you believe me if I said I swallowed an immortal? Ning Qi joked. Pale Emperor Pu Ti and Sovereign Shilu revealed a look of contemplation. With Ning Qi's current performance, they had no choice but to believe whatever he said. If he didn't devour an immortal, how could Ning Qi's combat power be so terrifying? Although Shilu Supreme Python had never revealed this thought, he had been guessing the limits of Ning Qi's battle prowess from time to time. With the cultivation of a 7 tribulation creator, he already had the battle prowess to kill a 9 tribulation creator. If he broke through to the 9 tribulation creator in the future, what kind of power would he have? Otherwise, musical serpent venerable, she wouldn't have followed Ning Qi to the Wang family's ancestral city so easily, ever since she had discovered this from the beginning. Coupled with the threat of Yuan venerate heavenly goo, musical serpent venerable, she had thought of forming an alliance with Ning Qi. You guys really believe it? Ning Qi pouted. How else can you explain it? Alchemy monarch Bodhi narrowed his eyes. Just think of it as me swallowing an immortal. But senior brother, I really have to thank you this time. Ning Qi smiled. Kid, you knew I would come to the Wang family. Everything was within your calculations, right? Alchemy monarch Bodhi rolled his eyes. How would I dare to scheme against you? Ning Qi chuckled. Patriarch Bei Xian, are we really going to war with the joyous demon sect? Wang Zhong asked excitedly. Are you kidding me? But your cultivation is too weak. Don't court death. When the cultivators of the joyous demon sect arrive, remember to find someone you can beat. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Zhong's nickname was Dragon Slayer Vedra. This nickname was not given for nothing. Although he was very respectful towards Ning Qi in the eyes of cultivators from the outside world, Wang Zhong was in existence with an extremely murderous heart. Then Ning Qi divided half of the Wang family's ancestral city as a resting place for the blood puppet race. Venerable Python was very satisfied with this, as she could see Ning Qi's sincerity. The cultivators of the Blood Abyssal tribe were very straightforward. Not only did they wipe out the cultivators of the joyous demon sect hiding in the ancestral city of the Wang clan, they also swept through the entire arcane true immortal realm and even the azure dragon mainland. It took them half a month to wipe out the joyous demon sect and their affiliated sections. Only a few lucky ones managed to escape back to the central continent. When the cultivators of the mystic true immortal realm saw the masters of creation being slain one by one, they were shocked and frantically tried to find out what had happened. Not long after, the news that Ning Qi had returned to the mystic true immortal realm was spread across the entire azure dragon continent like a plague. At that moment, they finally realized that the experts that had suddenly appeared must have been brought back by Ning Qi. The streets of the Wang clan's ancestral city were bustling with people. Occasionally, they would see a cultivator of the blood abyssal tribe walking by, and the other cultivators would greet them respectfully. They knew that many of the cultivators of the joyous demon sect had died in the hands of these cultivators that Ning Qi had brought back. At the gates of the Wang family lie Kong and venerate Blackwater, whom the Wang family disciples had purposely hidden earlier, were let out once more. As gatekeepers, they squatted on either side of the gates. The two's eyes were no longer very clear-headed, covered in a faint layer of blood. This was the after-effect of enduring humiliation for many years. These two things are a little interesting. A travel-worn couple stood at the Wang clan's main gate. The man was a little fat, and the woman was graceful. At this moment, the fat man was staring at Lai Kong and venerable Blackwater with interest. "Are you dogs or humans? Do you know how to talk?" The fat man said as he touched Lai Kong's head. "Roar." Lai Kong let out a roar and bared his teeth at the fat man. The dog fur on his body stood up, and he looked quite impressive at first glance. "You dare yell at me?" The fat man jumped in fright. Then he slapped Lai Kong on the head. Lai Kong was immediately knocked to the ground, his head bleeding. Alchemist Blackwater, who was about to roar a few more times, immediately hid in a corner with a whimper. "All right, stop playing. These two monsters might be raised by the sect master. If you kill them, won't the sect master beat you to death?" The woman smiled. "What are those two gatekeepers arguing about?" The main gate slowly opened, and a Wang clan disciple walked out. Seeing Lai Kong's miserable state, he immediately looked at the couple warily. "Who are you? Are you cultivators of the joyous demon sect?" "Little brother, you misunderstand. We are not cultivators of the joyous demon sect. We are from the War God Hall. The sect master is here, right? Hurry up and inform him that I, Duan Ingjun, have come." The fat man said with a grin, "Duan Ingjun?" The Wang clan disciple had never heard of this name, nor had he heard of the War God Hall. He immediately frowned and said, "Go, go, go. This is the Wang clan's mansion. There is no War God Hall. If you don't leave, I will kill you directly." "Who said that? I clearly sense that the sect master is here. Are you purposely making things difficult for me? Be careful, or I will kill you with one slap. With your small body, I can kill 10,000 of you with one slap." Duan Ingjun said angrily. A faint trace of creator aura leaked out. Seeing this, the Wang clan disciple's eyes flashed with a trace of fear, and he slammed the main gate shut. "Can't you speak properly?" Duan Feifei looked at Duan Ingjun with a bitter smile. "I've already spoken to you nicely." Duan Ingjun only felt that he was wronged. "Haha, you call this being nice?" A loud laugh came from behind them. The two turned around and were instantly overjoyed. "Hall Master Dongfang, Elder Meng, Elderly, you're all here?" Behind the two stood a large group of cultivators with different auras. Half of them were at the creation realm, while the rest were at the early stage to the peak of the transcendence realm. Dongfang Haojia, Li Minji, Meng Qingling, Li Macho, Ning Qi's disciples, and the daughters of Dongfang Haojia and Dongfang Yilua were all here. There were hundreds of people. Hundreds of people gathered together was really eye-catching. Many nearby cultivators focused their attention on them and secretly guessed the origins of Dongfang Haojie and the others. Could it be that the joyous demon sect is here to seek revenge? It's possible. It seems that there will be another fierce battle today. Should we go out of the city and hide first? Of course. Let's go together. Chapter 1825. Chapter 1825. Chapter 1825. Return, Brother Wu Ming. It's the two of them who came to look for trouble. Why are there suddenly so many people? Oh no, it must be the cultivators of the Joyous Devil sect. I'll go and inform them. Brother Wu Ming, you hold them off. Seeing so many people at the entrance, the Wang family disciple turned and ran, leaving Shi Wuming and the other blood abyssal clan cultivators behind. Shi Wuming glanced at Dongfang Haojie and the others with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Among this group of people, the strongest was only a tribulation creator, while the weakest was only an early transcendence realm cultivator. Moreover, their auras were very different from the joyous demon sect's cultivators. They were definitely not from the joyous demon sect. Who are you? Shi Wuming's gaze landed on Li Macho as he said indifferently. Li Macho was the tribulation creator. Look at you. You're not human, are you? Duan Ingjun glanced at Shi Wuming's appearance and subconsciously asked. Shi Wuming felt that Duan Ingjun's words were mocking him, and anger flashed in his eyes. He coldly snorted, and Duan Ingjun stumbled back several steps, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Duan Feifei quickly rushed forward to support him, anger flashing in her eyes as she glared at Shi Wuming. Boom! Dongfang Haojie and the others took a step forward and coldly looked at Shi Wuming. The cultivators of the War God Hall were bound together for good or ill. There was no reason for them to ignore the fact that Duan Ingjun had been injured. Why is everyone so angry? Bei Xian should be here. Stop arguing and let's talk things out. Great-grandfather Ning was followed by the Ning family's juniors as he walked up from the rear. Upon seeing this, the war god temple cultivators gave way, and before long, he arrived beside Dongfang Haojie and the others. His aura was much weaker than that of Dongfang Haojie and the others, but he was still a late transcendence realm cultivator. He was half a step away from the transcendence realm great completion. Dongfang Haojie and the others looked at him with a hint of respect. Little brother, is my grandson Beixian here? Great-grandfather Ning smiled at Shi Wuming. Beixian? Could it be? Shi Wuming's expression changed slightly as he looked at Venerable Ning in disbelief. Forefather, it's them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless Wang family cultivators arrived. The Wang family disciple who had opened the door before stood next to Fei Yuding and Wang Lin and pointed at Duan Ingjun and the others. You don't look like you're from the joyous demon sect. May I know why you're here? Wang Lin slightly frowned and faintly looked at the Wang family disciple. He couldn't even tell if this person was here for revenge. Yet he was making so much noise. It looked like these juniors would have to find a chance to properly train them. Senior, may I know if my grandson Ning Beixian is here? Old Master Ning smiled. Grandson Ning Beixian? Fei Yuding and Wang Lin were startled. When the Wang family cultivators heard this, they were also startled, their expressions becoming very strange. Ning Qi's grandfather and grandmother were here. So who is this old man that dared to pretend to be their North Profound ancestor's grandfather? Looking at his cultivation, he seemed to be only at late-stage Dharma characteristic realm. He was simply too bold. He had seen people trying to curry favor with their relatives, but he had never seen someone trying to curry favor with them like this. Beixian is my obedient grandson. Where did you come from? Fei Yuding frowned. So you too are. Old Master Ning's eyes lit up slightly. He was sure that Ning Qi was here. Suddenly, two figures broke through the air and landed beside Old Master Ning. Old Master. Little you. And Zhuoling. Were pleasantly surprised. The cold sky saintess and the other women followed and landed in front of old Master Ning with a smile. "Ha ha ha! You too, little guys. Where is your family's young master?" Old Master Ning laughed heartily. "Young master is in closed-door cultivation. He should come out in 1 or 2 days." Little Eeyore smiled. Then her eyes swept the area and saw Daguzi. She was pleasantly surprised. "Big brother." "Little sister, your cultivation seems to be a lot stronger." Daguzi walked in front of Little Eeyore with a sigh. He was now a creator. "Ling or two. We can't catch up to their aptitude. Only master can." Niu Dazhuang said. Dongfang Haojia, Meng Qingling, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the people of the War God Temple nodded in agreement. After catching up for a while, the Wang family had determined that the other party was not here to seek revenge, and their identity was not simple. They should be an acquaintance of their North profound ancestor. They suddenly felt relieved, and a smile appeared on their faces. The Wang family disciple who first misunderstood Dongfang Haojia as an enemy had already hid in the crowd, his heart filled with lingering fear. Aren't you going to introduce Grandma?" Fei Yuding landed next to the 2 little ones and smiled, but when she looked at the Ning family head, there was a hint of hostility in her eyes. From the way the 2 little ones addressed the Ning family head, she and Wang Lin had already guessed the other party's identity. Seeing this, Little Yu quickly introduced them to each other. After learning that these people were cultivators from the War God Temple that Ning Qi had created, everyone's gaze toward Dongfang Haojia and the others changed. Although Ning Qi was related to them by blood, everyone knew that Ning Qi had never cultivated in the Wang family. His relationship with the Wang family was only maintained by a few people, such as Wang Lin and his wife, Wang Hai, and the dead Wang Shui. Dongfang Haojia and the others were 100% Ning Qi's confidants. As a result, the Wang family felt that they were inferior to Dongfang Haojia and the others. "Brother Ning, thank you for taking in Mu Ting." Wang Lin bowed toward old Master Ning. Seeing this, Fei Yuding could only follow her husband's lead. Old Master Ning quickly helped the 2 of them up. "You two are too polite. This old man is really ashamed." He was indeed a bit ashamed. When he saw Wang Yuding fainting in front of the champion Marquis's mansion, he didn't ask much after saving her. This caused his eldest son, Ning Hongtian, to have improper thoughts about Wang Yuding. It was also because of this that Nangong Yu Er, that jealous woman, placed her hatred on Ning Qi. In those years, Ning Qi's life in the champion Marquis's mansion was very difficult. It was only after his cultivation began to rise that he slowly turned his life around. Wang family's main courtyard. Inside the main hall, with Wang Lin and his wife in the lead, Wang Yan, Wang Zhong, and Wang Hai sat on the side. Opposite them sat old Master Ning, Dongfang Haojia, and the others. Shi Yanqin, as the representative of the Blood Abyssal clan in the Wang family, also appeared in the main hall. As for Shi Yanqin, she was currently cultivating in the blood pool in the Wang family's backyard. Last time, she had actually broken out of closed-door cultivation. After confirming that the Blood Abyssal clan would live in the Wang family's ancestral city and forming an alliance with Ning Qi, she handed over the Blood Abyssal clan's affairs to Shi Yanqin. It could be said that she had replaced the Snake Emperor as the new patriarch of the Blood Abyssal clan. Chapter 1826. Taking the initiative, old ancestor Bei Xian. When Wang Zhong saw Ning Qi entering the hall, he immediately stood up and bowed. Shi Yanqin also stood up from her seat with a respectful look on her face. Wang Yan and the rest knew Shi Yanqin's cultivation level. Seeing how respectful she was towards Ning Qi, they already had a guess in their hearts. To be able to make an 8 tribulation master of creation so respectful, only a 9 tribulation. Ning Qi nodded to Wang Zhong, then looked at old Master Ning, bowed and smiled. "Old Master." Good. Old Master Ning hadn't seen Ning Qi for many years. He could only find out about Ning Qi's recent situation through the grapevine. Now that he saw Ning Qi's blood essence and knew that even great elder Zhu Getao of the delightful demon sect wasn't Ning Qi's match, he couldn't help but feel gratified. Dongfang Haojie had a smile on his face. Every time he saw Ning Qi's combat strength would increase tremendously. He was already used to it. Master, Niu Dezhuang, Luo Tianhua, and Su Hongwen all took a step forward and bowed respectfully towards Ning Qi. Among the three of them, Niu Dezhuang's cultivation was the most profound, and he was already a second tribulation creator. Luo Tianhua and Su Hongwen were both first tribulation creators. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Su Hongwen was the son of the Nine States Empire's emperor, Su Hongtao. When he was young, he even fought with him. Ning Qi had to use all his strength to win. Speaking of which, Su Hongwen's talent wasn't bad. It wasn't surprising that he had become a first tribulation creator after a few thousand years. Master, Ning Qi walked to Meng Qingling and greeted her respectfully. Seeing this, Shi Yanqin and the others were shocked. This ordinary-looking female cultivator was Ning Beishuan's master. Apart from her slightly beautiful face, wasn't the gap between their cultivation levels too huge? To Ning Qi, Meng Qingling's help was extremely important on his path of cultivation. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Nu Tao Bak in the Cloud Rising sect. He wouldn't have had the time to strengthen his cultivation. Meng Qingling's eyes flashed with a trace of gratification. She didn't say anything and only reached out to touch Ning Qi's cheek. Finally, she patted Ning Qi on the shoulder. After catching up, Wang Lin's eyes became serious, and he said, Bei Xian, there is news that the Joyous Devil sect is gathering cultivators from all over the world. Where's the Joy Demon Supremacy? Ning Qi laughed. He doesn't seem to be able to leave. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer has already taken down close to 50 celestial dynasties. Right now, Happy Joy Demon Venerate is fighting against Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer on the front lines with the other 9 tribulation creators. Wang Lin said. A mere Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer is making them flustered. Ning Qi smiled. Judging from the information Wang Lin had gathered, the Daoyan Celestial Lord might be busy with something and did not have the time to make a move. Otherwise, given his strength, no matter how strong Yuan Venerate Slayer was, he should have been suppressed by now. How could he have given him the chance to conquer 50 celestial dynasties? That was already close to 1/10 of the territory of the central mainland. Bei Xian, you didn't just offend the Joyous Devil sect in the realm of death. Besides the Yin-Yang sect and the 9 Ruins Ancient Temple, the other sects will also come to the mystic true celestial realm to seek revenge. Should we avoid them for now? Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. This was the first time Wang Yan and the others had heard of this news. They took a deep breath and then smiled bitterly. This patriarch Bei Xian really knew how to offend people. He had offended 5 of the 7 great sects in one go. If this news were to spread, it would probably set off a storm. There's no need to avoid them. This time, we don't have to wait for them to come to us. I'll go and find them. With Venerable Shi Ling and Venerable Python guarding the Wang family's ancestral city, I can rest assured about your safety. Ning Qi smiled. Take the initiative to find them? Everyone was slightly taken aback. In their opinion, it would be the safest if Ning Qi and Venerable Shi Ling guarded the Wang family's ancestral city. Wouldn't it be bad if they took the initiative to attack the Joyous Joy Demon Venerate and the others? Bodhi Pill Vein. After Ning Qi returned to the Wang family's ancestral city, Pill Emperor Bodhi brought everyone back to the Bodhi Pill Vein. When they returned, they found several guests. Inside the guest hall, Pill Emperor Bodhi calmly looked at one of them. Pill Emperor Raging Flame, why did the 8 of you come together today? Pill Emperor Raging Flame coldly looked at Pill Emperor Bodhi. I heard that Ning Bei Xian is back. There's no need to hide it anymore. He has already been to Dao Yin Celestial City once. My disciple, Pill Saint by Hai, was probably killed by him. He disregarded the rules of the Alchemist Union and attacked the Union. The 8 of us have already discussed and decided to expel him from the Alchemist Union. Pill Saint by Hai is dead. Pill Emperor Bodhi was slightly startled. Then he smiled faintly and said, "You don't have any evidence. It's better if you don't say such things." Hee, I have personally confirmed this matter with Immortal King Nyo. My disciple, Pill Saint by Hai, went to Immortal King Pudu Palace to discuss the supply of elixirs in the future. In the end, not only did Immortal King Pudu disappear, but my disciple was also killed on the spot. In addition, one of the 4 great elders of the joyful demon sovereign, Ma Xinglong, is also suspected to have died in Immortal King Pudu Palace. How do you explain this matter? I don't care if you secretly did anything. Immortal King Nyo and the others will only suppress Ning Beixian for the sake of the Alchemist Union. They will not implicate your Bodhi pill vein. However, from now on, I have the final say in all matters of the Alchemist Union. The other 7 Pill Emperors have also agreed to this matter. Pill Emperor Raging Flame said coldly, "So, Junior Brother Beixian really killed the 4 great elders of the joyful demon sect?" Surprise flashed across Pill Emperor Bodhi's eyes. Pill Emperor Raging Flame and the others thought that he was shocked by what happened today. Pill Emperor Bodhi, Raging Flame frowned slightly. "Oh, you all came here today for this matter?" "No wonder Zhu Getao said that you have reached an agreement with the joyful demon sect. It seems that you are planning to let the Alchemist Union, which has always maintained a neutral position, join the 7 major sections." Pill Emperor Bodhi said with a smile, "It's just a cooperation. The Alchemist Union will remain neutral." Pill Emperor Raging Flame said indifferently, "I understand. From now on, the matters of the Alchemist Union will be under your control. Do you want to remove my name as well?" Pill Emperor Bodhi said with a smile, "There's no need for that. Since Pill Emperor Bodhi is so sensible, we will take our leave first." Pill Emperor Raging Flame was startled. He stood up with a smile and cupped his fists, then turned and left. The other Pill Emperors also felt that it was strange, but since they had already achieved their goal, there was no need for them to stay. If he knew that my junior brother's current cultivation level and that there is a 9 tribulation creator in the Wang family, he would probably come here today to apologize. Chapter 1827. 18 Stages. The Northern Yang Celestial Dynasty was originally an inconspicuous celestial dynasty. However, it had become the next target of Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. Experts from all over had gathered there, including 5 9 tribulation creators. A fierce battle was taking place at the border of the Northern Yang Celestial Dynasty and the Black-Yellow Celestial Dynasty. There were millions of cultivators of all cultivation levels participating in the battle. However, both sides had a tacit understanding and did not use immortal kings. The strongest creator was only a 5 tribulation creator, because if immortal king level existences and above were mobilized, there would definitely be 7 or 8 tribulation creators appearing on the battlefield. In that case, it wouldn't be long before the 9 tribulation creators appeared on the battlefield as well. This was something that both sides didn't wish to see, and they were doing their best to avoid it. After all, if the 9 tribulation creators really fought, an entire dynasty would be implicated and turned into ashes, turning into ruins. As for the joyous demon Venerate and the others, they were only there to serve as a deterrent. At this moment, the 5 9 tribulation creators, including the joyous demon Venerate, were standing in the void and looking coldly at the battlefield below. However, most of their attention was focused on the faint aura in the void opposite them. The battle lasted for half a month and ended in a draw. Both sides had lost 30 to 40% of their cultivators. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators' corpses were left on the battlefield, causing blood to flow like a river. The strong smell of blood attracted the attention of many beasts, but they knew that if they tried to take advantage of the situation, they would definitely die a horrible death. Do you guys think that is Yuan venerate demonic corpse or Yuan venerate immortal slayer? I can't guess. Both of them are corpse kings, and their auras are very similar. Their goal is obviously not to conquer the entire central continent. With Dao Yan immortal lord around, they know that it is impossible to achieve this goal. Corpse Chi, Yuan venerate immortal slayer, has been suppressed for so many years. He obviously needs a large amount of fresh corpse Chi to restore his cultivation to its peak. Unfortunately, Dao Yan immortal slayer is not taking action. We can't defeat Yuan venerate immortal slayer and Yuan venerate demonic corpse even if we join forces. We can only be led by the nose. After the joyful devil sovereign and the others returned to the immortal capital of the Northern Liang immortal dynasty, they sat in a great hall with heavy expressions. If the Sixth Path and the Nine Nether Venerate hadn't been injured by the immortal slayer Yuan venerate in the Dead Man Valley, they might not have ended up in such a miserable state. I'm afraid the two of them would have been infected by the corpse chi of Yuan venerate immortal slayer and would need at least a few decades to recover. Joy Demon Lord said calmly. At this moment, a cultivator rushed into the main hall. The 5-9 Tribulation Masters of Creation, including Joyful Demon Supremacy, looked at the cultivator together. Their cold gazes made the cultivator shiver. Demon Lord. This cultivator was Zhu Gutao's subordinate, the guy who was released by Ning Qi to send a message. After seeing Joy Demon exult, his face revealed a trace of grief and indignation. Why are you so flustered? Joy Demon Lord said with a frown. Ning Beixian has returned to the arcane true immortal realm. Even great elder Zhuge Tao died in his hands. The cultivator said in a low voice. Ning Beixian? Joy Demon Lord's expression changed slightly. When the other 9 Tribulation Masters of Creation heard this name, they remembered that the Joyful Demon Sect had issued a wanted order some time ago. Wasn't it this guy? This guy actually dared to show up and even killed a great elder of the Joyful Demon Sect? Where are the others? Joy Demon Lord's expression turned colder. Other than me and a few others, the others did manage to escape from the arcane true immortal realm. A trace of fear flashed in the cultivator's eyes. All right, I got it. Joy Demon Lord nodded lightly. At this moment, another angry roar came from outside. The Xianhuang Celestial Dynasty has started attacking again. Joy, why don't you go back and settle this matter first? The 4 of us should be enough to hold the fort here. The current lord of the Heart Demon sect smiled and said, If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you guys. Joy Demon Lord cupped his fists. Hundreds of markets of various sizes were gathered in a continuous mountain range. That was because at the center of the mountain range was the most famous sect in the central continent, one of the 7 major sects, the Joyful Demon Sect. For a top sect like this, there would be many subsidiary forces and markets around it. Most of them relied on the cultivation resources that the Joyful Demon Sect's cultivators leaked out. At this moment, there were groups of young cultivators, be they Dando Realm, Eternal Life Realm, or Law Phase Realm, were heading towards the mountain gate of the Joyful Demon Sect. From here on, as long as we can pass the 18 stages, we will have a chance to be accepted by the Joyful Demon Sect. At this time, everyone must help each other because no one can guarantee which stage they will be stuck in. Newcomer, do you understand? A perfected Dharma Phase Realm cultivator looked at Ning Qi and frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. The others were all very respectful towards him, calling him senior brother. Only this fellow, although his cultivation was somewhat unfathomable, spoke very little. When speaking to him, he would basically just nod or shake his head, making others feel that he was somewhat arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that the difficulty of these 18 checkpoints was too high and that Ning Qi seemed to have some potential, he would have long since told Ning Qi to scram. Yes, Ning Qi nodded slightly, but his eyes were observing the 18 stages. The difficulty of each stage was about a few times higher than the previous one. There was a trace of aura on them that Ning Qi was quite familiar with. Obviously, these 18 stages were personally set up by the joyful demon Venerate. They covered a range of tens of thousands of miles, and the joyful demon sect was in the center. Damn it, I'll find a chance to throw him here later. A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the perfected Dharma phase realm cultivator, but he looked very calm on the surface. Then, under his lead, everyone began to pass the stages. It was very smooth at the beginning, and they cooperated to pass around the 9th stage. However, when it came to the 10th stage, even the perfected Dharma phase realm cultivator was at his wit's end. No matter what, he didn't know what the key to passing the stage was. When he racked his brains, he saw that Ning Qi seemed to be here on a sightseeing tour. His face immediately revealed a displeased expression, and he couldn't help but scold. From the beginning, you didn't do anything. You've been slacking. Are you thinking of using us all the way to pass the 18 stages? Everyone was already angry because they were stuck at this stage. When they heard this, they immediately looked at Ning Qi with unfriendly eyes. Ning Qi smiled and gently slapped out with his palm. The barrier of this stage was instantly torn apart. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. This stage is passed just like that. So the key is here. He must be a blind cat running into a dead mouse, right? Chapter 1828. Kill, 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 kill. The 11th level. Only 7 more levels to reach the mountain gate of the joyful demon sect. The cultivators became very excited and kept searching for the key points of this level, thinking about how to pass it. Of course, some people focused their attention on Ning Qi because they suspected that Ning Qi did not pass the level because of luck. Little brother, you made it to the 11th level with us, but we don't seem to know how to address you. The cultivator in the Great Perfection realm walked to Ning Qi with a smile. When he glanced at Ning Qi, a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. Why must we know each other? Maybe you'll know my name in a while, Ning Qi said faintly. Then he turned around and looked at the formation. He felt that the way the formation was set up was a little strange. It seemed to be incompatible with the central mainland. Ning Qi suspected that this formation might have come from the immortal prison. It was highly likely that Joyful Demon Exalted had not only obtained a Joyful Demon Gourd, but also many other things. What's with the arrogance? Damn it! A look of anger flashed across the eyes of the cultivator in the Great Perfection realm. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Ning Qi give a light slap, and the sound of glass shattering could be heard. This level was passed again. Hiss! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. If the first time was luck, then it was definitely not luck this time. To pass the level so easily, his cultivation and eyesight must have reached an extremely terrifying level. The cultivator in the Great Perfection realm was slightly stunned. Then he lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then he entered the next level with the others. They seemed to have a tacit understanding and did not walk around randomly. Instead, they looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi walked around and looked at the formation of this level. Then Ning Qi did not disappoint them. He gave another light slap and passed the level. This time, the way they looked at Ning Qi was very different from before. There was admiration, respect, suspicion, and surprise. Who is this person? His goal for coming here is obviously the same as all of us. He wants to join the Joyful Demon Sect. With this speed, I'm afraid it's very likely that he will succeed. A hint of jealousy flashed through the eyes of the perfected Dharma characteristic cultivator. However, he was not foolish enough to provoke Ning Qi at this moment. Instead, he followed behind Ning Qi quietly with everyone else. Before long, Ning Qi cleared all the 18 checkpoints. Everyone felt their eyes light up as an immortal mountain that was faintly discernible in the clouds appeared before them. Who was it? How dare they break through the protective formation of my joyful demon sect. A furious roar rang out as several old men with terrifying auras shot through the air. They stood in the air and looked down at the crowd from above. The fury in their eyes was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Didn't I have to break the formation to acknowledge him as my master? Everyone was confused and turned around subconsciously, only to see a scene that caused them to gasp. As far as they could see, the formation was nowhere to be seen. From here, they could easily see the starting point of the mountain. They could also see many cultivators flying over and looking at them in bewilderment. He didn't break the formation. He destroyed it directly. Everyone looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. A trace of fear rose in their hearts. To have such means and deliberately destroy the joyful demon sex formation. This person must be at least an immortal king. The perfected Dharma characteristic cultivator who had been mocking Ning Qi earlier was terrified. However, after hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He pointed at Ning Qi and said, "Seniors, he is the one who broke the formation here." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The gazes of several old men focused on Ning Qi. One of them said with a cold face, "What is your name? What is your intention in destroying our protective formation? Didn't the cultivators of your joyful demon sect fight their way to the Wang family's gate some time ago? You sealed the Wang family's ancestral city and forbade cultivators from entering or leaving. Today I plan to imitate you. What do you think?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. When everyone heard this, they immediately fell silent. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of some cultivators. After thinking carefully, they suddenly thought of something and looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of horror. Could it be that this person was Ning Beixian, who was wanted by the joyful demon sect? The perfected Dharma characteristic cultivator who pointed at Ning Qi earlier also guessed this. His body trembled uncontrollably as he looked at Ning Qi dumbfoundedly. "You are Ning Beixian?" The expressions of the few old men changed as they looked at Ning Qi in horror. In the next moment, they turned around and fled without hesitation. They already knew what had happened in the Wang family's ancestral city. Even Zhu Getao had died in Ning Qi's hands. How would they dare to stay in front of Ning Qi? Want to leave? The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. With a thought, the mighty immortal Qi was like a rope, trapping the few old men on the spot, making them unable to move. In the next moment, everyone only felt a flash before their eyes. Then, Ning Qi directly uprooted a rugged mountain in the distance. They saw Ning Qi carve a few times with his bare hands, and the mountain became a stone tablet that was hundreds of feet tall. Ning Qi stabbed it heavily into the ground. Then, Ning Qi grabbed those few old men and used them as brushes to write a few heart-wrenching, blood-red characters on the stone tablet. From today onwards, no one is allowed to enter or leave the joyful demon sect. Anyone who violates this will be killed, 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 killed. When he wrote the last bright red exclamation mark, the blood of the few old men in Ning Qi's hands had already flowed out. He only wrote half of the exclamation mark. There was still a dot missing. Ning Qi casually threw their corpses on the ground. His eyes landed on the perfected law manifestation realm cultivator who pointed him out. The other party seemed to have noticed Ning Qi's intention and knelt on the ground in fear. Before he could open his mouth to beg for mercy, Ning Qi had already appeared behind him and grabbed his neck. With a twist of his arm, the cultivator crashed into the stone tablet like a cannonball, landing right below the unfinished exclamation mark. With a poof, he turned into a pile of minced meat, making up for the missing below the exclamation mark. Everyone only felt a terrifying aura coming towards them. Those words were written with the blood of the Creator. 7 bright, red kill words. Before they even got close, the killing intent on them had already made the legs of some low-level Do Dan realm and eternal life realm cultivators turn weak. Ning Chi flew to the top of the stone tablet, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to take a nap. One person against one sect, and one of the 7 major sects, the Joyful Demon Sect. Isn't this person afraid of Joyful Demon Venerable coming back? Chapter 1829. Wu Chongxian. What happened at the mountain gate? The commotion caused by Ning Chi was soon discovered by the cultivators in the delightful demon sect. Whether it was the outer disciples, inner disciples, successor disciples, or deacon elders, they all flew out and stared at the stone tablet in shock. From their angle, they could not see the bloody words on the stone tablet, but they were sure that there was no such stone tablet at the entrance of the sect before today. The mountain guarding formation was destroyed. Some of the elders noticed that the array formation had been destroyed, and their faces were filled with shock. "Who is that figure on the stone tablet?" Yi Zichen asked. "How dare you cause trouble in our joyful demon sect? I don't think the elders will let him off." Many outer sect disciples' eyes fell on Ning Chi's back, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. Although their status in the joyous demon sect was not very high, only slightly higher than those handymen, the joyous demon sect was one of the 7 major sects in the world. As long as they wore the robes issued by the sect, even those with high cultivation would not dare to offend them. Over time, from the handymen to the elders, every cultivator had a sense of honor for the sect, and they could not tolerate others destroying it. The cultivators below were all excited, but the few 7th tribulation elders with the highest cultivation level looked at each other with solemn expressions. The protective formation has always been guarded by a few elders. Now that the auras of those elders have disappeared without a trace, could it be that they've already been killed by this person? Their cultivations are only slightly weaker than ours. How could they have died without a sound? Can you see through this person's cultivation? I can't see through him. Sadly, Elder Zhuge Tao has already died, and the other 3 elders are nowhere to be found. Lord Devil Sovereign is also in the Northern Liang Immortal Dynasty. One can say that our joyous devil sect is unprecedentedly weak. Yet now, such a thing suddenly happened. Should we send someone to test the waters? You're going? Go and ask the little demon sovereign to come out of seclusion. No matter how strong they are, they won't dare to attack the little demon sovereign. Not bad. After a round of discussion, someone immediately flew towards the forbidden area of the Joyful Fiend sect. There, Fiend Supremacy Joyful's personal disciple, Wu Chongxian, who had the title of Little Fiend Supremacy, was in seclusion. He was preparing to break through the shackles of his realm and reach the 8th tribulation realm. More and more cultivators flew over. Many cultivators were excited when they found that the formation was gone. They wanted to go directly to the mountain gate of the Joyful Demon sect to be apprenticed to them. But when they saw the words on the stone tablet, they immediately stopped in their tracks and did not dare to go forward. However, while there were people who were afraid, there were naturally cultivators who didn't believe in heresy. From today onwards, no one is allowed to enter or leave the Joyful Demon sect. Kill, kill, kill anyone who disobeys? What a joke, I don't believe it. How can the dignified Joyful Demon sect be blocked at the door like this? If you don't have the guts to go, then I'll go. You want to join the Joyful Demon sect with your pathetic looks? Chi, an unruly burly man sneered and walked towards the Joyful Demon sect alone. He had been paying attention to Ning Chi from the corner of his eyes and divine will. As long as Ning Chi made a move, he would be able to react immediately. Everyone looked at the burly man nervously. Their eyes were fixed on his feet because he was about to step over the stone tablet. "Haha, you're bluffing." The burly man took a step forward and immediately retracted his foot. Then he looked at Ning Chi vigilantly. Seeing that Ning Chi did not respond, he could not help but sneer. Then he moved and turned into a stream of light that pierced through the sky in the direction of the Joyful Demon sect. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Just when they thought that Ning Chi was really bluffing, Ning Qi, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his hands. He stretched his hand out and grabbed at the air. Formless, immortal spiritual energy transformed into a huge palm, grabbing the muscular man and pulling him in front of Ning Qi. "Say, senior." The burly man looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. He was not an ordinary cultivator, but a tribulation creator. He could be considered a perfected immortal. That was why he was not afraid of Ning Qi. However, he did not expect that he would be suppressed by Ning Qi in the blink of an eye. His body was sealed by a terrifying aura, and he could not activate the power of creation in his body at all. Ning Qi smiled at him. The immortal Qi that had turned into a huge palm grabbed the burly man and slammed him onto the stone tablet. Instantly his bones and flesh were crushed, and he became a pile of rotten flesh that could not be seen at all. Dead. "It's really killing. A few cultivators retracted their feet, resentfully. They were extremely afraid. Fortunately, there was this fool who verified the words on the stone tablet for them. After the burly man died, no other cultivators dared to challenge the words on the stone tablet. They stood on the spot and waited for the next development of the matter. More and more cultivators flew over after hearing about the commotion here. Some even used various means to spread the news. They were not afraid of the matter becoming bigger, but they were afraid that it would not be big enough. Many cultivators wanted to join the Joyful Demon sect. Naturally, there were also some cultivators who hated the Joyful Demon sect. They had more or less suffered losses in the hands of the Joyful Demon sect's cultivators. Now that there was such a show to watch, they naturally invited their friends to come and watch. Forbidden area of the Joyful Demon sect. If Ning Qi saw this place, he would definitely sigh, because this place was just like a certain legend on Earth, a pool of wine and a forest of flesh. Endless amounts of wine and female cultivators surrounded a half-naked male cultivator, making all sorts of seductive gestures. However, the male cultivator remained unmoved. His eyes were tightly shut, and a faint aura was exhaled from his mouth and inhaled through his nose, repeating the cycle. Internal Affairs Hall's Elder Xiong requests an audience with the little demon sovereign. A loud voice came from outside the forbidden area, but if one listened carefully, one would notice a trace of panic in the voice. The young cultivator frowned slightly. Then he slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the surrounding beauties and wine instantly turned into a distorted white light and flew into his 7 orifices. "Please come in," Wu Chongxian said lightly. A figure flew into the forbidden area and landed in front of Wu Chongxian. Xiongzhe was a 7 tribulation creator, but he was very respectful towards Wu Chongxian, who was also a 7 tribulation creator. "Elder Xiong, what's the matter that made you come here personally?" Wu Chongxian asked. "It's like this." Xiongzhe told her everything that had happened. When she heard that a strange stone tablet appeared in front of the Joyful Demon sect's mountain gate, that the sect's defensive formation was broken, and that the elders guarding the formation were missing, Wu Chongxian's eyes instantly turned cold. "Do you know where this person came from?" "I don't know," Xiongzhe said in a low voice. "If that's the case, I'll go with you. Coincidentally, my 1,000 demon physique has just formed, and I need a test subject." Chapter 1830. Instant Kill. I heard that the person on the steel is Ning Beixian? That's right. Looks like the Joyful Demon sect provoked a madman this time. Does he really think that the Joyful Demon sect is one of those sects that doesn't make the cut? Some sects that didn't make the cut would often be attacked by their enemies after they offended them. They would then block their doors for years just to vent their anger and let other cultivators know about it. That way, they would be able to regain their face even if they didn't wipe out the other party in the end. But this kind of thing often happened to unrated sections. Slightly more powerful second-rate sects had immortal king-level existences in their sects, and rarely would they be blocked by people, let alone a top-notch sect like the Joyful Devil sect. More and more cultivators gathered here. The hundreds of markets became empty. Hundreds of thousands of eyes landed on Ningqi. Some were shocked, some were curious. Ningqi closed his eyes and sat on the steel with his hands on his knees. Suddenly, several figures flew out from the joyful demon sect. Everyone's attention was attracted by them. Wu Chongxian was in the lead. Behind him were 5 elders who had also undergone 7 tribulations. Wu Chongxian flew to the front of the steel and looked at the line of blood-red words. After a moment of silence, he looked at Ningqi. "Since you have a grudge against the joyful demon sect, do you dare to tell us your name? Who are you? Are you in charge of the joyful demon sect?" Ningqi opened his eyes slowly and smiled. Wu Chongxian's eyes flashed coldly. "I'm Wu Chongxian, little demon sovereign Wu Chongxian." The surrounding cultivators were shocked when they heard the name. They had been here for a long time and had heard of the joyful demon sovereign's personal disciple, Wu Chongxian, who is also known as the little demon sovereign. It was said that this person was extremely talented. He had only cultivated for about 10,000 years and was already a 7 tribulation creator. He had a chance to become a 9 tribulation creator in the future and take over the joyful demon sect. Wu Chongxian, never heard of him. You guys should go back. Ningqi waved his hand. How arrogant! The elders of the joyful demon sect couldn't help but turn pale when they saw Ningqi's attitude and the blood-red words on the steel. "You haven't told us your name yet," Wu Chongxian said coldly. "Ning Beixian," Ningqi said lightly. "You are Ning Beixian? You have the gourd of joy with you?" Wu Chongxian's expression changed slightly. The elders of the joyful demon sect behind him were horrified. "That's right. You want it." Ningqi smiled and took out the immortal-slaying devil gourd. He placed it beside him and said, "If you want it, come and get it yourself. If you can, I'll give it to you." "What immortal-slaying devil gourd?" "That's the delightful devil gourd," Wu Chongxian shouted coldly. Her figure suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already behind Ningqi. She looked at Ningqi condescendingly. Her eyes revealed a hint of mockery. "Little devil sovereign, come back!" The elders of the joyful demon sect shouted anxiously. They had already received the news that Zhu Getao was killed by Ningqi. Obviously, Ningqi's battle prowess was definitely above the 8th tribulation. However, Wu Chongxian had been in seclusion, so they didn't have the time to tell her the news. Wu Chongxian's eyes flashed coldly when he heard the elders' shouts. He ignored them and reached out his hand. The immortal-slaying devil gourd immediately flew into his hand. Wu Chongxian's eyes were filled with joy, and he slapped towards Ningqi's head. Seeing this, everyone held their breath and looked at the scene nervously. In their eyes, Wu Chongxian was the famous little devil sovereign of the delightful demon sect, and her strength had already surpassed ordinary immortal kings. But Ningqi didn't have any reaction from the beginning to the end, and it was very likely that he would be killed by a single slap. However, when Wu Chongxian's palm was an inch away from the back of Ningqi's head, he stopped. He looked at the palm that grabbed his wrist in disbelief. "Your strength is too weak. Your cultivation is not bad. You have a place among the younger generation. However, compared to the Thunder Emperor, Immortal Hidden Immortal, Saint Yan, and you are still far behind. It's no wonder. The joyful demon, Venerable himself, isn't an expert. He's at most a third-rate genius. It's normal for him to nurture a third-rate genius like you." Ningqi laughed lightly. "The Thunder Emperor, Immortal Hidden Immortal, and Saint Yan? You've met them before?" Wu Chongxian's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. These 3 people were the targets that he wanted to surpass day and night. However, from the other party's mouth it seemed so simple. The few elders of Joyful Demon sect looked anxious. They looked at each other and attacked Ningqi at the same time. If Wu Chongxian died in Ningqi's hands, When Joyful Demon Venerable returned to the sect, they would not end up any better than death. Not only have I met them before, but I've also sent them to the Western Paradise. Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. In front of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators present, he grabbed the horrified Wu Chongxian and threw him directly at the elders of the Joyful Demon sect, who were flying towards him. Boom! They were caught off guard and were thrown off their feet by Wu Chongxian. However, such an injury was not fatal. In the next moment, before they could react, a blade radiance flashed in the air. Then, be it the cultivators nearby or the cultivators of the Joyful Demon sect, as long as they were paying attention, they all saw a rain of blood in the sky. Countless pieces of flesh fell to the ground together with the blood. Instant kill. Until death, Wu Chongxian did not have the chance to use the 1,000 demon body that he had just successfully cultivated. SSS, the cultivators present stared blankly at the pile of minced flesh on the ground. After coming to their senses, they all gasped and looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Ning Beixian is actually so strong, even the little demon venerable was killed. The cultivation of the 5 elders is not low either. They are at least 7 tribulation creator. Including the little demon venerable, there are a total of 6-7 tribulation creators. How could they not even withstand a single attack from Ning Beixian? The little demon venerable is dead. The elders are also dead. What is going on? The cultivators of the Joyful Demon sect were unwilling to believe what they had seen with their own eyes. They all rubbed their eyes and fell into a state of fear. As one of the 7 major sects, the Joyful Demon sect had always been the ones fighting others. No one dared to kill the cultivators of the Joyful Demon sect in front of everyone. In the end, 6 cultivators of the Joyful Demon sect were killed. Ning Qi smiled and closed his eyes again, as if he had done something insignificant. Chapter 1831. Buddhist voice. Another half a month passed, and the Joyful Demon Venerable still didn't appear. However, the news about this place spread like a plague. More and more cultivators rushed to this place. Even the true immortals of the Celestial Dynasty, where the Joyful Demon sect was located, also brought a large number of soldiers over. They stationed themselves at a place 50 li away from the stone tablet. Groups of soldiers exuding killing intent stood in an orderly manner, not making a sound and not moving at all. The nearby cultivators didn't dare to approach this place because the killing intent of these soldiers was condensed together. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to resist it. Master, why don't we suppress this kid? If Joyful Demon Venerable finds out that we did not help, I'm afraid we will not be able to bear his anger. A female cultivator who looked to be in her 20s frowned and glanced at Ning Qi. Then, her gaze landed on Perfected Immortal Fan Lu. Perfected Immortal Fan Lu emitted the aura of an 8 tribulation creator. He was one of the top 30 perfected immortals in the 300 celestial dynasties. He was also one of the top immortal kings. He looked like a harmless young cultivator. If it wasn't for the Fan Lu divine army standing behind him, ordinary cultivators would definitely not think that Perfected Immortal Fan Lu was the ruler of a dynasty. Ning Beixian is the commander of the Alchemist Alliance. Pill Emperor Bodhi is his senior brother. The Alchemist Alliance is the most vengeful. If we suppress him today, the supply of pills in the future will definitely be reduced by 50 to 80%. Since he did not wreak havoc in the Joyful Demon sect, why should we disturb him? We have already come all the way here to help the Joyful Demon sect. Perfected Immortal Fan Lu said faintly, Lingyu, I know you like Wu Chongxian, but since he is already dead, you should let it go. Let me give you a piece of advice. The Joyful Demon sect is heartless. The female cultivator lowered her head deeply. When she and Genuine Immortal Fan Lu had just arrived here, they had already heard the surrounding cultivators talking about how Ning Qi had killed Wu Chongxian and the others. Therefore, she could not wait to lead the army of gods to kill Ning Qi on the spot to avenge Wu Chongxian. However, she did not expect her master to see through her thoughts. The aura that this kid is emitting is only that of a 7 tribulation creator, but he was able to kill Wu Chongxian and a few other 7 tribulation elders of the delightful demon sect. His battle prowess is extraordinary, and he can be considered a genius. But I wonder if he is a low-tier or mid-tier genius. True immortal fan Lu looked at Ning Qi with a thoughtful look in his eyes. As time passed, almost all the affiliated sects of the delightful demon sect received the news and brought a large number of cultivators to this place. Some sects directly attacked Ning Qi in order to fight for merit. In the end, they were all killed by Ning Qi. The ground in front of the stone tablet was already dyed red with blood. After that, no cultivators dared to attack without permission. Look, the divine monk of the 9 Phantasms ancient temple is here. Golden lotuses tore through the air and landed in front of the stone stele. Sitting on them were old monks who looked like they were about to ascend. Their bodies exuded a thick and warm aura of righteous yang. The 9 Phantasms ancient temple sent 3 golden body arhats. True immortal fan Lu's eyes changed slightly. Every golden body arhat monk was an 8 tribulation creator. They were considered the strongest existence in the 9 Phantasms ancient temple apart from the abbot. As far as he knew, there were 2 more arhats in the 9 Phantasms ancient temple. 3 old monks came down from the golden lotus, and behind them were 18 monks of different ages. These 18 monks' auras were slightly weaker than the previous 3, but every one of them was a 7 tribulation master of creation. Even the surrounding Dan Do realm, eternal life realm, and transcendence realm cultivators could see the difference between them. As for the masters of creation who came to watch the show, they let out another sigh in their hearts. As expected of one of the 7 major sects, any one of these 21 monks could be a top expert who could oversee a region. Looking at the ground that was dyed red with blood, one of the old monks looked at Ning Qi with a smile and said, "Are you Ning Beixian benefactor?" "What's the matter?" Ning Qi opened his eyes slowly and scanned the group of monks indifferently. He felt a little strange. The 9 Phantasms ancient temple had always been on bad terms with the joyous demon sect. Why would they come today? However, Ning Qi didn't mind defending the 9 Phantasms ancient temple again. At his current cultivation level, he wouldn't take a second look even if the 7 major sects banded together. Only Yuan venerate existences could make him feel a little apprehensive. Benefactor Ning, the joyous demon sect, is one of the 7 major sects and is superior to the other major sects of the central mainland. Therefore, there can't be any chaos. Once there is chaos, the world will be plunged into misery and suffering. Benefactor, please leave for the sake of us old monks. The old monk smiled. Superior to the other major sects of the central mainland? Monks, do you also think of the 9 Phantasms ancient temple this way? Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly as a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Benefactor, please be lenient and wait for the joyous demon venerate to return before we discuss anything else. How about that? The old monk didn't answer Ning Qi's question. Haven't I been waiting all this while? Did you see me exterminate those ants? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Ah, the monks glanced at each other. It was indeed as Ning Qi had said. However, placing a stone tablet here with the word kill written on it with blood was a little insulting to the joyous demon sect. Although the 7 major sects had their own way of doing things, they were actually bound together for good or bad. Wouldn't the other 6 major sects lose face if the joyous demon sect was blocked at their door? Since Benefactor is unwilling to leave, we shall chant a rebirth mantra. Hopefully, it will be able to wash away the murderous aura on you. The old monk smiled and sat down cross-legged on the spot. The other monks had a cold look in their eyes when they saw this. They sat down cross-legged in unison, and chants of Buddhist mantras came out of their mouths. A faint golden light descended from the sky and shrouded the group of monks. The Buddhist mantras transformed into undecipherable ancient characters that pressed down on Ningqi. The surrounding cultivators only felt suffocated and uncomfortable. As for Ningqi, who was the target of this group of monks, he was enduring a pressure that was thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than theirs. 3 golden-bodied arhats and 18 ordinary arhats. 21 of them chanted the rebirth mantra at the same time. Even I can't withstand it. How is this washing away the other party's murderous aura? If my cultivation was slightly lower, I would have been expiated directly. Fan Lu's expression changed slightly. You want to expiate me? Sure. Ningqi sneered, and the 9 skanda divine bell suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately after, Ningqi slammed his palm on it, and surging immortal qi surged into it. Then the 9 skanda divine bell let out a deafening buzz. Not only did it shatter the Buddhist mantras, but it also caused the 21 monks to suffer varying degrees of injuries. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. Chapter 1832. The clouds in all directions. Almsgiver, the original owner of this spiritual item, has an extraordinary cultivation base. If you don't want your divine soul to be destroyed, why don't you hand it over to me? I'll hand it over to its owner. A golden-bodied arhat stared at the 9 skanda divine bell and then looked at Ningqi. Old monk, you're being greedy. Ningqi looked at him sympathetically. If that's the case, I'll wash away your dirty thoughts. The 3 golden-bodied arhats were shocked when they heard Ningqi. In the next moment, Ningqi slammed his palm on the 9 skanda divine bell again and again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the surroundings could not help but retreat a few hundred feet. The group of old monks who were targeted by Ningqi sat on the ground and swayed. They looked like they were suffering from constipation. They were suffering from the terrifying attacks of the 9 skanda divine bell. Very soon, the 3 golden-bodied arhats, including the 3 golden-bodied arhats, lost their minds, and the divine sound of the 9 skanda divine bell rushed into their bodies. Puff, puff, puff. Everyone saw the 21 monks spurt out a stream of blood at the same time. Then they slumped to the ground, looking dispirited. The positive qi on their bodies had also weakened a lot. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. So powerful! Lingyu gasped and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. 3 golden-bodied arhats and 18 ordinary arhats were no match for Ningqi. Everyone could tell that the 9 skanda ancient temple had lost this battle because they outnumbered the 9 skanda ancient temple. Luckily, I didn't attack just now. Genuine immortal Fan Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. His gaze fell on the 9 skanda divine bell, and he seemed to be deep in thought. All the cultivators in the vicinity, including him, thought that the group of monks had lost to the other party's spiritual weapon. Many cultivators looked at the 9 skanda divine bell with greed in their eyes. If Ningqi's cultivation was not so high, the cultivators present would have swarmed over to snatch it. At this time, a few other forces rushed over after hearing the news. When the crowd saw the robes of those cultivators, they were shocked. 6 Tao of Reincarnation Sect. 9 Darkness Demon Sect. Heart Demon Sect. Yin Yang Sect. War Sect. Including the 9 Ruins Ancient Temple. All 7 sects are here today. I didn't come here in vain. Such a scene is hard to come by in 1,000 years. What shocked everyone was that the forces that had come were far more than these. Jade Flute Immortal Monarch is here too. I heard that he is one of the most favored immortal kings under Yuan Venerate Psangji. That flag belongs to Yuan Venerate Hanfei's Han Prefecture. The Rainbow Valley under Yuan Venerate Deercatcher is also here. One power after another descended, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. Many cultivators were so excited that their ears turned red. These were the powers that ordinary cultivators could only dream of joining. Now that they were seeing them with their own eyes, it was only natural that they would be filled with excitement. Only a few people were still paying attention to Ning Qi. Most of them had forgotten about Ning Qi's existence. The disciples of the joyful demon sect cheered in their hearts when they saw the scene. The crisis had finally been resolved. Then they looked at Ning Qi coldly. They were already thinking about how to avenge Wu Chongxian and the others after suppressing Ning Qi. They would not let him die so easily. At least he would be tortured for hundreds or thousands of years. Interesting. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly, including the 3 golden arhats of the 9 ruins ancient temple. There were already more than 28 tribulation creators present. They were all elder-level existences of the various sections. His attention was not on the 7 great sects, but on Jade Flute, Immortal Monarch, Han Prefecture, and Rainbow Valley. These 3 forces represented Yuan Venerate Tsangji, Yuan Venerate Hanfei, and Yuan Venerate Deercatcher, respectively. They were the only 3 Yuan Venerates among the 5 great Yuan Venerates of the central mainland who had submitted to the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor. Ning Qi had never dealt with the latter, but he was familiar with Yuan Venerate Tsangji. He had not expected that Yuan Venerate Tsangji would be so impatient before he could even find him. The 3 golden arhats are injured. The leading cultivators of these forces looked at the 3 golden arhats, one after another. Seeing that their injuries were not light, they looked at Ning Qi. Then their attention was drawn to the words on the stone tablet. Kill, 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 kill? What a strong murderous intent. What an arrogant person. Everyone had their own thoughts. At that moment, Jade Flute Immortal Monarch sized up Ning Qi for a while before landing 10 feet in front of him. Ning Beixian, Yuan Venerate Tsangji has ordered you to see him. Jade Flute Immortal Monarch said faintly, I'm not free now. Why don't you go back and tell him to come see me? Ning Qi smiled. Everyone had a strange look on their faces when they heard this. Ning Qi was actually arrogant enough to ask a Yuan Venerate to see him personally? Was he planning to risk his life and fight to the death with the joyous demon sect? He even dared to disobey the orders of Yuan Venerate Tsangji? The cultivators of Han Prefecture and Rainbow Valley did not speak, but they looked at Ning Qi with a hint of murderous intent. The 7 great sects shared glory, and so did the forces of the 3 great Yuan Venerates. If Ning Qi did not give Yuan Venerate Tsangji any face, he would not give Yuan Venerate Hanfei and Yuan Venerate Deercatcher any face. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. Jade Flute Immortal Monarch's eyes turned cold. Yuan Venerate Tsangji already knows that you killed Ziyu Yanjun. If you don't come with me to see Yuan Venerate today, I will have no choice but to execute you here. The surrounding cultivators were shocked when they heard this. Even the other 2 great Yuan Venerate forces and the 7 great sects were no exception. Ziyu Yanjun was no stranger to them. His status was equivalent to the little demon Venerate of the joyous demon sect. No one had seen Ziyu Yanjun in the past few years and thought that he had gone into seclusion to cultivate. They had never expected that he would actually die in the hands of Ning Beixian. How many people had this fellow offended? He had even dared to kill the people of Yuan Venerate Tsangji? Shocked gazes fell on Ning Qi. However, there were also people who admired Ning Qi's actions. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cultivators that Jade Flute Immortal Monarch had brought arrived one after another. They stood behind Jade Flute Immortal Monarch and glared at Ning Qi. Where did you get the face to execute me just because you said so? Go back and be Yuan Venerate Tsangji's servant. Ning Qi's eyes flashed coldly. Kill him. Jade Flute Immortal Monarch could no longer control the rage in his heart. He shouted loudly and directly suppressed Ning Qi. Kill you. F***CK. F***CK. Ning Qi's figure had already appeared in front of Jade Flute Immortal Monarch. Jade Flute Immortal Monarch had a look of shock on his face. Then his entire head was punched through by Ning Qi. Ning Qi used his head as a weapon and smashed it against the cultivators the jade flute immortal monarch had brought with him. Every blow directly reduced the opponent's health bar to 0,